Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. Ana
Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wanemeje, Anamu, Karatuba Dodri Tukuma, Tukutuba Dodri, the Mo, Karatuba Dodri Tukuma, Tukutuba Dodri, the Mo, Obodo Jisike Nubo Seruna. Oh,
it is everyone. Be free. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I gonna vote and walk on a book.
Where are you? Where to it's only all to if I don't come find more. I give up Gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́. Orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jóye olùkọ́. Wọ́wọ́ bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jòyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdá dẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé. Àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́, Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ.
So there it is right there. Pardon me. I think I'm almost doing it by habit now. This cough. So pardon me. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So let's start with that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So that's always the best way to start a day. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. How are you? Hope you've had a wonderfully glorious day. You always extend best wishes. So good day to you and all that. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. So please do that. You know, I always, actually, let me put it up now. I always put up a poll asking people if they've liked, shared, and subscribed. You see that every time you come in. So I always put up that post asking people if they've liked, shared, and subscribed. Let me tell you something curious that actually shows up on that poll every single time without miss. Anytime I close that poll, about 150 people would have interacted with it. You know, click. So it will say, have you clicked on like, yes or no? And then about 150 people would have interacted with that poll. But if you look at the like numbers, there'll be about 60 people, maybe 60 something, 70 at the most. So almost more than twice the people who interact with that poll actually click on like. That is to tell you then that people are interacting with this platform out of spite. Etano, etano, as we say in Yoruba land. So people are interacting. It's quite a curious thing. People are interacting with the platform almost out of spite. You know, so click on the like button. If you spend that much time, then you know the same effort that you used to click on no on the poll is the same effort that you used to click on like. So be the positive rather than the negative. Even though we bring you a lot of home truths. So click on like. Actually, let me put that poll up now. Let me do that now. Pardon me one moment. Let me do that now just to make sure everything is sequenced as it should be. Yes. So. Yes, let me put that poll up. So A White, thank you for the super chat, but you really should be on the screen. I hear you on different spaces, but maybe the conversation here is a bit too I don't know. But sorry, give me 1 second. Actually, let me play you a bit of Hausa rap as I do this. Yes, let's put this up. Let's put this up. Yes, let me play you a little bit of. It's almost an oxymoron, isn't it? You know what an oxymoron is. Two words that should not exist in the same sentence is an oxymoron. So I mean, saying Hausa rap is almost an oxymoron. So let me play you then the guy that defies a stereotype, that defies. Oh, where is he? Have I deleted my Hausa rap? Not the best start, you will say. Okay, let me just play you a bit of this Idris, whatever his name is, just to put up that poll, really. Yeah, let me play you this one.
Maybe look on, don't turn, maybe look on. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, my Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emilokon, don't turn to Ebilokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence, 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance, 5 billion for food and refreshment, 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fear afford for the.
So that's Idris, whatever his name is. I wouldn't even call him a one-hit wonder, but it's a hit wonder every 20-25 years. He only ever gets one hit every 2 decades. So there he is right there making vacuous noise. So making vacuous noise. So again, click on like just as soon as you're coming in. Click on the like button right now. I'm determined that we hit 100 likes today. So click on like right now. Let me use brain power let me use what's that called? Let me use brain power to put it in your head. Click on like right now. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to be an active participant in the conversation. So yes, do those. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to be an active participant in the conversation. And then the dollar sign at the bottom of the YouTube space and the star signs on Facebook. Follow the example that's been set by AY for real and super chats towards the stream. We have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 super chats per every stream. We often hit it, and the first super chat sets the bar. So you have to either match AY for real or surpass him. So that's how it usually works. So do all those nice and funky things, and then your body will be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So your body, you'll be encased with a glowing feeling of warmth. So encased with a glowing feeling of warmth. So now, the formula over the last few sessions has been video clips interspersed with readouts, video clips interspersed. Yes, maybe I should be doing that, Choma. So video clips interspersed with readouts, video clips interspersed with readouts. So we're going to follow that format because it seems to work. So we're going to be kicking it off with a video clip. But this video clip that I'm bringing you, it chimes very much with what I have been philosophizing on this platform, that Tinubu is proving to be the best president Nigeria has yet had. He's only had a year and 3 months, but is proving to be the best president Nigeria has yet had, and is making all of the big decisions that will redirect that country for the good permanently. So the heavy lift that the country has avoided for decades and decades, this guy has shouldered it and is taking it head on. So Tinubu is proving to be certainly the bravest president we've ever had. So I've championed that narrative oftentimes enough, and there's nothing even clannish or tribal about it. It's just the workings of the man that leads you to that conclusion. So I have championed that narrative, but it looks as though I may not be alone in that narrative. So let's kick it off with this video clip that expands on that theory that I have been trying to propel.
To work to change the narratives. And trust me, I don't care about what people are saying right now about the economy. I don't care about what people are talking right now about the economy, because I know there is a lot of gang ups that wants the man to fail by all means. Because if you look at all the calls that he's making right now, they are all bold steps.
Yes.
Do you understand?
Now see the nation to the next level.
See the nation to the next level. If you remember about the subsidy, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the former minister, finance minister during Jonathan's regime, when she tried with Jonathan to remove the subsidy, her mother was kidnapped.
Yes.
Who were the people that kidnapped her mother?
People that were benefiting from
They kidnapped her mother on the condition that she should step down from that. And this man came in and took that bold step. Over 400 billion naira is being paid to these marketers every month to subsidize the fuel. That means they are borrowing the future of our children to pay this money. I know that it's not easy right now for anybody, including me.
Yes.
Including me, it is hard on me.
There's so much
You understand?
outcry out
But
there.
I believe in most of the decisions the man has taken. Look at the dollar. Yes, the dollar is rising, but we were paying $1.5 billion every month. Go and verify to keep the dollar at 450.
Oh, yeah?
Do you understand? And the man said, no, we cannot continue to borrow to keep dollar at 150. Let's float the dollar. Let it be what it has to be. Then we can work together to bring it down.
And that's what is happening
And
right
that's
now.
what is happening. If you check before, most of the airlines, international airlines, were closing down. Why? Because when they sell the ticket at 450, federal government rates, for them to get their money from the central bank becomes a problem. Do you understand me? Now they are all coming back because dollar, when you sell, you get back your money in as much as the fact that it's high. What we need to do is to work hard, think of what we can do as a nation to export things out of this country.
Manufacture and export.
Manufacture and export instead of fighting the man who wants to do good, who has good intention. Okay, for instance, if Tinubu decide to borrow this money and pay subsidy for everybody to buy fuel at even 100 naira, is that going to take anything away from Tinubu?
It will not. So
if he decide to pay for dollar to even be 200 naira right now, I ask people, is that going to make Tinubu poor?
But what will be the future of the nation?
Oh, but what will be the future of the nation? That's what we should be thinking about. Let us forget about party. Let us forget about party. The party time is over.
Yes.
One person has emerged winner. Let the whole nation rally around this man. Let's work, support him and make sure that this country is changed for the good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benedict Johnson. Thank you for that clearance. Thank you. Viewers, you have heard it from Mr. Benedict. His support for the president of Nigeria was not a fluke. He was not paid no money. For those of you that think that some of us were paid money to support him, no. It is, as a matter of fact, from a personal perspective of what you think about the person that came out for the role of the presidency. Thank you, Mr. Benedict. Thank you very much. On a closing note, please, can you just say one or two advices to the youths out there? Just throw a word of advice to the youths out there, especially those that intend to be like you, to be actors. You know, just say one or two advice to them out there.
All right. So that is a sensible voice from the East, and that is not at all an oxymoron. So those are two words that can exist in the same sentence. Maybe not on this platform. We've not yet come across one, but certainly they do exist, and we've just seen that Benedict, whatever his name is. Of course, Tinubu had to float the naira. What other option is there? You know, there was a time in the tail end of the Buhari administration, the country was running at 150% to revenue. So the spend was about 100, even 154 to revenue. So not only are we spending everything we were earning, we were spending over 50% more than we were earning. So just future selling and grabbing whatever it was grabbable. So how could that be sustained? To defend the naira, to do this scamming subsidy, it's not sustainable. How can it be sustained? So, of course, he had to float the naira. And the naira should be floated anyway, irrespective of whatever the circumstances are, to establish the true identity of the economy that we have. You know, because the size of the economy is artificial. If the money, if the currency is being defended heavily, and then you know, it's just the room for arbitrage, isn't it? So let's establish exactly the size and quality of economy that we have, and then from there we build. So this is it now. The analogy that Isaac drew just the last time, that you build first from the foundation and then you start to scale up the bricks. So this is exactly what should be done. So the first subsidy as well, the same arguments apply. So I cannot see how anybody can disagree with those policy positions. The country had no option. If we are ever going to be a serious country with, anyway, I agree in totality with what that guy from the East said. In totality, not a single word amiss. Not a single word amiss. But the solution now to the problems again, Senate queries 1.5 billion, not naira or dollars. Senate queries $1.5 billion approved for Port Harcourt refinery maintenance. So that $1.5 billion, that's nearly, that's close to, well, at least about 7% of what Dangote used to build a whole edifice, the biggest in the world, and they're just spending this on maintenance. Senate queries, and by the way, there are clips of Mele Kyari huffing and puffing at the Senate, trying to hide behind religion and all that, but do they have the bravity to hold him really to account? Senate queries $1.5 billion approved for Port Harcourt refinery maintenance. So there it is. Still not working, by the way, after $1.5 billion. The Senate has raised questions over the $1.5 billion approved in the 2021. Let's do that again. The Senate has raised questions over the $1.5 billion approved in 2021 for the turnaround maintenance of the Port Harcourt refinery with little or no result. The upper chamber lamented that it is unfair and wrong to treat government businesses or public companies as an orphan whilst private businesses are flourishing and thriving. The Senate leader and chairman, Senate ad hoc committee to investigate the alleged economic sabotage in the Nigerian petroleum industry, Opeyemi Bamidele. You know, if you want to get to the bottom of anything that is going on, put a southerner in charge of it. If you want to get to the bottom of anything that is going on, put a southerner in charge of it. I don't want to say a Yoruba man, but at least put a southerner in charge of it. Either a Yoruba man or an Igbo man, they would dig, especially when the opposition is somebody from the north. The Senate leader and chairman, Senate ad hoc committee to investigate the alleged economic sabotage in the Nigerian petroleum industry, Opeyemi Bamidele, raised the question at a session with stakeholders in the industry at the National Assembly Complex, Abuja, on Wednesday. The session was attended by the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, Group Managing Director, Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, Mele Kyari, Chief Executive, Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Mr. Benga Komolafe, and the Chief Executive Officer, Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Mr. Farouk Ahmed, amongst others. The Federal Executive Council has approved the plan by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources to rehabilitate and turn around the Port Harcourt refinery with $1.5 billion under the administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari. Despite the huge investment, the government-owned refinery is yet to function effectively, a situation that compels the country to depend almost entirely on the importation of petroleum products. At the session with stakeholders on Wednesday, Bamidele expressed concerns over the dysfunctionality of the government-owned refineries despite investment to carry out turnaround maintenance. Bamidele observed that the country is undergoing a truly challenging period, pointing out that the distribution and supply of refined petroleum. So let's see what Kyari had to say. Right. Let me pick it up from here. Under different administrations since 1999, Bamidele observed that the federal government had invested billions of dollars. I hate it, you know, when they just say billions of dollars, because there's an ambiguity there. They are the Senate, they have all the documents. So establish true figures, how much has actually been invested. And this is easily dug out, by the way. So maybe we as a platform will have to go dig that out. How much has actually been invested in turnaround maintenance on those moribund refineries from 1999 till date? I can bet you that your eyes will pop when the figures come out. Under different administrations since 1999, Bamidele observed that the federal government has invested billions of dollars to maintain and turn around the state-owned refineries in Kaduna, Port Harcourt, and Warri, but the refineries are not functioning. In 2021 specifically, the Federal Executive Council approved $1.5 billion for the turnaround maintenance of Port Harcourt refinery. Yet, this investment has yet to yield significant returns. For us in the Senate, we believe it is unfair and unpatriotic to treat government businesses and public corporations as orphans, whilst private businesses are flourishing and thriving. To permanently nip these challenges in the bud, Bamidele disclosed that the Senate plans to jointly investigate diverse allegations of economic sabotage in the oil industry along with the House of Representatives. He noted that there will be no room for grandstanding during the investigative hearing, promising that the committee would carry out its mandate fairly and impartially, whilst insisting that nobody will be untouchable. Bamidele said the task of ridding the petroleum industry of malfeasance is urgent and must be carried out in the spirit of nationalism and patriotism. We are ready to carry it out with all sense of honor and responsibility. We are also taking it seriously to address fundamental issues that poses grave. So that is the Senate threatening fire and brimstone. So the Senate threatens fire and brimstone, and NNPC threatens to expose everybody. So NNPC threatens to expose everybody. So, right. I will expose the truth when the time comes. NNPC boss Mele Kyari speaks on sabotaging the economy. So the time is now, my brother. I don't think maybe he's got the memo, but the country is burning up at the moment, so the time has come. The chief executive officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, Mele Kyari, has declared that he will reveal the truth about the company's operations when the time comes. Kyari made this assertion on Wednesday whilst testifying before a Senate ad hoc committee investigating alleged economic sabotage in the petroleum industry. Led by Senator Okoyemi Bamidele, the committee is probing the oil firm's activities amidst controversy and public scrutiny. So we have to thank Aliko Dangote for this, actually, because in that pushback against whatever fight he was having with the upstream, downstream guy and NNPC as an entity, he glibly quipped that these people have been doing turnaround maintenance for decades. So he said that. I have to look for that clip, and that was what then birthed then this now stethoscope being put on our NNPC. Led by Senator Okoyemi Bamidele, the committee is probing the oil firm's activities amidst controversy and public scrutiny. Kyari denied any involvement in the importation of substandard products, stating that the NNPCL is committed to transparency and honesty. The CEO expressed frustration over unfair media attacks, which he believes are aimed at tarnishing the company's reputation and creating the impression of economic sabotage. We are not criminals. We are not thieves, Kyari said. We will protect our dignity. We will protect our dignity so we can serve this country. Kyari revealed that the oil and gas industry is bleeding, hinting at undisclosed issues which they knew that cannot be made public until the time comes. The time is now, my brother. The time is now. He advocated for live television coverage of future committee sessions to ensure accountability and transparency. So this guy, we're going to hold, well, I'm saying we are already holding his feet to the fire, and he's going to sweat out those billions of dollars that he looted. They said that there's a Fulani account in NNPC that gets served first before the Nigerian nation. So we are going to untangle and unbuckle that account. So I'll give you this one only as a headline. End bad governance protest, poverty will worsen if petroleum subsidy is returned. So that was already explained by that Benedict guy in that excellent delivery. All the reasons you already know. So it's just it's rank foolishness for anybody to suggest that a subsidy should be returned. Who pays for it? With what? You must source your own feedback. NNPC tells Dangote refinery addresses sabotage allegation. So the battle between, the battle between, whoever thought that Dangote could ever turn into the good guy within the Nigerian paradigm? The battle between Dangote and NNPC is a battle of good and evil. If Dangote wins, Nigeria gets rescued. If they destroy him, Nigeria, we're lost for good. We're slaved forever to these people. So now, and by the way, they are squeezing him hard, though, because it's been reported internationally that Dangote is actually looking to sell 7-point-something% of his refinery because it's now liquid strapped. The money it doesn't have it because of liquidity. It doesn't have ready cash. So there it is. So it's a game of brinksmanship, and the Nigerian nation curiously behind Dangote. You must source your own feedback. NNPC tells Dangote Refinery addresses sabotage allegations. So we'll only get to the Dangote bit because I think we've already covered a bit of the sabotage whatnot. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company NNPC Limited has told the Dangote Refinery to source its own feedstock. Feedstock. I read it as feedback, but feedstock. So what does that actually mean? We need an oil expert, maybe to look for their own crude, essentially would be the translation of that. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPCL Limited, has told the Dangote Refinery to source its own feedstock, stressing that the refining business is a straightforward venture that requires securing feedstock and finding a market. NNPC's Group Executive Officer, Mele Kyari, made this statement whilst addressing the Senate Ad Hoc Committee investigating alleged economic sabotage in the Nigerian petroleum industry at the National Assembly on Wednesday. Kyari claimed that the NNPC has not breached any law guiding its dealings with partners and should be excluded from claims of economic sabotage. Kyari explained that the law is clear on domestic crude supply obligations and providing for local refineries, but emphasized that there must be a willing buyer, willing seller. He said, refining business is a straightforward business. You must secure a source for your feedstock, and you must find a market. So he already has a source for his feedstock. Oh, it's called the NNPC. This is basic, and this determines what happens in any refinery anywhere in the world. That is the business of refining. We have done nothing to sabotage any domestic refinery, he added. He also denied involvement in alleged importation of substandard products, stating that the regulatory agencies would not allow such products in the country. So if he's not involved in the importation, the question to him is that substandard products actually being imported into the country? So that's where they should really pin him down. The question to Mele Kyari should have been, are substandard products being imported into the country? Because if it is established that substandard products are being imported into the country, then who signs it off? Because no oil gets into the country without the sign-off of the regulatory authorities, all of those agencies embedded within that NNPC structure. So who signs it off? So because they've even gone and done tests. So remember when they were accusing Dangote, and he went to their imported oil, and it was extremely substandard, and they told us that that's why all our vehicles are damaging in Nigeria, and they tested his own, and it passes international standards. So who signs off those substandard products to come into the country? If he's saying he's not importing it, but he exactly is signing them off as being fit and proper for Nigerian use. He also denied involvement in the alleged importation of substandard products, stating that regulatory agencies would not allow such products into the country. The NNPC board supported calls for live broadcast of the committee's interactive sessions to prevent misinformation and pledged full cooperation in the investigation. He reiterated the challenges facing the sector, including oil theft, pipe vandalism, and lack of investment in the upstream. Kyari assured the NNPC Limited remains loyal, faithful, and committed to Nigeria. Who else would they be? Well, they are not really loyal and committed to Nigeria. Anyway, we know who they are loyal and committed to. Kyari assured that the NNPC Limited remains loyal, faithful, and committed to Nigeria, acting in line with Petroleum Industry Act, Companies and Allied Matters Act, and other enabling law. So there it is right there. Go and source your own dues. Essentially, the message to Aliko Dangote right there. Nigerian Petroleum Company denies sabotaging refinery, says refineries must sabotaging Dangote refinery, says refineries must source supply and market. So yes, and largely you would agree, because you cannot expect that Nigeria should satiate the fullness of our Dangote's requirements. So it should source internationally, but a good percentage of that should come from its own home country. So there is that. So there is that. I will expose the truth when the time comes. I think we've just now read that. I will expose the truth when the time comes. Now let's go to this. Why we waved Russian flags, Kano protesters. So, so let's find out. Protesters in Kano who waved Russian flags during the hashtag End Bad Governance protest have shared their reasons for this action. A journalist embedded with the protesters in the corner area, that's Kurna. So I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. Apologies if I'm not. So again, protesters in Kano who waved Russian flags during the hashtag End Bad Governance protest have shared their reasons for this action. A journalist embedded with the protesters in Kurna, Kurna area of Kano City, was pointed to a man identified as a member of the Islamic movement in Nigeria when asking for one of the flags. So the Islamic movement in Nigeria, that is the Shiite sect of the Islamic divide in Nigeria. So you know that the abundance of Muslims in Nigeria are Sunnis, but there's a subsect, because the Sunnis, of course, they are the Saudi Arabian lilt of the Islamic faith, and the Shiites, they are the Iranian lilt of the Islamic faith. So that's the broad divide in that space. Protesters in Kano who waved Russian flags during the hashtag End Bad Governance protest have shared their reasons for this action. A journalist embedded with the protesters in the corner area of Kano City was pointed to a man identified as a member of the Islamic movement in Nigeria when asking for one of the flags. The journalist, who wished to remain anonymous for safety reasons, noted that members of the Shiite group began waving Russian flags, which was then adopted by other protesters. So I think this is an additional layer onto that narrative now. We know that the Shiite movement, they're a form of a separatist grouping within that northern paradigm and that faith system. We know that. So they have direct lineage to the Iranian space, and they want to form a subsect for themselves that stands independent of the Nigerian state. So what this is actually telling us is that they actually brought out the Russian flag first. So that adds another dimension to it. I hope you are following. The story is quite complex. The journalists who remained, let me take it from the top again. Actually, I like to have a flow. Protesters in Kano who waved Russian flags during the hashtag End Bad Governance protest have shared their reasons for this action. A journalist embedded with the protesters in the corner area of Kano City was pointed to a man identified as a member of the Islamic movement in Nigeria, IMN, when asking for one of the flags. The journalist, who wished to remain anonymous for safety reasons, noted that members of the Shiite group began waving Russian flags, which was then adopted by other protesters. That tells us where that came out first. However, a different protester who identified himself as Haruna told correspondents that he was not affiliated with the IMN. He said someone brought the flags to the protest to challenge the Nigerian government. I don't know him. So these are quotation marks now, quote directly from Haruna. I don't know him, but what is the Nigerian government doing to us? The government must listen to our concerns. They must bring back the fuel subsidy. The only flag that I cannot raise is that of Israel, Aruna said. Kano is predominantly Muslim with a large Sunni population where anti-Israel sentiments are common. IMN member Issa Bawa from Fagi local government area confirmed the participation of Shiite members in the protest and the use of Russian flags, but stated that there was no directive from the leaders to do so. Shiite members took part in the protest like other Nigerians who are hungry, but there is no formal instruction from our leaders for members to wave the Russian flag, Bawa said. A tea vendor, Abdullahi Maishayi, who was detained by the DSS on Sunday for displaying the Russian flag at his tea shop, but he was released. So that tells us then that that's where that is coming from. It's actually the Shiites that birthed the Russian flag into the protest dynamism. IGP task force clamps down on all thieves conveying refined products to Cameroon. So I think that's a long-standing story. Let's go on to this one. I was going to say make this one the last read down, but probably not. Federal government spent so now people have been hinting that subsidies are being paid. So I think this might well prove to be somewhat of a broad admission. Federal government spends $600 million on fuel importation monthly. So this is Wale Edun. Pardon me. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has revealed that the country currently spends, which is ongoing. So this is the subsidy that people have been asking for. So there it is right there. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has revealed that the country currently spends $600 million on fuel importation monthly. He stated that the high import bill is due to neighboring countries up to Central Africa benefiting from the country's fuel import. The minister stated this during an interview on AIT Moneyline program, which was posted on its YouTube channel on Wednesday. Edun explained that the situation was the reason President Bola Tinubu removed fuel subsidy, as the country does not know the exact amount of fuel consumed internally. According to a report by the National Bureau of Statistics, the country's petrol import was reduced to an average of 1 billion liters monthly after President Bola Tinubu removed the fuel subsidy on May the 29th last year. So reduced from what though? So we want to know what the marginals are. He said the fuel subsidy was removed 29th of May 2023 by Mr. President, and at that time, the poorest of the 40% was only getting 4% of the value, and basically they were not benefiting at all. So it was going to just a few. Another point that I think is important is that nobody knows the consumption in Nigeria of petroleum. We know we spend $600 million to import fuel every month, but the issue here is that all the neighboring countries were benefiting. So we are buying not just for Nigeria, we are buying for countries to the east, almost as far as Central Africa. We are buying for countries to the north, and we are buying for countries to the west. So I think this is an old narrative. I think this is more justification of why they removed the subsidy rather than anything else. So let's go on to the next one. The room needs populating, by the way. Anyone else come in. Right, Omoyele Sowore doubles down. He's still insisting on his Bula Balu and Bulaba. So Bula Balu and Bulaba, this is from his verified Twitter handle. Our non-negotiable demand. So he's doubled down. Hashtag end bad governance in Nigeria for the days of rage revolt, non-negotiable demand. So it's still doubling down. It's still very much a regurge of what is said previously. Scrap 1999 constitution and replace it with a people's made constitution. Toss the Senate arm of the Nigerian legislative system, keep the House, pay Nigerian $250,000 invest heavily in education and give Nigerian students grants, not loans, release Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally, and demilitarize the Southeast. All NSAS protesters, etc., renationalize public-owned enterprises sold to government officials and cronies, reinstate corruption-free subsidy regime to reduce hunger, starvation, and multidimensional poverty. You mean to reduce it or to reintroduce it? So the reinstating subsidy is to reintroduce those poverty things. Pro-past and present leaders who have looted the treasury recovered the loot. Restructuring of Nigeria to accommodate Nigeria's diversity, end banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes. In which country has violent crimes ever been ended? Just the brainlessness of it. Establish a special energy fund immediately to drive massive corruption-free power sector development. Immediate reconstitution of the Nigerian National Electoral Body, INEC, to remove corrupt individuals. Of course, they are corrupt. You lost an election. Massive investment in public works and industrialization will help. That's already ongoing. Massive shakeup of the Nigerian judiciary. So it doesn't make any sense. But then when Ashore ever said anything that ever really made any sense, but that's just a vacuous, empty noise. You know, just they say empty barrel makes the loudest noise and all that. All right, let me bring you one more readout and then we go on to the clips that we have. So remember that South African girl that won Miss South Africa, and but then because she has Nigerian blood in her, the whole place is going aflame. So let's go to that storyline. South African authorities investigate mother of Nigerian-born Miss South Africa finalist Chidinma Adesina of identity theft, threatening legal action. So they're trying to. Let's see. Would you say this girl is pretty? I wouldn't say she's pretty, but she's average rather than pretty, I would say. The South African government has stated that the mother of Chidinma Adesina, a finalist in the 2024 Miss South Africa contest, may have been involved in identity theft. Chidinma was born in Soweto, South Africa, to a Nigerian father and a mother of Mozambican descent. Social media attacks have targeted her Nigerian heritage, despite her being born in South Africa and meeting all competition requirements. However, the new development regarding her mother is contained in a circular issued by the country's Department of Home Affairs, dated the 7th of August 2024, in which it gave an update on the controversies surrounding Chidinma's qualification for the upcoming Miss South Africa event slated for Saturday. Miss Adesina's eligibility to compete in the beauty event has been seriously questioned by South Africans. She became a figure. She became a key figure in South Africa's xenophobia debate and national identity discussions after making it to the top 30 and becoming a finalist in Miss South Africa competition. However, criticism escalated on Monday when a video of her marriage surfaced, which many South Africans believed contravenes the competition's rules. New facts reveal that the South Africa Department of Home Affairs, anyway, they're questioning her paternity. I can't be bothered to read it anymore. So there she is right there. We may have to go back to it if anybody wants a bit more from that. So let's now rattle through the videos that we do have. Actually, let's kick it off with this one. Let's kick it off. I'm going to play you two clips now, both speaking to that palliative space. So the government tells you that they've sent out endless banks of food to all the state governors to distribute within their states, but the people are telling us that they cannot get the food. So let's go to Borno State first. to see how that narrative is playing out. Watch this.
We are here in Mongono town or Mongono local government area of Borno State, mainly to do two functions. One is the distribution of food items that were provided to the government of Borno State by the federal government for onward distribution to the deserving communities. 20 trucks of rice were given to the government of Borno State by the federal government. And this morning, we are here to distribute all the quantum that was given to us by the federal government to this very important community. In addition to this, we are also here to distribute seeds. We are now in a rainy season. People don't have the capacity to procure farm inputs, and we are here to distribute cowpea seeds to the farmers of Mongono town or Mongono local government area of Borno State. In addition to this one, federal government has also provided 90 trucks of fertilizer for onward distribution to farmers of Borno State free of charge. I want to acknowledge the receipt of the 90,000 trucks of fertilizer, as well as 20 trucks of rice from the federal government of Nigeria. And you have to bear witness that all these properties are being distributed to the deserving communities in Borno State. This is the main reason why we are here. In addition to this one, Borno State government has also decided to provide 10,000 naira cash to about 45,000 women beneficiaries, as well as a rafa to all of them. On behalf of the government and people of Borno State, I want to sincerely appreciate the support of the federal government. This is not the first time Borno State government is receiving support from the federal government in terms of palliatives. I think it is a continuous process. They have done their best, while the state government will complement the effort of the federal government are here to complement the efforts of the state government. And I think they are doing very well. But most importantly, you know, Borno State is one of the states that was severely affected by the insurgency. Borno State has the largest number of IDPs in the country. And as a result of this, we decided to continue with the distribution of palliatives. What we are doing is trying to support the community so that they can engage in their agricultural activities. So gradually we are exiting from the distribution of food items. The quantum that we receive is not quite enough, but we are receiving funding from the federal government, and this is our responsibility. They have done their best, and we shall continue to support this community. 10,000 naira each and a rafa from Borno State government. While we have 35,000 male heads of household that have received food items that were donated by the federal government of Nigeria, 25 kg bag of rice.
So there it is right there. So that clip tells us a whole lot of stories. Firstly, Governor Zulum has told us now that 20 trucks of rice were sent to all the state governors. He has brought the cameras out to show him distributing those bags of rice. So every single state got 20 trucks. So that should not remove poverty, but at least address some of the immediacy of it in terms of food poverty. So there's that. So he's also told us, if you want to hear the clip again, you can hear it. He's also told us that the government has sent them countless tons of fertilizers to distribute to farmers. So there's that. And then he also told us that off the back of his own, he has also distributed seedlings to farmers. So hold that as a thought. He brought the cameras out, showed us everything. So he's not even asking you to take his word for anything. So hold that as a thought. 20 trucks full of rice. Imagine 20 trucks full of rice in a state like Ekiti that barely has 1 million people. So every state got 20. So 20 trucks of rice that's been, and this was sent out a couple of weeks ago, by the way. So 20 trucks of rice to every state, that's one. And then tons of fertilizers to the states, that's two. And then seedlings as well. So how can we have food poverty under those circumstances? Fertilizers, seedlings, and then food to address the immediacy of that food poverty. Those were sent to all the states. So he's showing you how he is distributing it to have effect on his people, but how is it being handled in other states? So let me play you another clip that tells you the other half of this.
Some of them are meant to be meted. For example, the federal government has been saying states have been given bags of rice. In your state, Edo State, there's been the controversy, government saying, we did not receive any bag of rice. We've had other state governors also saying, we've not gotten these bags of rice yet. So for the measures that are even meant to be meted, they are not feeling the impact. Minister.
Well, thank you very much. I think for any governor to say that he has not received trucks of rice, 20 trucks of rice, it's not be fair. In the case of Edo State, we have just measured. Look at what happened. You see, read from social media and the television, how people went into warehouses, broke into warehouses, and brought out these goods. The state governor, for instance, got his own. And I can say in clarity that there are some state governors who, of course, were engineering this process. Because even himself, you have just measured, the governor of Edo State, you have just measured. Recently, when the protest started, he was the one that organized people at the Kick Square, addressed them. And at the end of the day, what did he say? He said, I'm going to carry your message to the federal government. That is to Abuja. We are talking of head of bad governors. The pressure is given is that it is the bad governors is at the doorstep of the federal government. Whereas the resources of this country is being shared among the 3 tiers of government. We should expect such a person to address the problem we have in Edo State. How many roads has he been able to tie? How many erosion problems has he been able to solve? But rather, what he does is that if government brings relief like this, he will back them and put his name. We saw what happened during the COVID, and that is the same thing that is happening today. I watch on the screen so many governors distributing their relief materials, both rice and fertilizer. For instance, I watched the Bayelsa State governor directly that no person in government should get any dime of this rice. And the same thing, some other states that I watched on the television. But in the case of Edo State, there's nothing like that.
And to back up what that chap was saying, we've seen clips in the course of this. I can go and look for it again, or somebody can send it to me on Instagram and play it again. We've seen clips in the course of this protesting going on of people breaking into the warehouse of the Edo State government and helping themselves to this palliative rice, which is clearly marked with government logo. So it's a tale of two cities, isn't it? We've seen the palliatives following through as is intended in Borno State, and we're seeing in Edo State the Obaseki rebagging it and tagging it with his name and selling the rest of rebagging it. So it's so repeat that throughout all of the 36 states of the country, and then you see then that hashtag, where is our money, that Chenwo Kumbaloye was talking about yesterday, that you should really be taking your protest to your state governors. So you should really be taking your statements to your state governors, but the protest now frontally focused to Tinubu, and he's now on his knees. What this?
Nigerians, this period may be hard on us, and there is no doubt that it's tough on us. But I urge you all to look beyond the present temporary pains and aim at the larger picture. All our good and helpful plans are in the works. More importantly, I know that they will work. Sadly, there was an unavoidable lag between subsidy removal and these plans coming fully online. However, we are swiftly closing the time gap. I plead with you, please have faith in our ability to deliver and in our concern for your well-being. We will get out of this turbulence and due to the measures we have taken, Nigeria will be better equipped and able to take advantage of the future that awaits her. For example, we shall.
All right, let me pause it right there. So somebody sent that in, but it looks as though in the comment section, people are actually saying this is an old clip. This was being circulated today. So sometimes in the course of chasing the news, sometimes you may, I would double check that to see if it's a new one or an old video has been suggested. Let me play you one more clip. I may play you a couple more clips more, but let me play you especially this one that chimes with the storyline of the first clip that I played you, the chap that was saying, but listen to this actually. Not often do I agree with this guy or for reasons of him being a drug head, but in this instance, maybe he has a point. Listen to this.
When dollar was $1 to $1, say, hundreds of millions of Nigerians were still suffering. When dollar was 10 naira to $1, tens of millions of Nigerians suffering. Still, education was not working. Transportation was not working. No lights. When dollar was 50 naira to $1, there was no lights. There was no water. There was nothing. Insecurity. Now they know now they talk Boko Haram all this. Before when we small now, communal clash they call on that time constantly. If a Modakeke, Igbo versus Hausa, Hausa versus Igbo, every week, bloodshed all over Nigeria. I never see one time for Nigeria with that kind of thing will happen. So I want to understand also because what are we fighting for? So we want this system to change ni Abu just want to make things better for we where they do guy man for town. Like before. But make everybody still suffer the way they suffer. Because not be when dollar become 1,006, now all of us they suffer. Now no light. Not be now they stop to they give us light. Now water no day, now road no good. I mean because food costs now where we buy the food before? Now because we buy the food easy before, because you carry 200 bay, enter supermarket, you go load. You know think say you guys from Nigeria who never see 200 bay before for their life. How many Nigerians don't enter supermarket before for this country? I don't say very few. I don't just say Nigerians who don't enter supermarket, go buy something for themselves, reach 20 million. Make the court show anywhere. I say Nigerians, out of the 200 million waiting for this country, Nigerians who don't enter supermarket, all this shop right, all this. How many places even day? First of all, how many places this kind of supermarket day?
So there it is right there. Not often do I agree with anything that Sheon Kuti has to say, but certainly, so there it is. These people protesting now, you have to query their sincerity or the integrity of what they are doing. The protest is almost as though Tinubu was handed a fully functional country where everything was peachy, and then he's ruined it within 1 year. So they are protesting for electricity, they are protesting for affordable food, they are protesting for a better quality of life. So they are entitled to protest for those, but when have they ever experienced that in Nigeria? When have they ever had electricity? When have they ever had good roads? When have they ever had water? When have they ever had anything in Nigeria? When have they ever been able to afford anything in Nigeria? Oh, they're saying, no, it's the hardest it's ever been. It's not the hardest it's ever been. It is not. You know, food is a bit more expensive, but food is still affordable because the market is still open and people still make purchases. Do you know that for years, I can speak for the Southwest, for years in Yoruba land, in the Southwest, they used to open, you know, they sell, I can't remember the name of the brand now, but you remember they sell sugars in boxes, in cubes that is in a box. Do you know that in Yoruba land for years, they would unbox the sugar and put a quantity in a nylon sort of translucent nylon and tie it up and sell it that way. They do it for Bonvita as well. They'll open the can, put it in nylon sachets and sell it like that. They've been doing that for decades. So they have dynamic ways to bring food affordability to people. And we have even now seen in this now dispensation transmuting now to cutting up yams into slices and selling it off. So people will still find ways to feed. But what this government is doing is to attempt to permanently remove that as a narrative. Countless fertilizers, countless seeds, machineries being imported, a new landscape, synergizing the Ministry of Water Resources with the Ministry of Land in order then to formulate a year-round agricultural cycle. All of that is being worked out in real time, not even being promised, actually being actioned. So what more do you want? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? They created a credit scheme in order for you to be able to expand whatever your income is in a credit facilitation. What do you want? They've introduced a student loan scheme so that any brilliant child will not fall out of the loop. So what more? What more do you want? What do you want? Well, we know what you want, of course, and we know why you're doing it. So there it is right there. Let's go to the Dangote narrative. I've just played you a yam head who is an Amugo. Let me play you another yam head who talks nonsense most times, but is he talking nonsense here?
Aliko Dangote is a shameless guy. You see, he uses Nigerian money to become African richest man every year. So if you open the treasury of Nigeria and you give to Nedu will also be declared the richest man in Africa. So what the Dangotes of this world do is he's an Ajib, all governments in power. Any government that comes into power, before they come into power, he will identify who he thinks will win, donate money to them. Then when they come into power, he just goes and starts kissing them. So unfortunately, that did not work with Tinubu, and that's why they're angry with him. So they are going after him because also, the Tinubu guys, they are monopolists themselves, just like Dangote. So they feel that there's nothing Dangote is doing that they cannot do. After all, they can do the oil, they can bring the sugar, they can do it. So Nigerians should not sympathize with Aliko. Let them fight and finish off themselves. Nigerians always love to take side in battles that does not directly benefit them.
All right, let me rinse and repeat what I said about Seun Kuti. I have to say, I never really agree. I don't even have time for him. That's Deji is just imagine if your stock in life is to be show rest man Friday, So I have not even a moment for him, but even a broken clock is right twice a day. So you cannot really fault what he's saying there. People sympathizing with the Dangote. Dangote is at the heart in many ways of a lot of the problems that we have. And people that are trying to portray Dangote as this business genius, this guru, financial guru, he is not anything like that. For going back to the Buhari era and even further back, this guy has always enjoyed government patronage in terms of monopolies, helping them to launder dodgy money, all of these sort of things. This is where his wealth came from, not from enterprise, certainly not from enterprise. The enterprise is just a facade. That look at what happened under the Buhari space. They said it's a special. They said it's his enterprise, this refinery is a venture of national importance, and then he was getting discounted dollars from CBN, and it was just round tripping it and kicking the can down the road that I will open it next year. Which is more profitable? Take dollars at 40, sell it for 100, or go and breed some refinery where you'll be sweating to make money. So nobody should sympathize with that. Dangote, essentially what Deji Adeyanju is saying there. So there's this now last clip. It's about 8 minutes long. So I don't know if you want it or not. This is Comrade Oshomole. Let me play you about 4 minutes of it because I think I felt you hostage for long enough. But this one is quite compelling viewing. This is an interaction with their Rights TV space. Watch this.
Because I see we lack a lot of truth, and that's why our lives are never going to be better. as a country. The day we start to speak the
on
truth.
both sides, yes. Truth is constant. You can't defeat the truth. And that's why I have the courage to speak my mind.
Let me land, comrade. You are saying today that when you people went out for Occupy Nigeria in 2012, the word occupy, you are blaming...
I wasn't part of it.
No, hang on a minute. I'm saying when all these well-meaning Nigerians, including the current president and affiliation with the political party, the APC, went out then protesting against subsidy, you are saying that the word occupy Nigeria doesn't mean to take over Nigeria. You are saying they didn't probably threaten regime change and all of that. Comrade, the truth has to be said that the group that organized this protest is not faceless, except you choose to say you don't know them. You are saying you don't know Deji Adeyanju. You are saying you don't know Yemi Adamolem, which are people that have been frontline, civil society activists in this country. These are people that also made input in other protests. They're a valid group. So let's set that side apart first. Let's set apart that side. The second one, you said the president, when he gave his speech, it was a good speech. A lot of Nigerians say no. If you read that speech, apart from the conciliatory part of, yes, I'm sorry about the fact that people died, which a lot of people blame the president, because if he had come out to speak on time, that protest might not have even held in the first place. But he left it until after people died to come and speak, which was an abdication of responsibility. He now went ahead to rehash promises that we already know. Let me give you empirical facts this morning. As at 2022, Timi Praye Silva's target was to get over 5 million CNG cars on the road. President Tinubu promised 1 million CNGs. That's even a backward walk from Timi Praye Silva's promise. He said he's going to do 10 million hectares. He said he's going to cultivate 500,000 hectares last year. We have not seen the food. Food inflation is still over 40%. He's celebrating the fact that, okay, we have 9.1 trillion now in revenue earnings, that we earn more compared to last year. But don't forget also the fact you politicians come out to tell us how broke government is. In fact, the deficit is also increasing. He said he's going to he's giving over 570 billion to the states. Some of the states came out to say that they've got nothing really. We said we are sharing palliative. People can't feel the impact. So a lot of people say it was just another campaign rhetoric, empty on promises and less on impact. And you said that speech was okay. So my two questions are...
Can I reply, sir?
Yes, go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
Your two questions, because you spoke at let's reduce that to two questions.
Yes. The first question is...
What are your two questions, sir?
You people know the organizers of the protest. Do not say it was faceless because it's been hijacked by people. And ample intelligence was provided that it was going to be hijacked. What did the government do about it? You people know the organizer of it was not a faceless protest. That's the first question. I'm challenging your initial narrative. And I'm saying the president's speech was flawed. And I've given you empirical facts.
Excuse me, my dear friend Rufai, I hope to see you in the very near future so we can have a tea without or after this session.
And we dance again.
You are entitled to your evaluation. Excuse me, I will dance again. And I have improved even at elder age. But one thing you have to agree is that one man's sense of objectivity is another man's idea of objectivity. When people say, I am being factual, as you have claimed, I am being objective. You are objective sometimes only to the extent that you are not aware of your own biases or you are not aware of your own subjectivity. This is fact in social sciences. And to say that one evaluation is standard, any deviant is wrong, is not valid in social sciences. Now, I told you one word. It's not about all those who want the president mentioned. Well, just to remind people that he has not been sleeping. If he says he will farm, he will have farm and produce all the food in 1 year. If it was that easy to produce the food in 1 year, from Obasanjo's return to school in his first coming as military government, as a military head of state, I saw him with joy as a villager. I saw a president with them, Chief of General Staff, Yaradua, say school to farm program. I remember President Shehu Shagari saying, we want green revolution. All these governments have promised this. This man is only in office for 1 year. He outlined what he's going to do. And Rufai, how long did it take to set up a credible, now highly competitive Arise television? From the day my dear friend conceptualized the idea, and I told him it's impossible. I can reveal to you, I and KK discussed, I said, this man is always into, how is he going to compete with CNN? How is he going to compete with China already established? Today, it's a reality. It's not just in existence. Arise has become an authoritative national network. Between conceptualization and realization, it takes time. It takes huge time. Now, why I say these people are faceless and that they wanted regime change, I listened to all these names you mentioned, plus others. I don't know them. You can't say I know them because you know them. Now, which Nigeria does not know Wole Soyinka? Who didn't know Gani Fayemi of blessed memory? Who doesn't know Femi Falana? You see, the issue of we know some individuals. How much trust do those individuals command in the bar of the average Nigerian? Those people carry sticks in Kano.
Do you know Sowore?
Those people who... I know Sowore as a defeated presidential candidate. And when you are defeated in election, you wait for the man who won, you give him time. Sowore should know. He had interviewed me in Washington, and I met with him. I like what he was doing. I think he became one of the most authoritative first online, publisher. Sahara Reporters. What you get from Sahara Reporters, I often wonder, how does he get his information? In my view, he was at his best. But once he dragged himself into politics and contest election, he has become a politician. And if you discredit politicians, Rufai, as you often do, you can't pick and choose.
Congress Senator.
So Sowore cannot be seen as speaking. People will see him as still nursing the grievances, the pain of his defeat.
Congress
So
Senator.
that is not the guy to speak for those people in Kano, for those who throw bomb in Maiduguri, for those who hijack vehicles in this. Number 3, what did you expect a president to do when he is mourning the death of people avoidably? No president will throw ice cream when the nation is under stress.
Senator.
He didn't need to smile unnecessarily because he wasn't addressing...
Senator.
He wasn't... Listen, you have to give me the opportunity, sir, with due respect. He wasn't celebrating October 1st or Democracy Day. He was addressing rioters and protesters that have claimed life. He needed to wear a face of a president that recognized. Did you watch the British Prime Minister? Did you see how he addressed the British people following the riots in Britain? He didn't deny the fact that 3 innocent children shouldn't have been killed. However, that was not a justification for looting and violence. And he said, we will deal firmly with this right-wing Protestants.
All right. So the first thing is, pardon me. The first thing is, I have to say that I object to the bow tie that this Reuben Abati is always wearing. I object to it. It's not appropriate for, a bow tie is either for a dinner or a gala event, certainly not for the television studio. So people miss, and that's Akinwumi Adesina as well, always wearing a bow tie. A bow tie is for specific occasions, really for gala event or grand dinner or grand parties. That's sort of a tie would suffice. So a tie would suffice. And also, I'm not quite sure how they assemble the people that they have on the Rise TV, but I'm not sure that it's humanly possible to be more vile, more detestable than that Rufai Seni. Just a gimp. Just a gimp, But Oshiomhole very much equal to him. So I think that's enough, actually. So let's play the Kegite music. Get the panelists on. Plenty of spaces still are available on the panel. Anybody that wants to jump on. The super chat spaces is still open as well. We're not seeing sufficient activities there. So let's go to the Kegites, and then we'll see improvements after that. First, the Kegites.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Apa you don't come oh. Apa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ide sodi ya kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there's it right there. Ikuko Niru Agbesheme, deaths have nothing to do with us. So deaths have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Larry, always a grand session anytime Larry is around. Here is Gas Them Up, a fan favorite on the platform. Here is Ekene joining us from Lagos somewhere. Good to see you, Ekene. Father of the bride, Ajale Koko, of course, the daddy of the proceedings. There's Thomas right there to make sure things are going ticketable. And then Solly now, who is now fast turning into a people's champion and an obedient. So good to have you, gentlemen. So Solly, I know that you were the first in, but let me just mix it up for editorial reasons. So I'm going to kick it off with Larry, and then from Larry I'll go on to Ekene, then come to you. So that's for editorial reasons. So we kick it off with Ekene. We kick it off rather with Larry, but also, gentlemen, I want us to try and moderate the interjections as much as we can for the smooth flowing of the session. So we kick it off with Larry, if he's ready to go. Larry, look at that. After I don't clear road for you, eh?
Good evening, one man.
Chairman, how about it?
I'm all right. I'm all right. And good evening to viewers, and good evening to fellow panelists. Hope you're all doing great.
Yeah, great. Good to have you, and hope you are doing great too. But really to it, I agree with this probe, but the only bit that I don't agree is that it doesn't go further back enough. Senate queries $1.5 billion approved for Port Harcourt refineries maintenance. So I'm not quite sure how Mele Kyari can argue his way out of that. But what are you making of that? The pressure being put on the government by the people now transmuting to the looters?
Yeah, one man. Yeah, it's good, but I have my reservations. Number one, just like you said, I don't know why they will tell me they are probing $1.5 billion. When in 2023, they told us that 10 years before 2023, NNPC has spent $25 billion on the 3 refineries. And in 2024, you're now telling me that you want to probe $1.5 billion. Who is deceiving who? Mele Kyari has been NNPC, kind of like the head of NNPC since 2019. So basically for like 5 years. So, and almost every year, they've been budgeting money for those refineries. And none of these refineries has actually worked. And we're talking about around 25 billion. So if they are telling us that they want to probe 1.5 billion, for me, I just see it as, let's do something to pacify Nigerians to make it look more like, yeah, we are probing these guys. Number two, I'm not comfortable with Opeyemi Bamidele being the person to spearhead the probe. Probably, even if they want someone from APC, probably an Oshomole or someone that can do a good job. I see Opeyemi Bamidele more as pro Mele Kyari. And I don't really, though I don't know, I don't want to guess what's going to happen. But for me, it's just still going to, I don't really see him doing a good job. I know, House of Rep is also trying to do a similar probe, but there's a lot of drama going on in House of Reps. Because, those guys, I know those guys will do a better job than all those senators. But still, I think it's good. It's good. They said they want to televise it. I hope they actually allow people from outside, CSO, civil society organizations, and some other people that need to ask about Mele Kyari questions. If he believes that he wants to go in front of Nigerians and is ready for that scrutiny, now let Nigerians scrutinize Mele Kyari. Mele Kyari has basically been deceiving us. He's been deceiving Nigerians for years. And it's also easy for him to now tell us, right, that, oh, I'm not a thief, I'm not a this, I'm not a that. Because he knows that he has not really done his work diligently. Now, today, this afternoon, they said workers in Warri Refinery, they are protesting and this and that. And I asked myself, workers in Warri Refinery, which refinery? If you go to Port Harcourt, you have people that are working in Port Harcourt Refinery. They call themselves staff. When was the last time that refinery, was productive? And these are a whole lot of money that those guys, they come in, they tell you, we want to do this, and all those things are basically loans. They go all out, collect the loans, and at the end of the day, you can't even get anything to hold for it. So as far as I'm concerned, if he believes, right, that he wants to open himself to scrutiny, so then if Bamidele believes he wants to do a good job, he should open it up and let people from outside, civil society organizations, people that have questions, because a lot of Nigerians have questions to ask Mele Kyari, because he needs to tell us what has actually happened to $25 billion. $1.5 billion is, for me, they are still joking. But it's good. It's a good.
Close to $50 billion would have been sunk in that space, 1999 till date.
Yeah. So at least me, I want to hold on to things that, at least what they said, and things that are kind of like factual, I can back up. At least I can back like $25 billion up. So they need to tell us. And the last time, and I'm still waiting for him, and probably if Baba is here. Baba, he promised us, and he was even kind of like swearing and all those things. And I'm very sure that refinery will not be ready. And that's why he's doing all sorts of things. All he's going to go there to do is basically, he's going to, oh, yeah, is this, is that. Oh, I don't want to talk. Probably I will talk later. Mr. Man, talk. Talk. You don't even need to, oh, I'm not a thief. I'm not a this. I'm not a that. We said you are a thief. So come and prove us wrong. Give us facts. Give us data. Let us confirm you and let us be the ones to judge you to say, oh, yeah, you've done a good job. Not the senators can tell you you've done a good job because they're also part of the game. Because this is Nigeria. If you've spent $25 billion, how much is Nigeria's foreign reserve? Around $35, $37 billion. And if $25 billion has gone into something that we can't even get a single drop of refined crude, so what are we saying? And you think we'll still look at you and we'll still praise you? You go from station to station and all you tell them is, oh yeah, don't worry, next month, from next month, when it's like 2 weeks to that time, you go back, oh, it's mechanical that is finished. Oh, it's this, is that. Oh, we've got crude into that refinery. Who is deceiving who? We all know those things. We all know this game. So for me, it's good, and I know it's coming basically because people want answers. We want answers. Now, Dangote Refinery told us August 10, probably August 10, August 15, and that's why most of all these things are coming up. So he should come and tell us what he knows. Probably there are other people that, he's been covering. Now, he should come and tell us those other people so that Nigerians will know who to point to. So that even if the president is involved, if he can tell us, so probably the president is involved, yes, we want to know. Because at this point, I am very sure he should remember there's not going to be an NPC chairman for life. One day he's going to leave that place. Then he will now sit back and face Nigerians. Part of the problem we have today in that country is because of the likes of these guys.
You said he's going to face Nigerians? When has that ever happened? Where anybody has left office and they face Nigerians?
Have you seen a situation where a justice that is well respected, retired, and go back home? Probably you've seen that. See, when they are left to themselves and their family members and people in their community, that's when they will definitely know what they've done. It's always easy when you have all the power, you have everything, but to get to a point, your name, your generation, we still have some people that are dead today. Their kids can't even come out because their names are not good.
What are the chances of them? What are the chances of them letting in cameras on this probe? I think it's just blustering. I think it's just they're just peacocking. I cannot imagine that they would let cameras in.
They don't have a choice. They don't have a choice. They don't have a choice because, it's a whole lot of things. They don't have a choice. And these are part of the reason why, for me, I think the protest and everything, right? When we talk about sources, those are things that this protest has actually really helped us to do. Even Bamidele that is going to be sharing that, right? He also doesn't have a choice because you can't even do off your mic in this thing because all eyes are on them. And I think at this point, it's got to.
Wow, you said that people will go back to their localities after they finish their survey, and
we can barely hear you. I'm not sure.
Okay, hold on. Listen, I was asking him. He said that the people will go back to their village or wherever they'll go back to, and they'll have shame. Which of these people can't walk the streets because of their bad name or their children? Which one of these people? If you can give me some examples.
No, I don't think that's the central point to what he's saying. What he's saying is that the time for probity is now, and there's nowhere to hide anymore, especially off the back of what we're seeing going on in the country at the moment. But Larry, carry on.
Wait, one man. Wait, hold on, one man.
Don't divert us.
I'm not digressing, but he said something. I know, but one man. See, when they did it to me yesterday, you let them. I'm asking them a specific question. Come on, one man. Don't be biased today, please, man. Just let me ask the brother the question, man. Come on, don't do that, man. Don't be biased today, bro. Can you just help yourself for 3 seconds?
Guy, just hold on. Your system is not doing well, and I don't want it to divert into whether people can walk the street or not. That's not central to what's being discussed.
I know, but I'm asking him. He said the example. I just want to know who is one of the people. That's all. He can just give me one example of a family name that's no good.
Okay. So you said I should give you an example.
You can either do that or just carry on. I don't want it to divert into something that is not.
Yeah,
of
that's
any significance.
that's not really an argument, though. We have a whole lot of people, that had a lot of power, but when they lost that power, it's them, right? Is it that probably they are visiting EFCC, they don't have that respect among their people, and even outside their community, do they even have that respect? But I don't really.
There's a whole lot of family names that is no good. The Abacha name, they spit when they say it. The Babangida name, which name comes out of government with a great reputation?
So that's not really an argument, though. It depends on probably what you think, right? Probably some of all those people. There are a whole lot of people, that have done a whole lot of things when they had the power and immediately they left. I've seen people, that stole money. There was this Afolabi. Is it Afolabi? One man that stole during Obasanjo, that stole money for national ID card, right? Still today, the stigma is still in his family. When you remember that name, you still remember things they've done. So, but that's not really an argument. But as far as I'm concerned, I look forward to that probe. I expect them, if they say they want to get it open, yeah, that's good. Let all Nigerians see, right? And if they want to cover it, then we all know that they are the problem, right? They need to let us know. If Kyari, I like the fact that he said the first thing he said that was that, oh, he's not a thief. Yes, he needs to come and prove us wrong, because a lot of us that are outside, that see a lot of money that have gone into that sector, that are not really seeing results, are basically calling him thieves. Everybody in NNPC, for me, none of them, because Kyari has been in NNPC for over 30 years. 35 years in NNPC. So what exactly? He knows everything in NNPC. Every deal's in NNPC.
Do you think it would be possible, because we've heard all of this type of probes advertised before, and then we never hear anything or get any results outside of the advert, outside of the headlines. Do you think this will lead to anything, and do you think they can make recoveries from these people? Because I think a lot of this money is long gone.
Yeah, you see, one thing that this probe will do will be ensuring that the refineries work. I'm not saying they're going to get all those money back, but this probe will ensure that refinery work. Because even if you look at all the senators, right, even all of them are afraid. Because this protest has actually opened a lot of them up, particularly the northerners. It's really opened them up. A lot of them are even afraid to even go back home. Right? I was not here yesterday, but I was listening to Azan, right? Because this protest has actually, you've seen a lot of movement going in the north, right? It's more like, people are now beginning to know what exactly can they do. Don't be surprised when you start seeing people looking for ways to recall people back. Some of them can't even go to their villages, because now most of the thing has actually now shifted to them. Because if Dangote refinery start working, and this guy that has promised us that refinery is going to work, that the refinery eventually does not work, then he needs to look for something to do. So the basic thing is, I'm not saying they're going to get the money back. It's still going to be one or two things. Oh, this and that, blame game. But what I know is that this will help us to ensure that refinery works. That's my view on that, woman.
Oh, all right, let me take you to a couple more spaces and then move the conversation around. At this now fuel subsidy that people are fixated on, insisting that it should be returned. So we had that clip from that actor guy saying that it's a foolishness. And then this headline as well, NSAS protesters, poverty will worsen if petroleum subsidy returns. So can you see an argument that returns the subsidy? And if it is returned, how is it paid for? I mean, I thought the thing was so basic that everybody understood, but apparently not.
Man, why are we still talking about subsidy when the government actually came out to tell us that they spend $600 million every month? So it's basically they've come out openly to tell us that this is the subsidy we pay, $600 million. So, the only thing that can happen now is probably, okay, increase that $600 million to like probably $1.2 billion every month. These are things that they've been hiding, right? They've been hiding. And the problem with Nigeria, even if you bring that subsidy, you increase that money that you spend, subsidizing petrol and the fact that you don't have control over your border, and they can't even tell you today, if you ask them today, what, in terms of the quantity of what they are subsidizing, they don't even know. So it's still going to be, because as far as Africa is concerned, I think Nigeria has the lowest price when it comes to petrol. And you've seen instances where you hear that petrol in Nigeria go as far as to Central Africa. So for me, I think the major thing, right, it's basically, Dangote coming up. They need to sit down with Dangote and negotiate well. If you are using $600 million every month, right, to pay those guys outside, negotiate with Dangote, since you're going to be selling to Dangote in Naira, and basically you're going to be buying in Naira. So that's the only thing I see, the only leeway I see. Or it's subsidy coming down, this blah, blah, those
Are you saying they should subsidize as Dangote as well?
Yeah,
for
obviously.
Nigeria?
No, obviously.
But that does that not negate the purpose then? Because that will still make petroleum in Nigeria excessively cheap, and then of course the smuggling still carries on.
No. Let's get something right. To keep petrol at 650 naira, right? That means you need to pay $600 million. Presently in Nigeria now, probably you see spaces where petrol is being sold as much as 800, some places 900, some places it could be as far as much as 1,000. But if you are spending $600 million, right? So what stops you from negotiating with Dangote, and if that helps you to kind of like, limit that to like $400 million, is that still not a win for you? And if that's going to help us to ensure that we have that energy.
I don't think it should be subsidized at all.
No, if it's not subsidized at all, then how do you want him to sell to you? Because you are not selling crude to him at a discounted price. The only difference is the fact that you're selling him crude at the spot exchange rate as at that time that you are making that negotiation. So it's still more of the same thing. The only advantage he gets is the fact that he won't be exposed to foreign exchange, the foreign exchange fluctuation, the risks, that's the risk that he won't be exposed to. It's not like you're discounting what you're selling to him.
Even if they don't discount it, I don't think the price of petrol at the pumps, I don't think it will be that much higher than what it is now.
How do you don't think it will be much higher than what it is now? So
yes, because they removed the importation, which is about 20% or thereabout of the expense, and it's not a dollarized. I don't think it will be that much more expensive than it is now.
Woman. This is just simple arithmetic. To get petrol to Nigeria, the landing cost, right, for as of today, let's say it's around 1,200. That is probably the transport and everything, that actually let's say that's kind of like cover like
all in. But what percentage is the logistics?
That's what I'm saying. So basically, if let's say like that, okay, on every liter, right? Let's say that carries like 300. So which means that you still have like 900, right? So that means if you are not even subsidizing Dangote, right? That means basically, and Dangote can obviously not sell for like 900 to you. So you want him to kind of like sell at probably something a little bit, around 600. For me, I'm still looking if they can negotiate and get something to like 500, right? If Dangote can do 500.
Wait, hold on. Can I ask you about this math? Because you're saying the landed cost, so that's from bringing it back after it's been refined. But Dangote is not going to have a landed cost, right? Because he's doing the refining locally, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So then what should his so he shouldn't have to worry about a landed cost, right?
Yeah, that's why I said Out of 1,200, take 300 out of it and have 900.
Okay, so here's my thing, because we're saying the subsidy, and I raised this yesterday. The question is, why is the subsidy so expensive in the first place?
Why is it so expensive?
Because okay, let me put it like this. I've done the deep dive to look at the audit, right? So when most of the time we don't audit why there's the actual cost of these subsidies, where the inputs and the outputs are going to, right?
Okay.
And so one of the biggest impediments is the fact that extraction of oil, to set up an inland extraction, right, a rig, is $35 million US right now in Nigeria. Now, if you compare that to Canada or the United States, where it's 1.8 or $2 million. So that's the first problem that we have. Then, as you mentioned, none of the refineries are working. So it's like you tell the Nigerian people, okay, we're going to take away the subsidy, but we didn't ensure that the refineries are working. Because if all of the refineries are working, in addition to Dangote, Bua, and these other people that are coming up with the modular refineries, the price of petrol in Nigeria should be relatively low because there'll be adequate supply. But the real question is, why isn't the government, if they're so, they have the power to cut off the subsidy?
Hold on. It's a cost of production thing, not a supply thing now. It's a cost of production thing, not a supply thing.
No, again, one man. This is why I tell you, right? I sent you the email. No disrespect, one man. I'm trying to tell you, you got to do a deep dive, dude. Like, I did the deep dive. It's not a cost of production thing. No. Why is the cost of production to get fuel outside of Nigeria, to extract it from the Nigerian ground, $35 million? That's something we have to look into. Part of the reason is we're still using antiquated methods. We're still using some, techniques and some machinery that, quite frankly, the rest of the world has moved past.
Okay, let me just.
That's neither here nor there. My point is, yeah, go ahead.
Let me just say this, right? When we
Larry,
sir,
Larry, let me say this. I'm following what you are saying very, very well here. But look, this guy is very disingenuous with even that information he gave us. We are importing $600 million worth of petrol. And then what? What does that mean? It failed to mention how much they subsidize. That is what.
No, I think that's
that's the subsidy.
That's the subsidy. The 600 million is the subsidy.
It's the subsidy.
Imported 600 million. Is that the subsidy?
Yeah, that's the subsidy.
Yeah.
How does that represent the subsidy?
Because that's what he said in the readout.
But how can I represent?
You see, that's what I'm saying. But
hold on.
No. Hold on. Don't make it rowdy. Don't make it rowdy. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah.
That cannot represent the subsidy. You bought product. Hold on. You bought a product for 600 million. How much did you sell that product?
Baba,
how much?
Let one man read that thing again. So probably.
All right. Let me speak through it.
Yeah.
It says the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has revealed that the country currently spends $600 million on fuel importation monthly. It said that the high import bill is due to neighboring countries up to Central Africa benefiting from the country's fuel import. The minister stated this during an interview on a television program which was posted on their YouTube channel. Edu explained that the situation was the reason President Bola Tinubu removed fuel subsidy, as the country does not know the exact amount of fuel consumed internally. According to a report by the National Bureau of Statistics, the country's petrol import was reduced to an average of 1 billion liters monthly after President Tinubu removed the fuel subsidy on May the 29th. He said the fuel subsidy was removed on May the 29th by Mr. President, and at that time, the poorest of the 40% was only getting 4% of the value. and basically they were not benefiting at all. So it was going to a few. Another point that, so let me just give you a couple more paragraphs. Another point that I think is important is that nobody knows the consumption in Nigeria of petroleum. We know we spend 600 million naira to import fuel every month, but the issue here is that all the neighboring countries are benefiting. So we are buying not just for Nigeria, we're buying for countries to the east, almost as far as the Central Africa. We are buying for countries to the north, and we are buying for countries to the west. And so we have to ask ourselves as Nigerians, how long do we want to do that for? And that is the key issue regarding the issue of petrol pricing. So
let me say this, one man. So I mean, this guy is just, I don't know what he's saying. Now, is he trying to tell us that now those petrol are still not going to the neighboring country at that price that we have it today? Are they still not going out to neighboring and all those countries? So this the how much being subsidized, how much the subsidy carry, they are not mentioning it. He just mentioned 600 million. Yes, we know they are spending 600 million worth of petrol, but that cannot totally represent the subsidy. The cost of product you imported does not mean that, yes, that is what you give out as no. It didn't give out all the information. It's supposed to go.
So Baba, in terms of
Larry, if he finishes, I want to just
it's supposed
interject
to tell us that, okay, 600 million, this is how much we consume. Even for the fact that they said they don't even know how much we consume, that's a failure on their side. So even up to now, they still don't know how much we consume, and yet you continue to import this thing. So what are they telling us? It's disingenuous with this information that is telling us. They just defending their position, which is really hurting the economy, and it's not giving us the full details of, surrounding this subsidy. So that's the way I see it, Larry.
Larry, may I come in, please?
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Larry. Hello, woman. I think Mr. Edun should be speaking less about anything concerning this subsidy issue. I think his boss haven't got enough time to sit him down and educate him, because he apparently is showing lack of knowledge, despite the fact that he is the chairman of the economic team. I think I'm correct. He cannot say he has not heard from Mele before that Mele is on record that we are using 33 million liters every day. That is one. Two, if you are using 600 million every month, the arithmetic there is, how much are you paying per ton? If you know how much you are paying per ton, you know how many vessels that are coming. It's a function of arithmetic. So you know exactly how many tons you are paying 600 million on. Three, the calculation to do a guesswork. I think those people who do statistics here can talk on that. Is how many cars running in the country by the registrations we've had, and they do the minus of those that will be in the graveyard of metals at the moment, and those that are functional right now. So you have an idea how many cars on the road. That is, I think that's where they come up with how many, the quantity of fuel we use every day. So you can't just come up and be very opaque about this, because we are in a country where a lot of people don't know.
Baba, there was a period that Mele Kyari told us that we were consuming 66 million liters daily, and
That is
that was
pre-subsidy removal.
No. That was pre-subsidy removal. That was during the Buhari
Exactly.
era.
That's where I had him.
Yes, and Labido Sanusi was so alarmed. He was asking if we were drinking the oil. Let me play this. Actually, let me not play it because it's about 55 minutes long. But that's
long. I know. Yeah. In that same breath, they now confirm. But now we are using 33 million every day, and they must have worked it out. Mele said that, I think, on Arise. The only time he has granted interview to Arise is here. So Edun shouldn't be the one coming up. I think
at 66 million liters, Sanusi was telling us. It says we are consuming more than Indonesia, Pakistan, Egypt, Cote d'Ivoire, even more than Kenya. In 2019, officially, we were importing 40 million liters per day. In 2022, officially, we're importing 66 million per day. In 3 years,
you can see the quantum leap.
Hold on. In 3 years, we have increased our petroleum consumption by 50%. Tell me, is it the population? Is it the number of cars? just ask yourself if it makes sense that in 3 years you increase your consumption of petrol by 50 years. So it was just a free for all during the Buhari era, So,
exactly. Yeah. That is why the subsidy has to go, because the mumbo jumbo in it is it's crazy. So rather than live with a headache every day, just let everything go. And as far as I'm concerned, what is going on now is that Edun should speak less. Let those who know exactly, who have the figures on their hands, can always talk for that space, Baba, so that there wouldn't be any suspicion or anything.
Baba.
Yes, sir, Larry.
Edun cannot speak less because we are probing Edun. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We are probing Edun. Because
Edun or Mele Kyari?
No, not Mele Kyari alone, no. We are probing Edun too. Because Edun is the chief accountant. Yes. Yes, because you see, in that probe, Edun was there too now. Because as Mele Kyari is talking, Edun also needs to talk. And that is why I've always been shouting. You see, they are jumbo arithmetics. Because even all this we are consuming, this is more of guesstimation, right? It's not like they have the data. It's more of
they do have, Larry. Don't underestimate these people. To cheat, you must have figures to work with before you can cheat expertly the way they are cheating. They know. Carry on, please.
Well, so as far as I'm concerned, we already know the problem. I think the major thing is they need to go sit down. If God makes it work, Dangote said August 10, let's say probably before end of August, right? Dangote refinery will be available. So they need to go sit down with Dangote, have a good negotiation, because that's the only thing now. If you are still waiting, probably.
Yeah. This Naira thing, people, I've had a go with at it with one man, I think about a week and a half ago. This Naira sales thing. You understand? I'm not against it, but like you said, we have to sit down with Dangote. Look, they do these things as if this oil industry is something at a rocket science. It's a thing of arithmetic. Put pen to paper. This is what we are giving you in Naira. This is so much crude oil we are giving you in Naira. This is what we expect from your refinery at this rate, at that rate. There are byproducts, immediate 6-7 byproducts that comes with it. They should factor that in, because he's the owner of his refinery. In some other clime, what some nations do. They take the crude oil, go take it to a refinery, pay for the refining of that crude. They pay and collect everything, including the poto remaining.
In a same country,
they take it away, they take it back. So the refinery is just for production. We are not doing that now. I'm not saying Dangote should not eat, but let the cheating, let it be minimal, because there's so much confusion. The president meant well, but the operators who work for him, they are not doing a good job at all, and I'm very disappointed. Thank you, Larry.
All right, bring it home, Larry, and then we move it around. Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, I am waiting. Let's say, right? Because as far as if they can, all of them can start talking. Because if they can talk, though personally, like I said, I'm not really convinced for the fact that it's the people in that, in that panel. I'm not really convinced. But let them prove me wrong, and then probably if they can actually do a good job. Even if they are not doing a good job, at least they should open it up, right, for civil society organizations and a lot of Nigerians that want to know what's exactly happening. So probably they will ask Kyari question, and I'm very sure everything is going to end up with off your mic. That is, at least let us know where our problem is so that we know who to tackle. So one man, that's my view on that, sir.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Stay with us for as long as you can. I want to look around to other topics as well. But let's go to Ekene and then Solly. Solly, I know you started with us, but let's go with Ekene. We've not heard from him for a good one now. Ekene, you're up next. Are you there, Ekene? All right. Alpha, now you not even interject. We think say you don't sleep, eh?
What did I want to interject?
All these are all subsidy and whatnot now, how they are ripping us off in Nigeria.
There is nothing to interject now. I don't have Nigeria situation. You don't need too much explanation to understand what is going on. Obasanjo has come and told you that oil subsidy is back, and I don't think I have any other suggestion against what Obasanjo just said a few days ago. So if I'm interjecting or trying to, I don't know what to say to make it look good in order to defend the government. So, but people that have the strength can interject, they can design it, they can make it look good to make the government look so nice.
All right. So what are you looking at in the politics then? Are you still looking at the protest, which seems to be now coming to its tail end? So where are you with that protest? What are your feelings this late into it?
Oh well, I never joined the protest, and for me, whatever that is happening in that space is not much of my concern. My concern is the division that I don't know whether the government or Nigerian people are trying to use it to create in the Nigerian people. So
you mean the Igbo you mean the Igbo must go narrative that is coming out of the Southwest?
That one follows, sure, but not only that, also the politics, people saying that there is nothing like hunger protest. It's all about trying to subdue the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Is that not what we're seeing? Is that not what we're seeing now?
No, it's very far from it. Very, very far. Even though an angry person can do whatever that he desired to get out of it. So the hungry in the land might even make people want the government to end. It's a fact. So, but if you think it's because of Bola Ahmed Tinubu or because he's a Southerner, then anybody can think like that. Even the current government, you cannot exonerate them from such attitude. Because even the current president as a Southerner has also subtled helped to dethrone a fellow Southerner from the seat of power with the Alliance of the North. And he championed it. So tell me what that government did then. Is it not the same subsidy we are talking about today? That they even remove and still went at the back and be paying it without capturing it in our budget. So who has done worst? Even when it was removed, the price of during the time of a good luck, a subsidy was removed. The price of petrol is it 137 or 147 naira then? But they still went on the street and substitute the government of Goodluck Jonathan. So Bola Ahmed Tinubu was at the front of it. So I don't know why he should be jittering, even when his government has created more hunger in the Nigerian space. So what are they trying to say? If the people even say they don't want the government,
Goodluck came in 2012. His price was 65 naira, and then it jumped to 141 naira. Then it went from 141 naira to 97. When he finally left office, it was at 87 naira. So Goodluck actually took us from 65 naira. It fluctuated up and down to 87 naira.
yeah, that is it. Even the exchange rate we are talking about, just the different the exchange rate during the time of a good luck is just about it's nothing less than 3
Ekene,
naira market.
Ekene, please. Ekene, give me
Yeah.
1 sec. I think Gas Demo just give us some data now. But how much are they selling crude oil in market that time? How much are they selling crude oil that time?
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to. No, I agree, brother. See, that's what I'm trying to say. This thing that they are saying is subsidy. Remember, this thing came about in 1970 during Obasanjo's time with price
I'm done
control.
with what I want to say. You can continue. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'm just saying quickly that it came about with price control in the 1970s because of global issues with the price of oil. And so that's why they had to implement the price control boards in Nigeria, 1977. And it was introduced into the legislation. And so the governments of Nigeria have been doing this, but this $600 million that they're claiming, we have to do a real audit into how this money is being brought in. And then the other question is, okay, if they're claiming that 50% is being smuggled outside of the country, is that the Nigerians' fault, or is that the fault of your inability to pay your customs, your border patrol, and your security agencies to properly ensure that that is not leaving the country? You can't blame Nigerians for your inability to control your borders. How are you blaming Nigerians?
So I just want to let the current government know that they don't have any right to tell anybody that the word they are trying to express today is trying to take over their government. They don't have such right to say that. Because everyone in the seat of power today,
Even
especially
when
when
people
you are
but
especially when you are in South
the
Africa,
people in the north are saying it now. So why?
even especially those Southerners trying to claim that today we have to come together as a Southerner to fight a common goal, because any time that Southerner are in the position of power, the North seems not to be happy. And I stand to say no to that.
What
Because
you are saying no to what? Because they
I'm
fought
saying
Obasanjo, they not fought Obasanjo, they fought Goodluck with Jonathan. As you know, they are fighting Tinubu now.
I don't believe that, because
You
even
don't believe that?
a lot
Those
of,
are statements of
yeah,
facts now. They are facts now.
a lot of Southerners joined together to remove Goodluck Jonathan from power. Especially if you are talking who sponsored the protest of 2012, it was Bola Ahmed Tinubu, whether you like it or not. He was at the forefront of it. He
Are
gang
you
up.
his accountant? Are you his accountant?
Let me finish. He gang up against his fuel subsidy remover. He even talked about revolution
What of
then.
the annulment of June 12? Who are the people behind it? The June 12.
I'm talking
Abiola.
I'm talking about what I know.
That was true about Kadigo, wasn't it? Was it not true about Kadigo?
So many Southerners have joined hands to remove their own brothers from the seat of power. So it goes round. You understand? So the politics we are playing in Nigeria is still what is consuming us. That we don't. Everything is all about politics. We don't see reasons why we are facing bad government. When we're talking about the real thing, the hunger in the land, inflation, all that and all that, then you are telling people that there is no hunger in the land. That people just want to take over the seat of power. Is it because many people from the eastern side decided not to protest? It's not because of that. People not wanting to protest.
Sorry, Ekene, I didn't want to interject you, but the game is actually bigger than even any Eastern narrative. So forget all this Obi, because there are bigger dogs in the fight now than any silly Obi something whatever. There are movements in the north to tell us that we've shown clips. You see all this protesting you are seeing in the north is highly organized. They are using, you know, those trucks that they used to ferry cattle. They're using it to ferry margeries from protest points to another. And then we've discovered that there's people buying the Russian flags, and we've actually played a clip here of somebody actually coaching somebody to speak to camera. So there's a regime change like agenda in play now, you know, which is coming out of the north. So it's not even anything about the silliness of the obedient that don't know anything that's going on around them.
The fact is that the situation of the country requires a regime change, honestly speaking. But we're not talking about that, because many people, if we say it, they will say the Southeast are the one.
Forget the Southeastern. Nobody cares about the Southeastern. What does that regime change? What does it translate into? What has
not happened?
What
has not happened?
Settle down. Have a conversation. What does that regime change translate into? What panacea would it bring? What solution does it bring?
It will bring a breath of fresh air. Nobody will tell me that starting from 2014 or 2015, when APC took power, that Nigeria has not witnessed the worst of it till this day. 9 years.
Okay, Ekene, how do you effect regime change, in your opinion?
I'm not talking about it, but I'm saying that if Nigerians want regime change today, I think they deserve it. Looking at
you know that you know from both sides. One man, let me tackle this now.
Hold on, Baba, just so that we can manage the time and get to people quicker. That regime change, you know, a regime change is never a civilian experience. Do you know that?
What?
When you're talking about regime change, it's not a civilian experience. It's not that Godswill Akpabio will impeach him and then suddenly install Peter Obi in Aso Rock. So a regime change will involve the military.
Whether it involves the military,
Right.
or whatever involved. You understand? If you people don't want to acknowledge the fact that APC administration has inflicted pain upon Nigerians, then you can continue to come here and defend policies of lie. These are what APC is committing.
There was a period when Nigerians were not in pain. What's that period?
Yeah, worse than what we are seeing today, however you want to put it, but it's just that let them continue, do whatever they want to do. One day, the owner of this country will take over their country from these evil men. And that's what I believe. I don't even see anything to defend from this government. Their lies are clear to the common man. Their hypocrisy is clear. Their division, their nepotism is very clear.
So
the unrealistic policies they are rolling out
a
is very
Democrat like you, who has joined a political party and aspiring to lead your ward, you are calling for a military takeover. Am I correct in my thinking?
However you want to put it, joining political party does not mean that if I see anything that will take out APC from power today, I will not support it.
And
see,
what I again, let me follow up with a question. Let me follow up. Just calm down. Calm down. One man will not chop your time. So, is it because your party or your candidate lost the election? You are still because I remember you wanted. Let me finish my question. You wanted to be a part of the last, what's that call it? Protest. All of a sudden, you did a U-turn when you saw that it was not gelling. Now that because from your voice, I could detect that you are so disappointed. Since that didn't work, you want a military takeover of your country.
It's not because of my candidate lost. Even if you listen to my conversation today, what I tell people is that Obi should not contest 2027 election. I stand by it.
No, it's important that Obi contest.
No,
otherwise,
let me finish. I've already started that campaign, and I'm going with it. He should not contest. Let him just step aside.
Why? Why?
Yes.
You want that people to
the
win,
reason what I want today is that power should not remain in the hand of APC.
So Obi should go and be vice president or Atiku.
Whether if he wants to be vice, let him be. Even if he don't want to contest, let him just stay.
So you want Atiku
I will not vote for him.
You want
whether Atiku or whoever, as it is today, as far as this government is not ready to accept their failure,
for vice president.
No, that's
I'm
not
telling you. I'm telling you that what I mean today is that in 2027, Obi should stay one place. Let him not come out. And I'm very serious about it.
Ekene, it is very important to Tinubu's return that Obi contest. If Obi doesn't contest,
I know that even Obi himself has already by that. And with what is going on today, a lot of us have already have the idea that he don't need to contest. Even if he's in that ticket in 2027, we're not going to vote for him. Not that he's not competent, not that he cannot govern Nigeria. But as the situation of Nigeria is today, we don't want to continue in this trajectory again. Honestly speaking. Anything that will take APC, in fact, the campaign of 2027 is not all about infrastructure, this and that. The campaign of 2027.
All right. Let me ask you, what changes do you want to see in the country?
First of all, let these lies stop. Let this propaganda stop.
No. Forget all of these things. What lies?
The lies of APC.
What lies?
the typing of policies that are not realistic. Because what I see
Like what?
in
Like
their
what?
bill,
Don't
in their,
don't go to indignation. Just yet. Be specific. Like what? Give us 2, 3
their
examples.
policies is all about
No. You are giving an opinion. Give us 2 or 3 policies that makes the example of what you're saying.
I've tried to in the last speech of the president, I've tried to bring out their lies when they come out to say they give governors they increase their monthly allocation.
That's a lie?
Mhm.
Is that a lie? Is that a lie? All the governors have acknowledged
They,
it. That's a lie.
they increase it without a realistic amount that
Yeah, so it's not a
nearly
lie now. No,
balance.
forget.
Let me finish.
No, don't finish. Hold on. Stay within the conversation because you are propagandizing. When people try to narrow you to specifics, you run away to indignation. You said they are telling lies. All the governors have acknowledged. All the data is there. The FEC every year, every month is published. All the your governor, Anambra State, is getting 100% more. So that's not how is that a lie? So give us 2 or hold on. Give us 2 or 3 examples of these lies because you mentioned it so expansively. You should be readily able to roll them out. Give us 2 or 3 examples of the lies that they tell. Not what you think, specific lies that they have told. Yes.
The specific lie where I'm bringing out today, the one of it, which the campaign of doubling the allocation of the governors is not realistic to the situation on ground, especially the inflation being met upon the Nigerian people. I've laid it out here. The lies of paying the highest minimum wage and try to make Nigerians understand that the wages that Goodluck paid 19,000, Buhari paid is it at 1,000 or so? Then they are paying 70,000.
That's a lie.
It's a lie. It's a lie perpetrated in a way to make it look good to the eye of Nigeria. When with the current situation and the inflation rate of Nigeria today, they are the government that are paying the lowest minimum wage in the history of Nigeria. If you look at it with the purchasing power of the people, which they have reduced to
one man, can you tell
Yeah.
us the definition of lie?
No,
As if I don't know the meaning of
you see that's the thing now. If they do all this propaganda, but as soon as you try to narrow them down, they start to fumble at it's telling us they've not increased their allocations. All of the governors have told us
one
that
man, you do the same thing as well, though.
Can you
You do the same thing as
Can you hold on, please?
Yeah, you hold on, Thomas, as well. They tell us that it's told us that they've not. All the governors said they've increased it. All the data is irrefutable. Some over 100%. So that's not a lie. They've increased the minimum wage. The trade union themselves say so. If you are talking about the purchasing power of the value of that of the increment, that's a different narrative. That is to tell us then that they need now to improve the economy to give that value to that increment. So he's saying they're telling lies upon lies upon lies. I've asked him to name just 2 or 3 lies. He's not been able to name one, but it's the propaganda, isn't it? This is what they do.
It's getting annoying. I don't know. That's why I said give us the definition of
He actually made a point with the purchasing power. You're dismissing it.
So when you kill the purchasing power of the people, you feel don't know yet you have already killed the purchasing power of the people, then you come out to double what has not met up with what you have taken away from the people, and you want to come and tell me that you are the best government, you are paying the best, giving the best FAC allocation, paying the best, the highest minimum wage, when you know that these things cannot get you what the 19,000 naira can get you in 2012 regarding the purchasing power of the people. What matters is the people, not what you are paying. You have taken a lot from the poor, then coming out to add up numbers, because what you just add up is numbers, not quality. You take away the quality lives of Nigerians that are enjoying, even with the little they are earning, they are enjoying a quality life with it. You take it away, come and replace it with numbers that looks somehow good to the eye of the common man that don't think what inflation is all about.
You know Afghanistan has a higher minimum wage than Nigeria, right? Afghanistan currently pays a higher minimum wage than Nigeria. So I understand exactly what you're saying. One man is doing his APC shop.
That's what it is. But they can is the people you see as a businessman today. I know what it is. A carton of my goose in 2019 used to worth 25,000 naira. That's a carton of my goose in 2019. That same carton of goods today worth during the time of before Buhari left, worth about 130,000 naira. As of today, a carton of my goods worth 400,000 naira.
Yeah, but they should celebrate this so-called minimum wage.
What you're actually talking about is pre and post arbitrage. So they've removed subsidy from the dollar. So of course.
However you want to put it, what I'm trying to tell you is this: that same carton of my goods, the same quantity, the same numbers, the same amount that I even still buy it then, is still what I still buy it today.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Do you think the subsidy should have been removed from the dollar?
Well, if you say that a subsidy,
no. Answer that question first before you give an opinion. Do you think it should have been removed?
I don't think what you guys are celebrating and calling it subsidy is what it is. Because me, I will not even think in that direction. Because even if you are if you are taking about a unified exchange rate, your exchange rate is no more unified than the good luck exchange rate. Because what we had during good luck with the black market and official bank rate is nothing. Is less than 3 naira difference throughout his 6 years tenure. The same with OBJ. The same with Yaradua before good luck took over. It's just 3 naira. Highest you can see is 5 naira difference. So if you are talking about unified exchange rate, then I think these people that I mentioned had the best of it, and our economy was booming.
That is the sign of landing of big money. When everybody give you dollar in official rate.
This is not even. I'm not even talking about this because these are the problem created by the APC. So if you are bringing it, you are still downgrading the imperfection of APC to govern this country. I'm mentioning the people. If you are talking about unified exchange rate, check the difference between the black market and official bank rate during the time of OBJ, Yaradua, then good luck. Most of them 1 naira, 2 naira, 3 naira, and you come today. Buhari did more than 300 naira or 200 naira difference. That is what this man is talking about. This government is also in the same direction. So what did you unify? What are you unifying?
You know, yesterday I was telling them about dredging the ports, and they all attacked me. I sent one man the history of how Lagos port came to be built. It was dredged. The colonial administration built the Apapa port. One man will never read these things, but will support
that's
them.
not, Guy, that's not where the conversation is. Even you just throw random something that's not consistent with what's being spoken about. But back to you, Kenneth.
So you can, a lot of people here can come out to say Tinubu is doing this. Tinubu has not started anything. I'm telling you, even his policies is not matching up to what he's preaching. And the only thing he's asking for is time. Well, Nigeria is already giving him time. But if you come out to explain, you are explaining to the common man that cannot understand these realities that I'm telling you here. You understand? Ask this government why we are paying so much to clear goods from the port today. Ask them, why did they introduce so much task to an imported raw materials and goods and services in this country? That to clear a container today is close to 30 million naira. What has never happened in the history of this country? And what are they doing with the money? What are they doing with it? If they wish so well, then they are the highest earner, because good luck never earns so much. To clear goods under good luck is about 750, 800, 900,000 naira until he left office. A container of my goods and services then, 20 million naira can buy it. Today, 120 million cannot buy that container. Then you clear it with almost 30 million. The other day they said they have removed import duties in foods and service, anything that concern food items. But the importers came out and said it is not true. Because what they seem to do is come out on the television and give out news. Then in the real times, it is not happening. So these guys that are importing such things come out to say they are still paying custom the same amount they used to pay them. Nobody talked about it. They said they shared the 20, how many trucks of rice to every state. Taraba state governor come out the other day and say, my state have not received any container of rice. So that the people will not come and stone him and say that the government gave him.
Edo State said the same thing now. Did they not?
So when you want to give out information,
hold on. Did Edo State not say the same thing? Obaseki?
I don't know about Edo State, but let me finish
No, hold on. He did say the same thing, but then during this protest, now they broke into the warehouse and they saw all the government rights there. And let me play you this clip.
We are here in Mongono town north or Mongono local government area of Borno State, mainly to do two functions. One is the distribution of food items that were provided to the government of Borno State by the federal government for onward distribution to the deserving communities. 20 trucks of rice were given to the government of Borno State by the federal government. And this morning, we are here to distribute all the quantum that was given to us by the federal government to this very important community. In addition to this, we are also here to distribute seeds. We are now in a rainy season. People don't have the capacity to procure farm inputs, and we are here to distribute cow feed seeds to the farmers of Mongono town or Mongono local government area of Borno State. In addition to this one, federal government has also provided 90 trucks of fertilizer for onward distribution to farmers of Borno State free of charge. I want to acknowledge this.
So there it is right there. I could get you the clip of the Edo State governor saying he's not received anything, and I can also get you clips of people breaking into the warehouse in Edo State, taking those same bags of rice with government logo on it.
I think what I've done here. I think
70 trucks of
I think
fertilizer, 20 trucks of
I think what
rice.
I've done here. I think what I've done here is not meant
Hold
to
on.
those things.
The person speaking is the I'm sure you recognize him, Zulum, the governor of the state.
I know.
So yes,
But I've not mentioned Zoom here. I've not mentioned Edo State here. I mentioned what appears on the news line. So if you want to give me a counter narrative, go and give me a counter narrative from Taraba State to show that there was a truck of rice loaded in Taraba State that we are not shared to the people. And I don't know this government whether it's all about rice.
They gave it. Oh no! Now you are admitting they are sharing rice. I thought you said it was propaganda.
What I'm saying is this: giving out information that are not really has generally materialized is what I don't like about this government.
It's materialized as we. What are you even doing now? What are you doing now? You are hearing. Oh no! Hold on! Just hold on 1 microsecond. You are hearing not just from a senior and a respected state governor, not just his words, but the evidence of it. He showed you, and is also telling you that they distributed 70 trucks of fertilizers nationwide. So how does that impact on food production, etc.? You keep saying they say words, they don't take, and they are seeing actions, and you're still riling against it. What's going on?
Well, if you don't want me to say what I have to say, because it doesn't.
Don't propagandize now. Do you want me to bring you more clips?
No, I don't watch clips.
I'll play you another clip.
I follow realities.
Reality.
Because if you're talking about clips, there are a number of clips that will be sent to you here that you will not like to play in this platform to counter your own narrative. So don't bring what suits you. You understand? If I send you clips here, you will not play it. If I send you clips, you will not play it. So there is no need of showing me what you know that if I give you my own, you will not use my own to counter your own. It's better you allow me speak to the experience on the streets. Because what I'm watching at the government today is that, yes, they have increased the minimum wage, which I think is the lowest in the history of this country, comparing to the purchasing power of the people. So what I'm expecting them to do now, with their policies and whatever they are rolling out, is that this minimum wage they have mentioned, that they will fight inflation to the extent that this minimum wage is going to be meaningful and be purchasable for the common man on the street. Don't just give numbers, give quality. That's what I'm looking at.
Ekene, how do you fight inflation?
So that is what I'm looking at the government. I'm not looking at all this. They give they increase to 70,000. They give 20 bags of rice. They do this and do that. To what benefit?
Let me ask you a question. Because we have the video evidence. So these 70 trucks of fertilizers that they're distributing, not 70 in total, but 70 each that they're distributing to all the states. How does and free seedlings as well. So how does that impact on food security?
Come again.
The 70 trucks of fertilizers that they're distributing, 70 each to the state governors, to the individual states, and seedlings, how does that impact on food security?
I think that would have impacted on the food security if the government should follow due process to fight the corruption that we have on the food subsidy, so that when they are transporting all these things, the cost will not be too high. You understand? Because looking at, I told you here, not necessarily food scarcity. But if you want to believe it is food scarcity, then you can continue to share grains and all that and all that. It's not necessarily food scarcity. Even though we know that we need to cultivate more, export more, because we have the land to do so. So that we can also generate effects from agriculture and other things apart from oil to be able to boost our intake. So these are what I believe the government should do. But in terms of what we are consuming, I don't think we are lacking too much on it because nobody that is selling tomato or pepper or whatever have left the market and say that they are not selling again. The only thing they complain is that the cost of bringing these things here is too high. So therefore, this is the amount they are going to sell. So until government look into that, I think that is when they will start to get it right. And that is why you see people saying bring back fuel subsidy. Which I think that the corruption in fuel subsidy in that petroleum industry is more than even the fuel subsidy they are paying. A lot of cabals is under there. And they're thinking that this government would have done better. But they have helped engineered these cabals to perpetrate their action. Because I think the first thing that the president would have done in order to fight this corruption is not to take that position of being a minister of petroleum. The same thing Buhari did. But because the greediness in them will not allow them, he took that position.
We've addressed that already. Tinubu is not the Minister of Petroleum.
I don't know. I don't think he mentioned any.
Yes, but it is not the Minister of Petroleum. Hold on. So, no, you can't. Even that's going from propaganda to actually telling a lie. Tinubu is not the petroleum minister. We don't have a petroleum minister, but we do have a minister of state for petroleum. But Tinubu, under Buhari, he nominated himself frontally. But I'm not aware that we, unless somebody is about to correct me, I'm not aware that we have a substantive minister of petroleum. So don't say that now. It's not true.
So who's in charge of petroleum then, if we don't have a minister?
The Minister of State.
Okay. So we don't have okay, let's assuming now that we don't have anything called petroleum minister in Nigeria today. So that that position is scrapped. So nobody has that position. Is that how it is? Well, if that is what it is, then they should step up and fight. If they fight the corruption in that petroleum industry, I think they will get more results, and it will impact more, bringing down the inflation rate in Nigeria. So they will aim more for forex, bringing down the forex, the price of naira to dollar today. Because you guys, if we talk about naira today, you guys come out with the claim that we're buying in dollars, but in some narrative, you try to tell Nigeria we are not living in an isolated country. I don't know how you guys defend this government, or you they try. When you know that the price of dollar today really affects the price of goods and commodities in Nigeria today. But when we talk about it, many of you here will say, do you eat dollar? You are eating naira. But when we are trying to, there are some issues we will try to bring out, try to compare other countries. You guys will say we are not living in an isolated country. We are not living in an isolated world. That the inflation we have today is also we have it in other places in the world. This and that. You try to. So I don't know how you guys defend this government, but you they try, yeah. You understand? But my point still remains that I'm looking in a direction where the $43 minimum wage a useful minimum wage in the hands of the common man. As it is today, what this government is paying is $43 as a minimum wage, whether you like it or not, because we are not living in isolated world.
Are you aware?
That's what I'm saying.
Are you aware that the price of food is starting to crash? Do you want me to play your clips?
Don't play me clips. I go to market every day.
Yes.
If I buy it cheap, I will.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Ask me.
All right. Respond to that question to round up, and then we're going to Tolly, who hopefully is still there. Yes, Larry, carry on.
Okay, so you were saying a large chunk of the price of food is being determined by, fuel price. And we all heard that federal government gave each of the states, right, around like 70 to 90 trucks of fertilizers. Do you think if each of the states, if they've judiciously used the fertilizer and they've invested in agriculture, do you think the proximity of their state, right, to the nearest market, do you think the impact of that fuel price will have had such impact if they had done what they are supposed to do?
It would have, you know why I don't listen to all this sharing grace. If you listen to the
I'm
president's
not talking
speech,
of grains here now. I'm basically talking of fertilizer.
yeah, even fertilizer, all of this stuff. If you want to be honest with yourself, go to the first interview or first live broadcast made by the president himself. You will see that he has already mentioned this thing being shared or which they will share. I think last year when he assumed office, few months he assumed office. Which today, if those things he mentioned then were distributed as they say they are still distributing today, would have also impacted to the food inflation positively today. But we are not seeing it. Instead, the food inflation is still going high. So you judge by what they have already said.
Okay, now.
In connection with what they just said, which they have said before.
No, are you saying they didn't share? So let me get that clear. Are you saying they didn't?
That is what you asked APC, not me. I was not there. The only thing I had was news that they shared.
Okay.
Especially in the previous.
If I played that, hold on. Let me just say this, and then you ask him. If I played that Zulum clip in full, it's just about 3 minutes. You will hear him say that that's not the first round of those palliatives that were sent in, but that the fertilizers and the seeds and whatnot. That's not the first round. But yeah, Larry.
So basically, this is the second governor. The first governor that said it on live was the Nasarawa state governor. And I'm hearing, this is the second time I'm hearing the same thing from another governor. So if we have 36 state governors, and 2 of them can actually come out to validate what you've heard. So are you saying they probably came out to come and lie against themselves?
Well, that's because if I tell you that I believe everything they said, I must be a liar to you.
Is Kennedy a special guest today? What is going on?
So President Innoves, I will soon drop. Even though I have a lot of things to say today, but I will still continue tomorrow. So, but the point still remains that if I tell you that I believe everything they are saying, then I will be a lie. The only thing I expect or what I want to see is whenever any policy materialize, then I will be able to say yes, this has come to pass. But if this government come to national TV and tell me they will do this, they do this, they have done that, without seeing it impacting in our daily activities, then I just feel like they have done nothing. Even if you are dashing it to the governors and the governors are not making judicious use of it, I'm not the one to ask about it. The federal government.
Sorry, 1 second. Can I see? Every time you talk, I like to listen to you because you're a practical man. Okay, but you said something earlier. I couldn't believe you said it. That you wouldn't mind that the military overthrow the government. I can understand that if you came from a northern youth. They don't know any
I
better,
never
but you know
mentioned.
better.
I never mentioned anything military. I said that the situation and where we are, where this current APC has taken us from 2015 or 20 since ever they took power. That is 9 years today. From today, nobody wouldn't want a regime change, and it's a fact. You can put me anywhere, and I'll continue to say that. You understand? I will continue to say that.
But I asked you pointedly.
No,
Yeah,
but Baba, let him round up. Hold on, one more minute so that we can go to other verses.
Yeah, what I have today and what I am campaigning today in 2027, Obi should step aside. Let's deal with this thing once and for all. Because you cannot take over government through propaganda, at the same time governing the people through propaganda up till today. What we have is propaganda. If you don't want to believe it, leave it. Nothing has come to reality ever since the inception of APC. And I'm not exonerating Tinubu, whether Buhari or Tinubu is the government of APC. They are not different. So whether you say is the North fighting the South or the South fighting the North, that is not my point. My point is that this government, starting from the time they took over power, you just check the indices.
All right.
What has transpired, you would know that definitely they don't have any plan to move this country forward. Let me not just go further, but anything that will take over this government, I am in for it. Nobi should not be a stumbling block to that. That's the campaign for me.
All right, thank you, Kene. So that's thank you, Kene. A man that would not be moved. So this is the quality that really that I delight in for doing this is that people are so they're so assured in their position that no amount of argument will move them. So that's why we enjoy Ekene so much. So thank you, Ekene, for all that. Stay with us. I will loop around to you momentarily. We'll loop in the direction of Solly now, who hopefully is still there. Solly, Alpha.
You see, one man puts me as stud so that they can do real beating. They can jump Ekene and they can push their narrative out very quickly. They are pushing me behind, even though I came first. There is injustice on this platform, but let's continue.
I've started with you for the last 2-3 sessions, so I'm sure we have to make
but one man, I usually come early because obviously out of everyone, my time is the latest. Maybe with your time also, because actually my time is even later than UK time. So by the time it's 3 a.m. for me, it's still 2 a.m. for you. It's still like 1 a.m. for some people. So I always sleep very, very late and I always try to wake up early. So I usually just get like 3 to 4 hours of sleep.
All right, I'll bear that in mind. So the floor is yours now. So take us through the politics as you say it.
So I've just heard plenty narratives, which was just unfair beating and bashing, So can we go to the topics, please?
Right, we're talking about the fuel subsidy or not. We're talking about the Senate querying 1.5 billion spent on repairing Port Harcourt refinery, still not producing any oil. We were also intended to speak on this. The South Africans still going after that Nigerian girl, now declaring her mother, the Nigerian girl that is on course to become the Miss South Africa. They are now somewhat trying to declare her mother an illegal migrant. And these are fuel subsidy or no subsidy. The thinking space will tell you that if subsidy is removed, it worsens the economy. So also all of that, sorry. And so we're still insisting on this. Go on.
So that subsidy thing, I still bring it to the table that it should be brought back. You might make all the excuses that 600 million was being paid. You're an accountant. You can find all the loopholes and block it. You want to make excuses, but you are the president, basically the most powerful black person in Africa. But you cannot stop some charlatans
taking loophole from the subsidy. You know, you are saying you've removed subsidy because they are taking the current fuel. Are they not still taking it through the borders? Even with our current price, it's still lower than what is being sold on the other borders. So your what you remove the subsidy for is still continued. You could have stopped this. You control the police, you control the army, you control EFCC, you control the banks, you control everything. But it's subsidy that you cannot control all of a sudden just because you want it to benefit you. Okay, no problem. We know that you're all thieves, right? If you want it to benefit you, still leave something for the people. Maybe people are saying that there's hunger in the land. Take that subsidy and subsidize food. But no, they are taking that subsidy and they are using, for example, look at Bauchi State. They are using 2.9 billion naira. This is part of the increments of the state allowance they've given them because of the extra money from subsidy. It's taking 2.9 billion naira to purchase office furnitures. This is where our subsidy money is going to for the betterment of Nigeria. Furniture. You are buying bags of rice. Even the bags of rice that they are giving out, 20,000 bags of rice. Since when have they given these bags of rice out? You are saying, oh, you've been preparing it. Preparing the rice till it's spoiled? Preparing the rice till it's spoiled or till you finish repackaging it? Which one? And selling it instead of distributing it. Till now, protest is going on. They've still been hard-headed and they are still not distributing this rice. We know that the money will never get to the people that it's supposed to get to. They've released another 500 and something billion for them out of our subsidy money to distribute again, which will never reach the people.
Sorry, Solly. Sorry. Could people please click on the like button? See if we can get to 100 likes today. So click on like, and if you're not already subscribed, please do that as well. Carry on.
So you keep on saying, oh, you make so many excuses why they cannot fix something. But it's always so easy to dismantle it and give everything back to themselves. What do Nigerians gain? What has the typical average Nigerian gained from this subsidy? Nothing. Nothing whatsoever. The money for the subsidy, you took it and you are eating it and you are still borrowing more money so that you can share it again. You say, oh, they are fixing Nigeria. They are fixing Nigeria so that they can borrow more money to steal, not to help the masses. They are fixing it so that they can use it for their own purposes, not for the purpose of Nigerians. And then you try to push so many narratives out, repeating the same thing over, and you complain that, oh, some people come here, they repeat the same propaganda, but you are repeating the same thing over and over again. People are telling you that this hunger that is current is not like the hunger before. You keep on saying, you keep on repeating this thing. You've been repeating this thing for almost 1 week. Oh, they've been hungry before. We said we agree. We said we know, but this hunger is different. This hunger, this specific hunger is different. You say the Northerners are doing it because they want regime change. If Russia enters and Wagner enters, which regime is coming? There's no more political regime. You say, oh, these people sponsored the protesters. They say people from Spain. Really? Spain, 6 people from Spain. Spain is supporting Russia. Since when? Europeans that hate Russians. Since when did the European decide to start sponsoring Russia in another African country? That did not even make any sense at all. And before they even said that, you were saying, no, it's Obi and Sowore. So why did the government say 6 Spanish people? You keep on pointing, it's Obi and Sowore, it's Obi, but government says 6 Spanish people. Europe is supporting Russia in Africa. So who is right? Who is correct? Who is really correct? You say, oh, they are trying to. What interest does Spain have in blocking the oil and gas going to Europe? What? Then you say, oh, these people, they don't even know what they are doing. It's just little children. I sent you a video of Northerners talking eloquently, explaining capitalism and communism. And you say they don't know what they are doing. So are you saying that the Spanish Russians taught the Northerners how the difference between communism and capitalism for the protest also, but you will not play the videos, you will totally ignore it because you really want to show the little children running up and down. Those little children are better in politics than every single person. They have more information than every single person in the South. They know how to take advantage of their opportunity, and they continue to speak about the Northerners in Niger. which I brought up, and you say, oh no, it can't be this one and that one, you will ignore it. You say the protest is going down. It's not that the protest is going down. People are not just making as many posts as before. People are still posting in Kaduna. The whole street is filled. The only reason why you're not seeing a lot of posts is because, like I said yesterday, police is blocking one road. That is not stopping these people. They will just go to another street. More states in the north, people are still protesting in Lagos. People are still protesting in Ibadan. People are still protesting in Kaduna. People are still protesting in Zaria. People are still protesting in Kano, even till today. Just that they've changed locations. People are still protesting in Zamfara. So I even saw one video, even though you tried to deny it, there were some men that looked like they were in army clothes. They were driving around with the Russian flag, holding it and smiling. I sent you the video, one man. You can play it here, but if you refuse, it doesn't change anything. That's what the video shows. People in Yobe, they are still protesting. You know, so, and these people are talking eloquently. Before, they were not giving them a mouthpiece to talk. But when you hear them talk, these are not illiterates. These are not stupid people. They sound more eloquent than the people that carried anti-protest placard. The people that carried anti-protest placard sound like illiterates. They sound like agberus. They sound like thugs. The people raising Russian flag sound so educated. They sound so intelligent. But you want to claim that Nigerians can never be so hungry to protest like this. It's impossible. Nigerians are too stupid. They are too stupid to ever think for themselves to protest for hunger. It's impossible. Somebody must be sponsoring them. You know, they are not hungry. It's a lie. Somebody must be sponsoring them. That hunger is not real. Since we've gaslighted ourselves that it's not because of hunger, then the hunger is non-existent. Meanwhile, people's stomach are grumbling. You can only gaslight yourself. That's just the truth. You cannot gaslight hunger out of people. These people, don't you think that no matter how much they get, they know they cannot bag of rice again. So when you give them bag of rice, they are not thinking of that current bag of rice you're giving them. They are thinking of the next bag of rice because they know that this bag of rice cannot last forever. And they know that things are getting more expensive. You say price is reducing. Where is it reducing? Maybe some people made propaganda video, but every time I talk to people in Nigeria, even during these protests, price still increased. The only way Nigerians will be able to survive, even if they are collecting minimum wage, is by drinking maybe 2 cups of gari a day. That's the maximum they may be able to get, even if they are collecting minimum wage, to be able to survive. And the problem is that the people that are collecting minimum wage are mostly people working for federal governments. How many people are collecting minimum wage in the country? Most of them will still be collecting 5,000, 10,000, 30,000 max. Majority of them, the real population. So you might want to use minimum wage as defense, but maybe that's just 10% of the population, 20% of the population. The remaining 80% that are still hungry, they are getting hungrier because the prices are increasing. So I don't understand this narrative. You know, then you say poverty will worsen in petrol subsidy, but it's not worsening for them because they are eating. We know that we see them eating the fuel subsidy money, so they are not utilizing it for anything. So it's quite obvious they removed it so they can eat it, and they left the poor people to starve for it. But the problem is that these poor people don't want to die. And you keep on saying somebody is sponsoring them. Who is sponsoring them? Now tell us. Now that we've gotten to the day 5 or day 6, since you are so sure, right? Tell us. And if you mention Peter Obi or Sowore again, then you mean that the federal government is lying. That's what you are just trying to say. Abi, who do you want to mention this time? Since you say Sowore and Peter Obi, mention them again. That means you are saying the federal government is lying, but you said the federal government does not lie, right? When you were questioning Ekene, you said point one lie. Right? Since it's Peter Obi and Sowore, is the federal government lying that it's 6 Spanish people? Are they lying? So 6 Spanish people have Nigerian accounts that Nigerian government has blocked. You know, so I saw the whole setup to gang up on Ekene. I'm not an obedient. I'll never be an obedient because all of them are the same thing. You know, but if ordinary Nigerians, you are telling them that, oh, military government was bad, people were suffering, and they are telling you, and they are looking you in the eyes and telling you that, yes, we want to suffer with military. Should that not tell you that psychologically they are defeated. The politicians have not only finished them with hunger, they've psychologically defeated the people. They've lost hope in any. They don't even have hope. So they just say finish it.
Sorry. Which Nigerians are saying they are, yes, they want to suffer with military?
The people on the streets protesting, are they not calling for military government?
Which people on the streets are calling for military government?
All the videos that I've sent you of people holding Russian flag, they've been saying they want military government.
All right, just carry on.
Should I send you the videos again?
Look, forget it. I could explain to you, but you probably wouldn't get it.
Okay, you will say it's because you will say it's because he's a southern president and the northerners don't want the southern president. What I'm going to push back is
all right. Have your argument with yourself if you want to. Okay, just carry on.
Okay. What is your argument?
No, it doesn't even matter. Just carry on. It's your floor.
If the southern, if Wagner Group comes into, there will be no northern president. There will be no northern leader, no southern leader. That will be the end. That will be the end. And do you think these people have not considered it? You know they are still going to Niger and coming back. They are still going to Niger and coming back. But you know, obviously, they are sponsored by 6 Spanish people with Nigerian bank accounts, funding them and teaching them about capitalism and communism. So, anyways, you now have the scam United Kingdom. How much applications have they collected this year? 400,000. How much is the lowest visa application? Is it not £150 times 400,000? 60 million pounds these people have made. And maybe not up to 10% they've collected visa from them. You know? And they've been scamming Nigerians and scamming because they know people don't read, and they put all the things that you need to know in a very hard, on a way that is just like trying to pass an exam to get visa. You know, so they are just benefiting from the poverty of Nigeria. They are benefiting from the suffering of Nigerians. Everybody is just benefiting. You say, oh, Nigeria is going to get better, it's going to improve the image of Nigeria. If you have Nigerians that are still crossing the desert, even if your economy is good, nobody will respect you. You see how the South Africans are treating the Nigerians?
You see, this is what frustrates me with you sometimes, Solly. It's even your own headline that you sent it in, and you can't even get... What did you even say just now? You sent it saying, it says, the British High Commission says over 430,000 Nigerians received visa approvals. So what are you even talking about?
That's even worse, because that means
what's worse? You've already just made some arguments that did not cohere with what you sent in.
And I've taken your correction, and I've said your correction even makes the your correction even makes the situation worse, because that shows that they raked in even more than 60 million. Probably they've even raked in up to 500 million pounds from visa application. And if they approved 430,000,
so sorry, where are you getting the figures from?
I'm just speculating. And
you're just pulling things out of thin air, like as usual.
And I say it's speculation. It's not as usual on this topic. I'm saying it is speculation.
Yeah, but what's that speculation? No, just hold on. What's that speculation based on?
My speculation is they made more than 60 million pounds from visa application.
No, not 500 million anymore.
It can be up to 500 million. We don't know.
Maybe 5 billion. Maybe 5 billion. Let's make it 5 billion. 5 billion. Go with 5 billion.
It is within that range. It is not something strange to say that up to 4 million people have applied for visa application this year alone. Seeing how the country is not a wide stretch. Everybody's applying for visa. Everybody wants to JAPA. So to say only in 2024, 4 million people have applied for visa is not a wide stretch. It's really not, compared to the population of over 200 million, getting to 300 million. So my speculation still stays, but then again, it is still speculation. Now, is this a good thing that over almost 500,000 people in 2024, this is August, the beginning of August, are running out of their country, and this is only UK. We can't compare it to the other countries. Probably millions of people have already left Nigeria just this year alone. If the government is working and food prices are coming down, why are people still living in the millions?
Sorry, please, can I ask you?
Yes.
Do your country, Nigeria, do they issue visas? Do you have the estimate to give us of the visas they also issue to others? Thank you.
No. What was your point with that?
Then go and find out. Your country, Nigeria,
Okay.
also issue visas to foreigners.
Okay. All right. Congratulations. Every country issues visas. But how many people are moving for economic and security reasons to Nigeria? How many? Are you telling me they are fucking into Nigeria because Nigeria's economy is booming?
What reasons are those people? These are 430 million. What reasons are you adducing that they are applying for visas?
Security, jobs, safety nets. You know, so many benefits they can collect from a government that does not have oil and knows how to run the economy for the people.
Just forget all this. It's getting a bit wearing.
Okay, so where are they going?
I think if you go to the British Embassy, they will tell you that a good abundance of them, their education visas, a good abundance of them.
Okay, so why are Nigerians going to UK to get educated? Why are they not using Nigerian universities?
They use Nigerian university. They can use any university they want now. What are you even? All right, you have 2 more minutes. Bring it home, and then we'll move it on. I'm not even sure what you're talking about.
People emigrating out of the country. You don't see UK people running out in hundreds of millions, hundreds of thousands.
Why are you even saying that? Don't speak to things you don't know. People in the UK migrate massively to Australia, New Zealand, for whatever reasons. Anyway, you have 2 more minutes. Round it up, and then we'll move on.
Me and you both know that the educational reasons is them carrying their wife so that they can start a brand new life in Nigeria. They are only using education as a means to enter Nigeria. That is the difference. People are moving for economic reasons. It doesn't matter whether it's education. It doesn't matter whether it's marriage. It doesn't matter whether it's job. They are moving for security and safety nets financially. That's just the difference. The British people are not moving to other people's country for economic safety and security. That's not why they are going there as an expert to enjoy the different culture. There are different reasons. You will not see an American saying that, oh, he's going to Bangladesh to go and get a university education so that he can get better economic safety net and security. There's a difference, and you always try to omit this difference. It's not as if all these Nigerians that are going to UK want to come back, even though they are going for education. They don't want to come back. They don't. If it's only for education, why are they not going back in millions also? But they are staying in the UK. But you don't want to look at that also. So you want to mention something and you want to cut another thing totally off. That's always the thing. Every point that you bring is always just making the situation worse. But you know that, but you don't want to mention it also. And I will point it out. That's just it. So they will never ever respect Nigerians because they know that no matter how much we say, oh, the country is good, they know that most Nigerians are just poor and suffering. In Nigeria, most Nigerians would rather go to Benin Republic, Togo, Cameroon at this point. These countries are not, the infrastructure not even better than Nigeria, but they are stable. And when you look at they are stable. Some of them even have more electricity than Nigeria. We don't have electricity, we don't have tap water, we don't have sewage, we don't have nothing. Nothing. And you say, oh, people were suffering before because in UK, were people not suffering before? Are they suffering now? Things get better. It doesn't stay stagnant. And they're still working to get things better. What is getting better in Nigeria? The only thing getting better are the things that they can use to enrich themselves more. Not for any other person. Not for any other person. If you can tell me something that is benefiting only the people in Nigeria, I'll be very open to listen to that. Only benefiting the people in Nigeria and not benefiting the government. Just one. I'm not asking for two, just one. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know much about Nigeria. Like you said, maybe I don't understand how Nigeria works, right? Tell me one thing that they are doing that is benefiting the citizen. But I can tell you hundreds of things that they have used to make the citizens suffer. And I'll keep on pointing back to that fuel subsidy. You did not need to remove it. You could have partially left it there. And if you remove the subsidy on food because you have stupid, foolish reasons to remove it, when you can easily just fix it, put the subsidy in something else. Don't buy a bag of rice for people. Subsidize the rice.
Sorry.
No. Don't ask him any questions. I want him to land, and then I want to move on.
Yes,
Sorry,
ask me. Yes, ask me. I've landed. I've landed.
If you have landed, then thank you. So gas them up. You're up next. Gas.
No. Okay.
Hey, Sully, shout out to you, bro. You saying exactly what needs to be said. Unfortunately, I always attack Nigerians because the truth has to be spoken. And since the slave trade, we've had people who compromise and don't want to speak the truth. I'm not going to be too long. I just want to quickly say some things. First, to the topics that one man brought up, you guys can see Dangote is actually under attack. This is the second or third article that we've seen where I remember when he was first building the refinery, Bloomberg and a lot of other Western agencies said that Dangote is having a liquidity issue, and that was proven to be wrong. Now they're saying they're going to downgrade his credit worthiness as the payments for the refinery come due. So now he can't, find short-term financing if he needs it. And sadly, I blame Dangote because, you see, when you're a naive African, you think the world loves you. You don't realize.
Sorry, Gas. Can people please help us push up the like button and the subscription button as well? We want to hit targets. Sorry, carry on.
So when you're a naive African, you think you're a member of the world. You think you're a part of so-called humanity. You don't realize that you're under attack. I've always told people this. A strong Nigeria is a threat to the MI6. A strong Nigeria is a threat to the CIA, to the NSA. It's a threat to many European establishments because that means that resources won't be taken cheaply out of Africa. And that's always been the game since the slave trade. You get cheap commodities for the exchange of nonsense goods that the coastal elites and the elites take advantage of. And that's always been the game since we've encountered the Portuguese in the 1400s. So unfortunately, Dangote didn't realize that he was under attack. For years, Dangote was one of our best businessmen in Africa. And Bill Gates was never his friend, at least publicly to my knowledge. But then all of a sudden, once Dangote starts creeping to these levels where he has to be acknowledged by the West, Bill Gates comes to his daughter's wedding and all this stuff. I'm like, bro, they don't like you. They say, but Africans will be stubborn and they'll learn the hard way. So I hope he's able to find his way out of it. You can see the NNPC is now telling him, go and source your own fuel. So he thought that they would be happy and they would support him. He's not realizing that the NNPC is really, in many instances, a tool of Western oppression for Nigerians. So we'll see what happens in the future in regards to that. I think another topic one man talked about was this Wale Edun guy with his talk about the subsidy. Did he say 600 million naira? Was it $600 million monthly? How much was that? How much did he say it was monthly? $600 million?
Dollars.
$600 million. One thing about the average, and I always attack the men. I mean, the women to a large degree are no different, but the average Nigerian men, especially the elite ones, the rich ones, they're just hopeless, So they throw about big numbers, they like to drink pepper soup and goat meat and all that other nonsense. And they don't ever really know what we call an audit. So I've always tried to, look at these numbers that they throw about. When they're telling me that they're spending $600 million, what they're saying is that the NNPC, at the behest of the collaboration between the quote-unquote oil marketers, which are IOCs, and the CBN, are paying for this fuel to come into Nigeria after it has left our shores, and then it's refined and then brought back to us. And in order to, make sure that the Nigerian people can consume petroleum products at a decent rate, it is subsidized by the government. The problem is that since the 1970s, and again, this started under Obasanjo's regime, who curiously took over after Murtala was killed when he refused to follow the United States. But that's neither here nor there. I don't want to, one man will stop me and say I'm speculating. So let me not go too deep into it. But my point is this, is that since the 1970s, we've seen that these price control boards, and it was put into law in, I believe, 77. We've seen these price control boards implement some form of subsidizing costs for the Nigerian citizen. At no point did any of the successive governments from that time on with Obasanjo up until Tinubu's administration ever hold to task our refineries. Because the reality is this: if our refineries are working at full capacity, there's no need for a subsidy. And I said this yesterday. I said, listen, get all the tough allies, get all the cult guys, get all the OPCs, get all the hard men, and just put them at the refineries and say, listen, don't let anybody steal anything, don't let anybody break anything, and let's make sure this goddamn thing works. But you see, when you tell this to Nigerian men, they get angry. Who are you to talk to me? They get angry. They're hopeless people. And, it's just ridiculous. So unfortunately, we're going to still see these type of nonsense numbers thrown about in our faces, and they'll tell us that they're subsidizing this, as opposed to saying, well, let's make sure the refineries are working at the local capacity so we don't have to have a landed cost of petroleum. If the refineries are working, there's no need for a landed cost of petroleum. Now you can safely say, I'm going to use that money for healthcare, or I'm going to use that money for infrastructure, blah, 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 which they're not, right? But the truth of the matter is, no one has ever addressed the two main elephants in the room, and that is, again, the cost of oil extraction, which is, as I said, if you want to build an oil rig in Nigeria, you can Google this. You can research this. Come back and tell me if gas was wrong, if I'm lying. It's about $35 million to open up an oil rig. And this is not deep sea, this is inland. Whereas if you compare that to Canada or the United States, it's $1.8 to $2 million. So that's a problem that none of the administrations have ever addressed. Why is it so expensive for us to extract oil? Particularly when you look at other places in Africa, it's not so expensive, right? What's going on in Nigeria? Why are our prices so heavily inflated? That's why now Dangote is being told he needs to source his own petroleum. So unfortunately, if I was him, what he should have done, he should have probably reduced his ambition for such a large refinery, but he thought that, it was the whole APC mafia thing and they were going to look out for him. He's realizing that's not going to happen, or the way that he thought it would happen. So now they're telling him he should get his own fuel. He probably should have built a $10 billion refinery and then used another $10 billion to, purchase an oil company to start extracting his own oil and just have that vertical integration, so he doesn't have to rely on purchasing oil from Nigeria or anything of that nature. So I'm going to wrap up with this. Yesterday, I came on this platform and I said, because someone asked me, what would I do to fix Nigeria? And I mentioned, once again, we need to open our ports and make sure our ports are working at full capacity. I'm not a fan of importation. I think importation in the long run is not good for your economy. You definitely need to manufacture and have high local consumption of your manufactured products. And that's another reason why we're so reliant on the dollar, because we're just a nation of importers, right? So we need to get away from that. We need to start reverse engineering whatever we import and make it ourselves. I've always said we have brilliant boys, the Yahoo boys, Abba boys, Ibadan boys, all these boys, north, south, east, west. They can take this stuff and reverse engineer it. You can open up factories for them and have them make the technology locally. But, whatever, Nigerians, right? So I said on this platform, I said yesterday that they need to open up the ports. and they need to start dredging all the ports in Nigeria. And I was viciously attacked, right? One man and the rest of them came after me. I sent one man the proof that the Lagos port, the Apapa port, was actually dredged. As a matter of fact, historically, the original port that the British colonial administration used and utilized was was it Forcados, however you pronounce it, in Delta over there. That was the original port of entry. And what they were trying to contemplate, Lugard and the rest of these, colonial clowns, they said that they should build a rail freight to connect the goods from the Delta to Lagos. But because of economic interest at the time, the Lagos coastal and colonial elite, they kind of had more sway with the colonial administration. So they were like, nah, they don't want to do that. And that's when Lagos Apapa Port got dredged. So my point is this, is that I'm sick and tired of Nigerians coming on these platforms being uninformed, ill-advised, not well-researched, spouting nonsense out of their lips. And when somebody, and I try to be as humble as possible, because I don't want to be like, come across like, oh man, he knows so much, and you got these other, the Americana, he's using English on us, all idiots. I try not to be that person. I try to just be humble. All right, cool. You don't have to agree. That's fine. I'm not going to argue with you. We can agree to disagree. But I just had to come on today and just be patient to just let you guys know. Sometimes, man, just keep quiet if you don't have the research. Go do the research before you just run your lips, because it's embarrassing to yourself, and it's embarrassing overall when you stifle the conversation. The Lagos port was dredged. The Apapa port was dredged. They spent at the time 422,000 pounds, 100,000 pounds, 422,
I want to ask a question. Can we interject?
Wait, before you ask
a monologue?
Okay, sure. Ask the question, because I don't want one man to cut my time. That's why I try to rush my points.
I just want to know if you can interject. You see one thing.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I seem to align with you on that part, because I was unable to come on to join the conversation yesterday because people seem to believe that the cost of shipping to all those regions is expensive. And I beg to differ, because if we really want to develop our country, one of those critical factors is to spread the infrastructure across. You can give incentives to all those shipping operators to go to all those regions. So what do I mean is this? For example, you can make cost of doing business in Lagos more expensive than doing business in, let's say, Delta State or maybe Okitipupa, because definitely you don't have the type of congestion we have in Lagos. So when you want to redistribute our population, you want to build our economy, is to decongest Lagos, deconcentrate. So shift the concentration. If it costs you to land, let's say, container for 1 million in Lagos, because of your taxes, all those things, you can give these people incentives. Like, okay, maybe you are going to land your goods for $800 there, so that you spread the development across. So there's no such thing as non-viable. The non-viability is more of government creation. So to me, I beg to differ that landing things in all those places will be so expensive and difficult. So it is all about your fiscal policy. You have to look at fiscal policy to distribute the economy across the country. So there'll be no reason where people will start focusing on Lagos, a major city of the country alone. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you, recognizing that. And what's interesting, if you read this article, and there's many more articles, many more books. There's a well-known historian, Kristen Mann, M-A-N-N, Kristen Mann. She spent a lot of time, I believe, in University of Lagos, or I forgot which university, but she did a well-researched book on how Lagos became one of the premier cities of West Africa and West Africa in general. So there's a lot of research on this stuff. And that's why I get frustrated, because it's like, I'm not just coming here spouting stuff. I do a ton of research. I'm on JSTOR. I'm on, some of the Cambridge websites, on Ithaca. I'm on a lot of these sites, reading these papers, getting these books, buying them on Kindle before I'll come on here and highlight things. And what's interesting is that you'll see that the first thing that the colonial people did, they created a freight that linked Lagos to Kano, because Kano was one of the most industrial bases when they took over. And they knew that there was a lot of commercial activity in Kano, so they had to connect Lagos to Kano. And again, I came on the platform and I said, we need to get high-speed rail. So as the brother who just spoke before me said, if we open up all the ports from southwest, south-south to southeast, and we link them, I'm not a fan of the highways per se, because I think then everybody becomes car reliant, and car, developed metropolises aren't the best either for the environment, and then you become reliant on gas. So I said we should look at high-speed rail that connects the north to south, the entire east to west, right? And you can look at it as a human body. You have your capillaries, you have your arteries, you have your veins, and they're all linked together, and you have your heartbeat, your brain, and each part plays an effective role. You have your kidney. So if we look at the Nigerian state as a body and we create an arterial structure in which goods are flowing without any impediment on high-speed rail from coast to coast, you can literally, as the gentleman before me just said, you can sit down in your Ogun State, put your goods, wherever you get your goods from, you get them from Turkey, China, wherever you get your goods from, the United States, Brazil, you put them on a high-speed rail straight to the north. Now, the north has a lot of food products. We can exchange. I'm going to end with two things, one man, because I know my time is running. We can start exchanging goods with ourselves without even having to use the interface of currency. We can literally trade and barter with an established system in which we already know beforehand what the value of particular items are. So if I bring in, for example, let's say 1,000 pounds of something that I've imported, let's just call it widgets, and I know that they have, 2 truckloads of bama skins, and they're equivalent, and we agree, we don't even have to exchange money. We can literally use the same international means of commerce with bills of lading, letters of exchange, letters of credit, with genuine trust and a good, efficient system where I can load my goods from Ogun State and send them to the north and vice versa, and I can get my goods in return. And this can build great commercial activity in Nigeria, and it can be taxed, and everyone can pay their taxes to the local governments. Now we have roads. This is how we run an administration. The last thing I'll say is this. We currently have a car manufacturer, let's just call it manufacturer. We have a couple. We have one innocent that's established, and we have a couple that are coming up. The problem is that these guys are trying to make a Mercedes-Benz type of car that the average Nigerian, as Ekene wonderfully put, with the meager minimum wage, can't afford. It's about $40. That's nonsense. So now what we can do is we can start giving them the idea that, hey, listen, maybe you should make a smaller car, a more affordable car, like Henry Ford, when he started his car manufacturing process in the United States. He made sure every American can afford, and he made sure he paid his workers a high enough wage so that they could also have 2 Fords in their car, in their driveway. So these are the things. It's like, if we're going to copy the Oyibo, then let's copy them and be the best. Let's be better than them. But let's not copy the Oyibo to steal money, hide off in Dubai, have a little blonde bimbo that sleeps with us. Our kids are in London and our kids are in America, and we think we're doing something. Because guess what? These protests, whether you want to call them Russian, whether you want to say they're Spanish, whether you want to say it's regime change, it's biting us in the behind, as the Americans say. And these people that we're calling poor, poverty-stricken, blah, 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 they will cannibalize us. And I say us because I'm in that class of privilege as well. But they will cannibalize us, and it's going to come a point where you can give them all the money in the world, and they won't want that. What they'll want is blood. And we could keep playing this silly game. We could keep playing it, because I kid you not, when Nigeria is broke and the elite can't afford to bribe their way around town anymore, then they'll see the true color of the people they've been stepping on. So I'll end with this. When you have governments that are saying they're giving away bags of rice, this is silly. This is the same way that Boss Tweed in New York in the 1800s, if you ever watched the movie Gangs of New York, this is what they were doing. And they realized that's inefficient, doesn't make sense. You could easily tell everybody to make sure they took away, the NINs. They made us register our SIMs with our NIN. You could easily say, listen, everybody has to go to their local government, bring proof of your income, bring your work, and through your NIN, you'll get, if it's linked to your bank account, your BVN, you'll get a certain amount of money. The central bank can release a certain amount of money to your account every month. Just like in the US, they have, certain debit cards that people who are of lower income can go to certain stores and purchase food. You can do the same thing. So you tell all the traders at the local markets, hey, listen, if this person comes in with this card, they buy their goods, and then the government compensates you at the end of the month. You show the number of people, and you got to put the mechanisms in place so there's no cheating. That's how you run an efficient government. Don't give people bags of rice that they're going to finish in an hour, or they'll probably sell because they're cash strapped. And this is the nonsense. So, I'll end with that. So please, when you guys come on these platforms, be well researched. I'm not going to give my accolades, but trust me, I'm around a lot of heavy hitting academics. So I can't just run my mouth without research. Be well researched. Don't just read a post from Punch Magazine or some nonsense you saw on channels, TV, on YouTube. Get some real deep research and scholarship, and then make a conclusion and display that publicly. So the people who said that nonsense about me yesterday, that Lagos port wasn't dredged, you owe me an apology, but I know I won't get it. So thank you, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. That's the excellent, well-researched gas them up. So that's gas them up. So a man not at all full of gas, Baba. So Baba, you're up next. So I think Baba don't have too much time left. So let's go to Baba. Baba, you're up next.
Thank you, woman.
Sorry, Baba. People who have not yet clicked on the like button, please do that. Let's get the numbers up. Even for the excellence that you just heard from gas them up. Baba, you're up.
Yeah, thank you, woman. I will dispense with protocols, but still I salute the panelists and people in the comment section. Quickly, let me correct. Is Ekene still with us? Ekene?
Bob, I'm here.
Good. I just want to give you an insight exactly what a military government look like. I choose you because I know you can easily verify me. Tomorrow when you get to Alaba, try and look for any elderly person in the electronic section where you are and verify this story. A military government during Rasaki's time in the 1990s, Alaba was locked for 3 months because they had a fight with Omonile. Alaba was locked not because they were guilty. They were not guilty, but because of what they can get out of them. Why do I know that? Why do I remember that? I chopped part of the money. That time, the traders contributed to ask for pardon so that that place will be open. Colonel Raji Rasaki was governor of Lagos State. Later, Marwa was Lagos State governor. The Alaba traders had a problem with Alaba Rago houses. Same thing happened. I think they locked Alaba like 1 month. I was not part of that settlement. You understand? That's how military government is. You can't take them to court. What happened in the shopping complex in Abuja? At least threats were made, lawsuits were opened. That's democracy for you. So don't ask for don't what you wish for. If it happens, it's not a good government.
So,
People you
so
can
if
ask
if
any
if
question.
if it's so bad, why is government ready to risk everything to get
Sorry,
this
don't
done?
take my time, okay?
People are
Number two,
threatening it.
one man. Let me go ahead. There was a Lagos port in Marina for slave trade that went on from Ireko through the known Martin Street now, and Kingsway that opens into the port. It was before the Apapa port was built. In I think before even Nigerian was created, Apapa port was built, or in between that 1910,
Apapa Port was
1913.
built in the
Let,
1900s, sir.
let me finish. That Lagos
The articles
Marina
on
port.
you can read the article.
Can I finish? I'm not reading now. I use one word here. This is history I witness. Why? I was not born 1913 or 1914. But when that Lagos port, the marina you cruise through today, on the right where you have the car park, before the bridge, that is Lagos port. That is why NPA headquarters is on Marina. And that port starts from that cathedral place up to very close to UBA headquarters today. In fact, actually it terminates. The last gate comes from Balogun. You pass the Patterson and Zokonis headquarters, PZ. You cross the road, and then the police headquarters, a central police headquarters, you enter the gate. It was broken or disbanded, I think 1976. That port was scrapped in 1976. That's for that. So one man. So what's the topic for today?
We're talking about the $600 million being used for subsidy. We're talking about the Northerners coming out to say that to explain why they are waving Russian flags. We're talking about the subsidies that and the bags of rice that were sent out to the state governors not being passed on to the people, and the Senate querying $1.5 billion spent on trying to make the refineries, Port Harcourt especially, not working. And then we're also talking about this storyline, which a lot of people are not picking up, the Nigerian South African girl that deems
No,
the
I
one
won't,
to be
no, I
here.
won't go there. I'll leave that one for the younger people and not too old people. Let's talk about this refinery thing. I don't know where to put it. I don't know when things like this happens over and over and over and over again. I get perplexed. I get really perplexed because I ask myself, so in my lifetime, I will not see a Nigeria that is settled, that this kind of thing will go on and on, because we don't have problems in that country. We manufacture problems for ourselves. And those we manufactured, the solutions are there, simple. Very simple. But we are not ready to apply it. We are not ready. I think I read Oga about a week ago. He said something. We joined the contract of making Nigeria happen. The Igbos, the Hausas, and the Yorubas. But we refused to surrender our sovereignty. I read it a week ago. Oga wrote it. Yeah, it's Oga, not Ayo. Oga. Yeah, we refuse to surrender our sovereignty. That is at the heart of our problems today. If a Yoruba man the Yoruba man wants to defend his own thief, if others are attacking the thief and asking for that thief to be crucified, a nation is not run that way. It's the tragedy of the geographical expression called Nigeria. At times, I always moderate my my inner thought, I always moderate it because there are something you think inwardly or I have as a private conversation, I cannot bring it into the open because some of them are extreme. You see this repairing of the refineries. We are not serious with ourselves. You know, I mentioned one thing when Hassan was here yesterday. Very few people know what is even going on in our country. I mentioned to Hassan yesterday, and he didn't have an answer. That the exploration NNPC has been doing since the 80s, 1980s. If you look at NNPC budget yearly since the 80s, they've been pumping money for exploration in the north, the Chad Basin, and some other states. They found oil in Bauchi. They found oil in the Chad Basin. What do they do with it? They say it's not of commercial quantity, but it's enough to lay pipe and send our oil to the refinery in N'Djamena in Chad Republic. Who is accounting for that money? I've not seen NNPC books that tells me that revenue comes into their coffers. How can you have 4 refineries and none ever worked in this century? The one of North is even tragic enough, but it doesn't make sense. The Northern refinery doesn't even use our blend. You have to support it with another blend for that refinery to be able to manufacture products. And yet you lay pipe from the south to the north. The cost of that pipe can build a refinery in the south nearest to raw materials the size of Dangote refinery. We even risk our life in times of war. Those are the pipes they will blow off easily. Imagine the distance, laying a pipe from south to northern Nigeria. We are not sincere because there's trust deficit. Oh, you have in the south, so where we should have in the north too. But if it doesn't make sense, well, how can you put it there? But then we have to put it there to satisfy quotas or whatever services it's for. And we don't look. That's why I don't, even though I support the protest, but the quarrel, I said, look, we are not focusing. If you want to picket, go picket those refineries. Even the workers, refinery workers are on protest or on strike. You don't work, you go to work. The contractor for sweeping the premises still earn this money. You still go on leave. You still do IOU so that they can borrow. You still borrow money from an NPC as a worker in a premises that is not working, not producing anything. They budget for it every year. D2 for Port Harcourt, D2 for Cardinal Refinery. 1.5 billion, just about. And this 1.5 billion is just about 5 years budget. How much is a module refinery? I even take it back because when OBG said that refinery will not work, and Mele Kyari came in, I think sometime last November or October, and told us it will be working in December. And December, when they started showing us some computer things and stuff like that, Bishop was still a part of us then. Bishop made me apologize that I should eat my words. And I did. I was excited for my country. I thought it's going to work. The next thing they use a verbiage is mechanical. They finish it mechanically. You played some this thing showing the bellowing of some smoke and things like that. Or, oh no, the gas waste from the refinery, the fire from the funnel. You showed it here. I was excited. That's fizzled out within 1 week. And ever since that January or December, we've not had anything. A country can't be run this way. And at times I question our being together even. Because you don't know how pained I am. I am a product. When I sit in my quiet moment, I ask myself at times, what has Nigeria done for me? I've never attended government hospital. I don't use NEPA, ECN NEPA lights. At a time, I had 2 generators in Nigeria, one for daytime, one for nighttime. My children never attended public school. So what has Nigeria done for me? Nothing. Nothing. I've always had borehole.
How were you able to afford those 2 generators?
One is petrol, the daytime one, and because of air conditioner in the night, we use the diesel generator, the big one.
How were you able to afford them?
Why not? My children, even at a time for the diesel, they came up with a contraption. They have an arrangement with a fuel station where they have a service bay. So they take those oil, they take from the engine oil, the used one. They take it. There is amount of kerosene they use to mix that oil, and they use it to get AGO. Though the smoke will be a little bit thicker, not blue, and of course it will shorten the lifespan of that generator. If it's to be like 5 years or 7 years, it will take at least about 2 years out of it.
That was what I was really asking. You said Nigeria has never done anything for you, but you seem to have you seem to have lived an upper class life in Nigeria.
Average life.
Nigeria gave you that life that you seem to.
I took it myself.
Where did you take it from?
I went to school. I walked. And I'm not daft.
Where did you work? Where did you school? Nigeria gave you everything.
Oh man, leave me a beg. Nigeria didn't give me anything. You understand? But it's a beautiful life out there. And since I've been 18, I remember very well, I've not eaten 3 meals a day. I've always eaten only twice. It's now that I'm growing into old age that my belt is 30, my waist is 34. My waist has always been 32. Do I wear trousers 36 to give my stomach some allowance? I don't like tonteering trousers. What I'm saying in essence is this. It depends on value. Since I was a kid, we go to abattoir. I don't know, at times people, maybe because my parents were educated, we buy from abattoirs, meat. We go to farms to buy products, prepare everything that is needed in bulk, not the ordinary markets. We go to Ekpe, to drive to Ekpe to buy fish as they are coming back. At times, my fisher folks in Isaleko, they bring for us. So this new Nigeria that people complain about food, there has always been people who lacked. But I don't know, because even me as a kid, when we are on holidays, you see the Kuramo waters on the island. We go there to fish. We take it as fun. As kids, it's fun to us to go fishing because we don't have the Nintendo or anything now. All these things they use now. TV will not come on until about 6 o'clock in the evening. So we have the whole daytime to ourselves. Because I listened to my deputy governor 2 days ago, Hamzat. He talked even about he talked about them having a tomato farm in Badagry. In between Badagry and the market, when they take tomato, which they sell to them, I think he mentioned it for 7,000 or so, or 2,000 a basket or something. He mentioned it. By the time it lands into the Okuku axis, the Agbara axis, and all the rest, they've multiplied it by 10 times. They are trying to see how they can curtail that, because those are the tomatoes they are taking to the Onje-Eko markets to sell to people. So that's why I used the slogan the other time when we were all sloganeering that we need to fix ourselves first as Nigerians. We want to fix Nigeria. No, fix your home, fix yourself. Because this oil thing now we are talking about, it's about our people. I'm in support of this oil subsidy because I know what's up there. How many people have died, killed? Let me use a bite or what the lingo here, because you were not playing balls. Whether you are custom, whether you are and all those departments in NMPC or anything, or you are trying to be greedy. So a lot of stuff goes on there. If they go picket these refineries, they picket the National Assembly for 1 week, not 10 days, 5 working days, massive crowd, I think things will change. I'm not saying things, watch my word, I'm not saying things will work. I'm just saying things will change. Because to wean a child from breastfeeding is not an easy task. Ask mothers. So it is, because only in Nigeria a lot of things like this happen. Only in several other climes, nothing. Because we don't ask questions. I just talk about other climes where they take their crude, go to a refinery. It's a question of contract. Please refine this product for me. This is what you can extract. This is what you can extract. This is what you can extract. Already, that country have sold out those byproducts they will not need. They will use those vessels will come and collect right from the refinery. While they will bring, while they will bring their own vessel to collect what they needed in terms of AGO or PMS or LPFO, HPFO, anyone. But because we are not literate in that industry, they just use any arithmetic for us, and we tend to accept it. So when you say you are using $1.5 billion is a lot of money. The GDP of some countries that are neighbors is just 10, 12 billion, 15 billion. They are GDP. And we are using 1.5 alone to waste, to service refinery that none has worked so far. These people, until we strong arm them, they will not yield. They will not yield. So if they still want to protest, where they should picket should be the 4 refineries and the National Assembly, because that is where they can change the laws. The governors, nobody is asking them now. They are thumbing their noses at Abuja, because Abuja cannot say you can't receive your FAC allocation. It's unconstitutional. The president doesn't have that power. If not, that governor will take him to court and he will win, hands down. You can't stop any allocation, any entitlement to a state as a president in Nigeria. That's what our constitution says. And yet they receive the money. They even ask for more. It's like a cartel. Who ruined Jonathan's government. It's the governors that ruined Jonathan's government, not the change of government. Because the national sovereign account, they finish it. What other accounts? Two major accounts where in one alone we had about 21 billion already growing that account, and they finished everything. Today, those two accounts reading zero.
Baba, before there is something I wanted to ask here, but I forgot it. So I would like to throw it to you so that you. I saw the appointment of the former governor of Katsina State to the position of this third fund something that concerns education. So, what do you say about such appointment in a critical position of this country now that needs to intellectual people in the position of power, especially that kind of position that concerns education, and you see such individual being appointed in that position, do you really appreciate it as a supporter of the president?
Well, my support for the president is not an absolute. No, I question a lot of things here. I question those the jets. I didn't question the yacht, but I questioned the jet, and I questioned when they budgeted over some billions for vehicles in Aso Rock. So I'm not. It's not an absolute my support for the president. For most of the appointment, no, I disagree, and I disagree. Particularly anything with education, I've always believed that we have too many educationists in Nigeria, in all the geopolitical zone, blessed and rich in their knowledge of the terrain. There are so many. A lot of them are. Even if you pick a really well-versed retired headmaster for that position, he will never misfire. So when they turn everything into politics, that's one of the bane of our country. That is why maybe everything for us will have to be slow. So that is very wrong. Square peg in round holes.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, woman. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, so thank you, Baba. So let's see if Ajale Koko is ready for us. Do we have Ajale Koko? Oh yeah, he's there. Yes. So Ajale Koko, you're up next. I think we may not. Oh, he is there. So yes, Ajale Koko, you're up next. So we're still on the narrative of the subsidy. The opinions just sharply divided. Some people for it fervently, some people against it fervently. But a lot of the nuanced understanding feel that this subsidy is something that needs to go. And then Wale Edun coming to speak on this 600 million naira month, $1 million even a month on the petroleum space, and the Senate querying why I haven't spent $1.5 billion on a Port Harcourt refinery. It still cannot refine anything. The protest is still going on apparently, so plenty to discuss. Ajale Koko, you're up next. Hello? Can anyone hear me? Am I still here? Hello?
We can hear you, man.
We can hear you.
Oh, all right. Ajale Koko muted, but he dropped. All right. We'll go on then to Isaac, and on our way to Isaac, then I was going to wait for Ajale Koko to bail out. On our way to Isaac, then I'll bail out hand over to Thomas. AY for real. There he is right there. Kulata, there he is right there. Of course, we always mention.
Back.
Yes. I saw. I heard the beep.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, let's hear from you. Did you hear anything I said?
Yeah. Can you give me the topic again?
No, we were talking about $1.5 billion spent on a Port Harcourt refinery, still not able to refine oil. $600 million. Wale Edun saying that we were spending on our petroleum. but you were quoting those figures. The protest still going on apparently, but nobody seems to be paying attention anymore. Yeah, so we're talking about the South African situation, the Nigerian girl, the NMPC, still ongoing battle with the Dangote space. So a lot of conversation here.
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, Wale Edun's figure, to me, and everything is said, number one, the figure he's giving does not represent the subsidy. It just telling us that they spent $600 million to import, and what represents the subsidy is, the difference between that 600 million and the amount they sell it. Whatever amount that they subsidize. Let's say, okay, if the landing cost is $1,000, or let me say 1,000 naira, and they sell it to us at the pump for $600. 600 naira. Then 400 is the subsidy. So it is not the 600 million that really matter to me, but what is the actual subsidy? He failed to tell us that. And number two, he confirmed to us that they are very, very incompetent government, very incompetent group of people that cannot even determine how much oil or petrol that we use on daily basis. And he confirmed to us that they are very incompetent by him telling us that we are feeding all other African countries. All this petrol are finding their way outside Nigeria to Central Africa, to other African countries. That is not our own problem. That is their own problem. That is the corruption, government corruption right there. So if they cannot really fight the corruption, why are they in government? If they cannot really manage the resources well, why are they in charge? So this is why some of us that are supporting subsidy, that is why we are making that point that, look, it is the corruption there that should be fought and not totally take off subsidy. It's insane. In a country that every economic activity is driven by that single product, and then what you are giving as subsidy to drive the economy activity, to encourage productivity, to boost productivity, you took it off and you think that the economy will perform better. It's not going to perform better. It's never going to perform better. So, and we see the effect of it, the adverse effect of this thing on Dangote and on every business activity in the country. They're losing money. Devaluation of the naira and the removal of subsidy, it crushed business activity. It crushing productivity. It shrink our potential for economic growth. It's not stimulating anything. It's not stimulating economic activity. So Edun can do better. Everything is said there is just to confirm to us that they don't know how to manage the resources well. So that's on the Edun. And on the Kyari and the House or Senate probing him, I think they're just, I don't know, I think they're just grandstanding. This is not the first time that this is not the first time they have invited Kyari to the to hearing. They done it even during the Buhari's time. What ended it? What did we hear after that? Nothing. That guy was able to, you know, you know, he was able to bragado them, and you know, he was able to speak some grammar as they were asking him some question. He was speaking some grammar too, and he was able to get away with it. Nothing happened to him. So I don't see what is going to happen to him now, because he should have been the first person that the president should have taken out. The same way he took out the central bank governor. He should have taken out that guy that he assumed office from day one. But he allowed this guy continued to do what he's doing. Something. So he kept him there. And who is probing him? If the president is backing him, if the president still wants him there, nothing. Nobody can do anything to him, except the president doesn't want him anymore. That's the way I see it. So Abba Kyari, to me, is still, I mean, I don't see any kind of problem between him and the president at the moment. Maybe there is one, I don't know. But it looked like the president liked him. It looked like he's doing a good job to the president, and I don't see anything.
Sorry, Jellicoco, are you talking about killing me? Is it Abba Kyari you talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about Abba Kyari.
Yeah, so the question is, who is Abba Kyari? Abba Kyari, I don't think is in the same league as Emefiele. Emefiele is just a loose, I don't know, cannon. But Abba Kyari, who is he?
Who is making noise there? Somebody have his TV on? Prince Daddy.
No. I think Prince was in the middle of putting a question to you, but I think it was interrupted by
Oh, he was interrupted.
Yeah.
Okay, because I couldn't even hear him anymore. So to me, Abba Kyari, I don't see anything happening to him. As long as the president is still backing him, it seems that he's doing a good job to Mr. President. And because all of us have said it here, Abba Kyari should have gone from day one, but the president kept him there, and I believe he's doing a good job to him. So the probing by the Senate is just an effort in an effort that cannot achieve anything as long as the president is still with her guy. We saw what happened when Amechi was being probed by the assembly.
That was Gbajabiamila then, wasn't it?
And that was the end. 1 month, we didn't hear anything after that. Since then, nothing, no probe, nothing anymore. Everything ended there, and everybody move on. So this one they are doing,
and this same Gbajabiamila is now the chief of staff, and you're expecting something different. We have been sold, bought, and paid for in that country, and the chains around our necks, around our legs, is permanent.
Oh my God! They are just
no.
What is our you know? Even the unborn till the world comes to an end. What is our you know?
The last song is. Ella had a song, the government magic. It's just government magic, man. As long as we have Nigeria, that the government magic will never end. So all this thing playing out is just government magic. That is what Yoruba call
can you guys hear me? I don't know if I'm audible.
we can hear you now.
Your praise. Yeah, praise.
Okay, I was gonna say that magic you're talking about, it's everywhere. Even in American politics, it's these people. That's if you pay the price and you become part of the what you call it of the team of the insiders. It's just the way it works. But my question to Angelico is that Emefiele and Abba Kyari are not the same. So I was asking you a question: who is Abba Kyari? Who is he? You can't say he's doing a good job. No. Who is he? See, Tinubu is the president. We understand that. But again, I said it before. It's like the five family, the mafia. You can't just come in and displace someone like Abba Kyari or some other people as such. It's part of the team. So who is he? I don't know much about him, but I mean, I connected easy. That's my question.
Let me say this. Abba Kyari is the bagman for the Fulani oligarch, for the Fulani oligarchy. And the Fulani oligarchy, they are the strongest grouping known to the black race. If he moves against him, they'll just remove him from office. Never even mind soldier. They will remove him instantaneously. He has to delicately ease that guy. Everybody knows Abba Kyari is not meant to be there now, but it's the bag man, it's the money man for the Fulani oligarch.
Now you're talking. So Emefiele was just a disposable guy. It's a pawn. You can deal with it, even though it's $1 trillion. You can still deal with him. He's just a pawn. But just like you said, this guy is deep rooted. Abba Kyari, so Tinubu knows the game. He knows what's up. That's why some of these people. That's why it's going to be a grind to bring Nigeria to whatever you think would make Nigeria great again, if it was ever great. That is. So this is not that easy. So when some people talk, like go there and do this and that. See, an average Nigerian or Nigerian politician knows the right thing to do, but it's never about doing the right thing. It's about the process. What does it take to do the right thing? You got resistance. You got opposition. You got things to deal with, and that is reality. So the notion that people are protesting now, just right after 1 year in Tinubu is kind of disingenuous in a lot of ways.
You say, Prince, if Nigeria is ever going to have any meaning, there has to be a big fight. And that big fight is either we are going to unbuckle and unshackle ourselves from these chains, or we surrender to permanent servitude and they defeat us absolutely.
And you are absolutely right. And right now we're just pampering what we're doing. We're just trying to manage what we have, manage of Nigeria. That's what we're doing. And in reality, even American Revolution or Civil War, is it the French Civil War? Is it the Russian? When they overthrew the Tsar in Russia, name any civilization or any country that ever had a progress or had a pivotal moment. There has to be.
Not teach you something. You are talking about big fights. If there's anything like that, that's the end of Nigeria.
Is that entirely a bad thing? Because we cannot live in the way that we're living now.
No, it's a bad thing. The end of Nigeria means that there will be a huge refugee crisis all over the world, from Africa to Europe, to America, to the Middle East. You don't want an unstable Nigeria with over 200 million people. You just don't want it.
Yeah, but we cannot carry on in the manner that we are.
When I hear this, revolution, let's go out. This protest is just.
It's not the protest, though. It's the unshackling of our.
You're unshackling, unbundling. Remover, all those are fancy words.
Do you think we're shackled at the moment? Do you think we're shackled at the moment? Do you think we're in chains?
We are not in any chain. Our society, no. Our society, we are not in any chains. Our society, our country called Nigeria, is no other different from others. We have our peculiar problems. We have common problems too with other countries. One of the problems that is peculiar to us is we are not productive enough for the people in that country. If we are productive, we will also begin to resemble the United States, Canada, Australia, and United Kingdom.
Why
We
are
are
we
not
not
productive
productive?
enough
Why are
because
we
we are
not
lazy.
productive?
We are lazy.
Lazy.
Ah,
We are lazy. We are
thank
lazy.
you,
And
one
we
man,
need
for
to
that
start
question.
it. We are lazy people.
See,
People,
Emeka,
see, we are looking.
I
People,
mean,
the
you're
youth,
lazy.
see,
Oh, no,
the
no,
youth are
man.
pointing. The youth are pointing at the government that the government should feed them when they are
Emeka,
supposed to
No,
take.
they are
our
not.
problem is
Wait,
more than
no,
They are
that
productive.
is
not.
what
They
is
are not
happening.
saying the
That is what
government
is
should feed
happening.
them.
See, the
Hold on,
Chinese.
Emeka,
Wait,
hold on.
okay.
Let it be conversational. The youths are not asking the government to feed them. They are not. Or I'm
What
not
are they
sure if
asking for?
they are asking the government to let them have an opportunity to feed themselves. That's what they're saying. I'm not sure
But
they
the
are listening
government,
to us.
see, but the government is providing the opportunity now.
Where is the
Somebody reached out
electricity?
to me on
Where is the
Twitter. Somebody reached out
security?
to me on Twitter. Wait, somebody reached out to me on Twitter that I should give him money for tuition. I said, go and take a loan from student. He said it's a scam. I asked him, have you applied? No. Then why are you saying something is a scam when you have not applied? Go and apply. The opportunity is there. Farmers, they are giving them free fertilizers and seedlings. Why are the farmers not producing enough? They are holding the products too.
Emeka,
There's hold on, Bank of
Emeka,
Industry. Let me begin to Bank of Industry.
Emeka, just give me
Wait now, let me
two seconds.
land this point.
That
Then
point
I
you
will
make,
keep
I want
quiet.
to
Let me
say
give
what
this
happened
example.
today to me.
Okay, go ahead.
What
Go on.
happened today? A long lost cousin called me about my age. And when talking, I asked, what about this your daughter? I say she's home. Oh. He doesn't have money to send him to university. And I said, let me talk to her. Do you know between father and daughter, they don't know about Nel Fund? It is me in US that forwarded the sites to them today. It is me. And these are Yorubas in the South. Carry on.
So, Bank of Industry is providing subsidized loan for manufacturing sector as well as some service sectors too. But are the people going to go and take the loans? No. Everybody is saying that everywhere is bad. What I can say is yes, the interest rate is high. I can agree with that. But let's call facts fact. We are lazy people. The Chinese come in, we have resources underneath the ground. The Chinese will come in illegally, take that resources, go and sell, and get rich. The Indians will come, go to Ilikpeju, you can see what the Indians are doing, or go to Lekki, you can see what they are doing. Do you know we have over 10 million Indians in Nigeria, but you never see them on the streets? When they want to do their Diwali, they go to that side. That's where you will know we have Indians. My neighbor here in Canada, his best friend is in Nigeria making a killing with chauffeurs, cooks, maids, and all the things that can make life so beautiful. When I told him
Okay.
I'm in Nigeria, he said, "Oh, my best friend is there. He's enjoying life." We are lazy people. We must admit
Um,
over 200 million people, and we cannot produce things that we can eat. We want to import bread. We want to import toothpick. We want to import shoes. We want to import slippers. Man, let's get ourselves right. Thank you.
okay. Let me before Angelica continues. 1 minute. You got it. You understand what I'm saying. What America is talking about is great. It's practical, but you do understand that we are shackled. We are. And I like to read a verse in the Bible that actually captures that, which is Isaiah 58:6, that says, "Is this not the fast that I have chosen to loose the bonds of wickedness, to undo heavy burdens, to let the oppressed go free, and that you break every yoke." Now, if you understand that verse, it's quite deep. Isaac Black is there. He probably knows the vast Petoskey. Nigeria is on the other day, Mike said, "Oh, we need a spiritual breakthrough," or whatever Mike said. Nigeria is under a heavy burden, shackle, that is. And, you know, that nation needs to be, it needs to be let go for things to work for the people. just like the Indians Emeka is talking about, yes, same is the case here in America or the rest of the world where Nigerians are. Collectively, the Nigerian community is doing very well compared to the African Americans and many other groups. Okay, why is that? Well, because that's more of a systematic, deliberate community. But in Nigeria, it's not the same. Yeah, an average Nigerian cannot be compared to an average Indian that came to Nigeria with a purpose. It's not the same. It's not the same. Because if you go to India, India is riddled with poverty also. India is almost some parts of India. Many parts of India is like a dumpster. It's like a trashy place.
What you are saying, Nigerians in Nigeria do not have purpose. I agree with you.
No, that's not what he's saying. Sorry, Prince. Emeka, in fact, I follow through what he just said there. What Prince is saying is, he said Nigerians in the United States, they are highly successful, but you are saying Nigerians in Nigeria, they are lazy. And you cited the example of your friends, of your neighbor's friend who is in Nigeria successful, 10 million Indians, you're telling us. And Prince tells us about Nigerians in America who are more successful than most people there. So what he's actually saying is that people who travel with an intention to other countries, they tend to succeed more because they go with a purpose. So you can't contrast that with the indigenous people who
No,
are
that's
just
what
rested.
I'm trying to say now. I am not saying he's wrong. I agree with him. What he's trying to say is, and he's saying the truth. We immigrants, we moved for a purpose. We understood our purpose, and we moved, and we are implementing our purpose. Now that means those in Nigeria do not have a purpose because they cannot establish themselves. If you don't have a purpose, you possibly don't have a goal, and that's why instead of you looking inwards, understanding your purpose, you are looking outwards and blaming somebody else for your own, for relieving your own self out of your issues. You want to blame everybody, you want to blame the government, but you don't want to blame yourself. You don't want to blame yourself in the sense that your income is not good enough so you can get the skill sets to improve on your income. You will blame the government, right? You will go to school, you go and study animal husbandry or botanical nonsense, and you want to get a job when you know that course will never give you a job. And probably you go to school to go and join courtism, and then you do not graduate, or you graduate with a third class,
we
and
are
you will blame the
unable to
government.
keep our
Let me
doctors.
land the point. I will keep quiet. And you will blame the government for coming out with a third class or a 2-2. My brother, please let it continue.
Yeah. Okay. I get your point, but let me put this lastly. See, unlike Rwanda, perhaps the former Yugoslavia and Czechoslovakia, I think Nigeria, if Nigeria breaks up, I think we might be in a much better situation than these other countries. Why? Because in Nigeria, we all have our own natural space, natural default place to go to, which is well established in that country. So the worst thing that can happen will be mass migration, that some ethnic groups are concentrated to their homeland. So it may not be as bad as we think, actually, if Nigeria breaks up. Not because I want Nigeria to break up, but I'm just saying. Because, quite frankly, we can only manage Nigeria. Okay, if nothing drastic happens, that country will forever be shackled. All right, well, man, thanks.
All right, brilliant. So back to Ajale Koko, but Ajale Koko, on my way to you, let me bail out. So that's Prince Daddy right there. That's Tima Jack right there. That's Kulata, who still not made the decision if it's coming on or not. I think he's probably gone to bed now. That's Kulata still. So still space for the super task to come in. No super task today, it looks like. I'll hand over to Thomas. Ajale Koko has the floor. Emeka has still not spoken. Isaac Black has still not spoken. Emeka has still not spoken. Prince Daddy, of course, is there to keep you company. Thank you, everyone. Sit.
All right. You see, Emeka is saying Nigerians are lazy. I don't know if he counted himself as one of those lazy Nigerians. I I will not agree.
What do you mean?
Well, if he's saying Nigerians are lazy, I think he should count himself as one of those lazy Nigerians too.
Look at the hard worker.
So, because if Nigerians are lazy, I don't think we won't see Nigerians very successful. Majority of Nigerians that run away from their country come to this country, go to Britain, Canada, and everybody, majority are very
When I
successful.
say Nigerians are lazy, you look at the population. Look at the population of the country.
No,
right?
what I'm
Over
saying,
200 million.
if it is they were impoverished by the government.
No, the government didn't impoverish
Government
anybody.
policy
No.
has
I
never
refuse.
been good to
See,
elevate poverty, to alleviate poverty,
the
and
government
take
cannot
people out
elevate
of
poverty.
poverty.
The
So you
government
should
cannot.
admit this.
The government cannot be responsible to elevate the poverty of its citizen. That decision lies with the individual. You want to get
That
out
is
of
not
poverty?
true. That is
Hold
not
on,
true. You
sir.
see,
Sir,
when you
hold on. You
people
want
are
to get
talking
out of
this way,
poverty? You want to get out of poverty? It is your ability to get out of poverty.
that
Right?
is not
The
true.
government now, when the government let's be very realistic. There are poor people
That
everywhere.
is
There are poor
not
people
true.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
That is not true. There's nothing. Every successful society, every society that is well governed, every society that everything runs well, government is behind it.
That is
For
true.
business,
That is
government is behind everything. The security of life and property, which is very important to, secure the society, is the government that control the security. The welfare of people.
Let's have the
welfare of
conversation, sir.
people
Now
is the
let's have this
government that is
conversation.
behind it.
I'll listen to you, but let's have this conversation. Now, what is the assured pathway to escape poverty? Both of us will agree that education is the assured pathway, except you want to dispute that. True or false, sir? Let's have the
that is very
conversation.
much disputable. In today's world, America, I can argue against that.
Please, Daddy, I will listen. Don't worry. But can we all agree that the most assured way to get out of poverty is to be educated? It now depends on the kind of education you have, but the most assured way that has been tested and trusted is to get educated. Good.
So who gives that education to the citizens?
The government will provide that education.
Okay,
that system
so
of
that
education.
is where I'm telling you, government is behind every source.
I agree. I agree with you, sir. Now, okay. Now, whose responsibility is it to pick the best suitable course, the most assured course that can get him or her out of that poverty? Is it the government that will pick the course for you?
No, Mecca, that's an inherent assumption to your question, in the sense that
it is not an assumption.
You think, no, in the sense that you think everyone has the brain power or the ability to study medicine, engineering, business, and these other courses. Not at all.
If you don't have the brain power, you should blame yourself and not the government.
Well,
if you don't
I can agree with you on that.
If you don't have the brain power to go into STEM or to go into an assured profession or obtain a skill set that can put food on your table, do you blame the government for that, or do you blame yourself? Or should you not go and get that brain power that you need to get the skill set or the knowledge so that you can provide for yourself and for your generations? Then if you don't have that, then it means you should be poor. If you don't have that brain power, you should be poor. Blame yourself.
Well, sure, they can blame themselves, but in the line of what you're thinking, rather than this normal, what you call formal education,
there is a system of education in Nigeria. Can somebody dispute that for me? There is a system of education in Nigeria. There is free education from primary to secondary school. Now, if you choose not to go to that primary or secondary school form of education, it's a preference. You want to go to private primary and secondary school. It's a preference. And that's because you can afford it, or your parents can afford it.
1 second.
Now,
Thomas, if you're there, could you let Ola in?
If you also choose to go to a private university other than the public university that is cheaper, it's a preference. And that's because your parents or your guardian can afford it. Now, if you choose not to do medicine or the sciences or the business profession that can get you a job, I'm not saying the job might pay you well, but can get you a job, who is to blame? The government or you? And then when you get into university, no, let's stop this nonsense. I'm disgusted. And when you get into university, whose honors is it to sit your ass down? Sit your ass down and study. Whose honors is it? Let me land this point, Ola, let me land the point. We've discussed this, Ola, you know where I'm going to. Whose honors is it to sit your stupid ass down and study rather than go chasing women or chasing men or go join courts? Whose ass is this? Is it the government or you?
Let us contribute. See, sometimes something is easier said than done. You understand? Even Bible says people perish because they lack knowledge. So it tells you about how knowledge is key. So I will take knowledge to mean human capital development. You see, some of us, like I said, I will repeat again, we've experienced even hardship despite the level of education. We've experienced hardship in getting job. And that forced some of us into emergency entrepreneurship, not what we planned for before. And it is not everybody that we get that. Some people came to this country as, highly skilled, but when they got to this place, the reality dawned on them that some of them are not carpenter, some are mechanic. They just have to change. And changing that course didn't just happen in 2-3 years. It took a long time for them to get there. Now, when I said it took them a long time to get there, they are not just doing that without support. There's a support infrastructure in place to support policy to help these people get into those positions. So, like some of us that we came with our engineering background, the engineering certificate, for you to even practice as an engineer here, you have to go through this APEGA thing, or you go through the alternative. So, that is where structure country. You still find it difficult.
Ola,
you now go back.
I'm not disputing you. Ola, I'm not disputing you. Now, in 1960, when we gained our independence.
You now go back to a country where you are not getting that type of support. Even when you are getting that support, people are depressed. And once you are depressed, you lose your functioning faculty. The first thing you don't want to get into as a human being is for you to even be depressed for a minute. A brilliant mind will just lose its brilliance immediately once you are depressed just for 1 minute. So a lot need to be done in that country.
Ola, what many of us are doing here, we have an expectation gap.
Emeka, just a second. Let me use my own life to summarize everything. Like, for example, I read agricultural economics in my first degree, then for 5 years. Then I went for an NYSC. Then I was lucky to apply in ECOWAS scholarship. We are the first set that did an ECOWAS, first and the last set that did the ECOWAS scholarship. So I was lucky. Then my name was number 69 out of 72. So I did my first master's in University of Lagos. Then I graduated 2016, 2017 in Unilag Economics. Then I went
Did you hear? You say you graduated from what?
Economics. Yes.
Economics. Can you repeat it again? From what? Economics. Do you know economics is very relevant to an economy?
Wait.
You did not graduate from.
Emeka, let him speak now.
Okay,
let him land.
Go ahead. Let me hear him.
He's trying to make a point.
Wait. I went to the island to look for a job I saw online. Then they said,
"Is that Bartholomew anyway? Is that Bartholomew?"
No, Spencer. So they said
sound like Bartholomew voice. Okay.
They said they're gonna pay me 50,000 naira. This is someone who has been taking $600 from ECOWAS for 15 months. Then he wants to pay me 50,000 naira. I said, okay, no problem. Then I came back that night. Then I on my laptop start looking for a scholarship anywhere, Africa, PhD, anything I can see. Then I was lucky. I had another scholarship.
Saying he was lucky when he did it himself.
Wait now.
You sat down. You said you were lucky. When you, what is luck? Opportunity.
Wait. Do you know? Wait now. Let me tell you.
But let him land now.
Wait now.
Let him land.
I'm listening. Land.
We were like, we had some people that had 4.49 in my department that applied the same ECOWAS scholarship I applied to. They were not taken, but I had only 3.7. So 4.49 and 3.7. Which one is supposed to come first, rank first? So I applied to another Erasmus Mundus in Italy. Then I was nominated. And my name was number 32 out of 300. So there are some people that had their masters and BSc first class that ranked below the list. So I would say that I was lucky, because if you are looking in terms of CGPA, you can't rank me anywhere. So when someone is saying that you said Nigerians is slaves, that's for my own concern. And I came here to the United States, and I was opportune again to see one or two people that guided me. Then I was able to learn one or two ITs, and now currently I'm doing senior cybersecurity in Caliber Coalition. So you cannot tell someone who do not have an opportunity to mingle himself or to prosper or to wangle his way out, and you are telling them they are lazy because they are 200 million people, 300 million people. No. For example, if you give them education and health, they are the only two things that can increase human capital development. If you like, you build 100-story building infrastructure. If you don't give them education and health, they are just wasting their time in that country. So
I do not. The health part of it, I can agree with you. The educational part of it, I don't agree with you. Our educational system is one of the cheapest in the world. We have education. We do have education. So many of us are not, or probably a few of us, or many of us are not going through that educational system. Let's be honest. Let's call it that. Healthcare, I can say healthcare is not that good enough.
Both of them are intertwined. If someone who is healthy will be able.
I don't understand the intertwinedness that you're talking about. We have education. Nobody is stopping you from not going to school. Our education is so cheap. To read medicine in the West is as expensive. Many of the doctors are still in debt. But to study medicine in Nigeria is extremely cheap. And if you do a country by country analysis of the tuition we pay in comparison to the same BSc or BA in other countries, you will find that our cost of education is quite cheap. Heavily subsidized, in my own opinion.
That's what we call analysis paralysis. Because the thing is this, when we are even talking of cheap, see, you have to look at the economy. The question now is this, okay, you are saying it's cheaper here. Do you know how many people that can afford to buy house here just because you have access to mortgage? You know how many people that can go for that medical that we are talking about just because of mortgage? In Nigeria, you have to work tooth and nail to even get that.
Ola, what are you saying? You are in Canada here with me. Ola, wait, Ola, what are you saying? You are in Canada here with me. What is the problem Trudeau is facing now? Because interest rate is so high, people can't afford to buy houses anymore.
No.
They just reduce the interest rate. Don't paint a picture that is not true. Hold on, sir. Young Canadians cannot afford houses now. Let's be honest. Young Canadians can't afford to buy houses.
Emeka, it's not the same situation. Don't even come close.
No. Stop it, sir.
Wait. Stop it. This is what we call analysis paralysis. Because
it is not analysis paralysis. You find Nigerians. Wait, excuse me, sir. I went through the route. I know what I'm speaking.
Are we not in the same Western country?
We find professional Nigerians when they do their West equivalent coming in here and they are plugging into the system right away without any student loan, without any debt, and they are transforming their lives. And if you do a comparison, sir, wait, hold on, sir, let me land, please. Because we look down on Nigeria and I think it's very wrong and disgusting of us. When we do the analysis, wait, sir, hold on, let me land this valid point. When we do the analysis, you compare yourself with an average Canadian who has taken student loan and you compare yourself with no loan, aren't you positioning yourself for success? When you go apply for a mortgage, both of you, who do you think the bank will give money to? Someone who already has it. No, sir, wait, let me have my point. Stop it. Who will they give a loan? Somebody who has no debt and somebody who has a debt.
Sometimes you have to listen
Let's
to
stop this nonsense we talk about our country. We need to call our country. Our country is a blessing to us.
No. It's not about running the country down.
We need to call our country. Our country is a blessing to us. We are just ungrateful citizens. We're very ungrateful to Nigeria.
They've jacked the platform. The floor is
very ungrateful to our country.
And
our country is one of the best countries we ever have. We have a population of over 200 million people. And we expect the government to come and feed us. We expect the government to come and feed you.
There is no more moderator.
With the government feed 200 million
moderator in the platform.
I'm very ungrateful. We went to the cheapest university in the world, and yet we look at our country and we ridicule it.
And you stay here us. The platform has been attacked.
Stop using false equivalence.
No moderator.
I will tell you something now.
Nobody.
Someone working in warehouse here can still find a way to get mortgage and buy house instead of paying rent. You understand? If we have
now, when I say we are lazy people, where is the manufacturing industry in the country? Whose responsibility? Where is the manufacturing industry in that country? What are we producing? Where you don't produce, you can't employ.
Emeka, you just have to let someone talk because
go ahead and speak.
I'm not just
continue to ridicule Nigeria. Go ahead.
I will keep
Emeka, why can't you fight your load and go home?
Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Sorry, can you hear me? Hold on. Everybody, Emeka, you have to let other voices in, and then let's have one voice at a time. But let it be conversational, and you have to let other voices in.
Woman, I'm just getting tired of the way we talk so bad and so low about our country. Ola, can I now? I am speaking now. You have decided to want to come again. I am tired of the way we are ungrateful to Nigeria. I am extremely tired of it, and I think it is wrong. Nigeria has its benefits. Ola, wait, please, so that if you interject me, I will not land my. But can I just speak for 1 minute? Can I speak for 1 minute?
Emeka, you are speaking and you are saying you can speak.
Go ahead.
You are speaking.
But you don't want me to talk. When I talk, you want to blame it on me. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Say the nonsense you want to say.
To Nigeria, please.
The nonsense you want to say about Nigeria.
Black, I beg. I will soon come back. I have just 8 minutes more to spend. Please, let me just put my own before I go. See, the thing
can you just to Nigeria, please wait. Can you just yield the floor to the original owner of the space, which is Ajali Koko? Let him land. Then if there's no more moderator, let one person go, then another person. There's no need talking on top of one voice, please.
No. Sorry, I see Black. If Ajali Koko will not mind, I'll be here too.
Allah, go ahead.
Thank you. See, the thing here is this: we should be able to separate speaking the truth and analyzing the situation and find a solution to just patronage. What we are doing now, by the time we start placing everything happening in Nigeria, we are just patronizing. We are not telling ourselves the truth. Look at it this way. Even when kidnapping was raining in Nigeria, we had some people that were debunking until they kidnapped one guy's uncle, and the guy now started shouting that, oh, they've kidnapped. I said, well, people were saying, I was even one of those who said, no, don't make this thing fun. Just sympathize with this guy. The fact that this guy was doing his own patronage, was patronizing before, sometimes we know the truth and we decide just to say, okay, oh, we are more patriotic than others. So when we try to push the truth so far, when we are stretching the truth, it doesn't mean we are representing the real situation there. The question here is this: if a mechanic wants to build in Nigeria today, you just go to your village and build one substandard, in fact, that is almost not livable apartment. But when you have a mechanic here, if you be able to take and get access to a mortgage, buy a house that even people living in Lekki and in VGC will buy. The only difference is that instead of paying rent to the landlord, you will be paying your mortgage over years. And at a particular point in time, you may decide to sell that house and you cash in and you have a gap. You understand? And you have a gap. You know, when you have the value gap, that one can even make you become wealthier. But in Nigeria, if you don't save your money, sometimes you don't do shady things. Sometimes you may not even be able to even get house. So when we are comparing this environment and Nigeria is false, is totally false. In fact, analysis paralysis is totally wrong. We are just deceiving ourselves. We are telling ourselves what we think it will make us comfortable. Nothing. So that was why I say that when we say education is cheap in Nigeria, you are telling me that education is cheap for someone that is a minimum wage, cannot even buy a bag of rice. How do you quantify that? But the same person here, you understand, the same person there can even access government loan. And the children will go to school, and when they come out of school, they be working and they pay their loan back. Facility. But in Nigeria, if they don't get that loan, the destiny of those people, they don't start from the beginning. Nothing to compare. So we are working towards prosperity. That is acceptable. But now, when we are yet to be prospered, and we are now saying, oh, after all, we are wealthier than the Britain,
Ola,
we are wealthier than the United States, we are wealthier than Canada. All those
are you trying to deny that there is no student loan in the country now?
They just introduced student loan. So because
yes,
they just introduced, can you compare to what they've been practicing
then those who want to go to school can go to school. There is no more excuses. Even if you are old, and you still want to go to school, you can still go to school. You can't just make this thing up. What you are saying does not hold water. Your success is dependent on you, and it's not dependent on anybody. What we are doing is we are trying to.
Let me tell you. We are trying to
see what we are doing.
While I was in the band making millions and doing side gig, making millions. You understand? It was easier for me to advise people. Say, I go and work hard. After I was doing this, I was doing that. It took me just 2 years when I got to this city for my brain to reset. And you know what it means when your wife you find yourself in an environment where your wife starts making more money more than you. Your brain will reset immediately. You will know the difference. When people say, when I say I went to school, you think I went to school for the sake of going to school because I wanted to be a higher degree?
I don't understand this your story. What are you now saying? Are you saying Nigeria was responsible for you not finding your feet initially in Canada?
That's not the situation. When I was down here, the system is able to support me to my feet.
I don't understand what you are saying.
The system was able to support me to stand to my feet.
You just said in Nigeria you are doing better because you work hard. Now you are talking about
no, it's not because I work hard. Because now let me be my mate. There are some of my mates
I think I understand what you are trying to say. Now, can I speak now? Would you let me speak? If you don't want me to speak, you can go ahead.
Speak.
Okay,
I'm
good.
done.
Now, what we need to understand, we have over 200 million people in that country. And we're a poor country. We must recognize that. I think many of us keep thinking that Nigeria is rich. We're a poor country. We're broke. Over 200 million people. We can't satisfy everybody. Now, that onus, when you recognize the fact that our population can be a blessing and a curse, and you get that to your score, that to get out of the poverty rat race is dependent on you. And when you are prepared, opportunities will come to you. If you are not prepared, you won't even see the opportunities because you cannot recognize it. So let us do introspection on ourselves. And just like what JFK said, it is not what America can do for you. It is what you can do for America. So we keep putting on the mindset of waiting for the government to come solve our problems. The same problem we can solve for ourselves if only we can just make an effort. And I asked the question which Baba Jani Koko agreed. The surest way, which is tested and trusted and has been replicated consistently to get out of poverty, is education. And that educational system is available to everybody because there is free education from primary school to secondary school. With that alone, you can be able to get skill sets that can feed yourself. It is the application that is the problem here. It is not the availability of that education. So when you find people going to polytechnic and university and picking up courses that don't make sense, they are already setting up themselves for failure. So when they have gone through that they still want to come back to blame the government. Over 200 million people. I don't know if the average Nigerian understand that every year we push out 8 million graduates, and our economy is not even close to that to swallow those 8 million. I don't think we even swallow 1 million. So if you know that, you will want to stand out. First, you will pick a relevant course or a relevant skill, or if you're an Igbo man and you don't have the brains to go to school, you go and learn a relevant trade. When you don't do all these things, you're already setting yourself up for failure. So when you now set yourself up for failure and you're getting the consequences of failure, and rather than you doing an introspection of yourself to say, okay, this failure are because of certain bad habits, one, or certain lack of information, two, can I correct this? You turn around to begin to blame government. When that government does 8 or 4 years and leave, you blame the next government. For how long will you continue like that? You look at yourself in the mirror and say you are the problem, and to solve your problem, it is you and nobody else. If you know that,
Emeka, let me ask you one question.
Let me just give him one. Let me ask him a question. Hold on. Why don't you wait now? Why don't you take that responsibility to fix yourself? Why many of us here
calm down now? You've been making your point already.
I am landing.
Emeka, let them ask you a question. They wanted to ask you.
Let me ask you a question. I have 6 seconds and I will listen to you.
You know that I yielded the floor for you. You don't even
you are always saying this thing, and you will take almost 1 hour.
Just give him 6 seconds.
Many of us on this platform are saying,
when Emeka don't come, Gidigbo don't come to that. When Emeka don't come, Gidigbo dey.
It's not fair now.
Many of us here are saying the nonsense we are saying is because we are comfortable.
Emeka, you can't do what they did yesterday. You have to listen to instructions.
Change Emeka name to Gidigbo.
No. What you did yesterday, no. Please, just hold. If I said hold on. Thank you, please. Yeah, Tunaja, check the private chat, please.
Let's see. All right.
Yeah,
I can do that for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
That should be fine.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Emeka, please let people, when people want to interject you, just hold on. Let it be conversational. Please, brother.
Question.
Yeah.
I allowed Ola to speak. I didn't talk. I just said, Ola, can I speak now? And I just spoke for how many minutes? Just 2 minutes.
My brother, people will interject you. When they are trying to interject, just give them that space. Yeah, take charge.
Emeka has a question. Emeka, ask your question, then I can make a comment.
No, I don't have question.
Isaac wanted to ask a question. Sorry.
Yeah, Emeka, the question I wanted to ask, you see, everything you said is correct. I don't want to dispute that. But my question is, even while you are giving us all this correct analysis, I hope you are not also disputing the fact that the government of Nigeria is underperforming. That is the question. Are you disputing the fact?
Why would I dispute that? I can't dispute that the government is not living up to specific capacities that they can do. But at the same time, what I'm also saying is, let's take self-accountability for our own progress. That's all I'm saying. Because if you look at, if you are crying about hunger, year in, year out, and you have not solved your hunger problem, then you must be seen. You can't cry about the problem every year, and you can't fix that problem. So what are you doing? Then when I say Nigerians are lazy, that's what I'm talking about. If you are hungry, and you are just sitting there, oh, I'm hungry, then you are truly not hungry. You can't solve your problem. You can either get a job. Somebody, I don't know if it's you talk about saying, okay.
Can I just add something to what you're saying? I think your take of reality seems to, when they said man plans and God's laugh, you don't seem to take into account that there are different levels of reality. You can wish all you want, like a fish in hot water wanting to survive. You can't. You might have aspirations, but your aspirations are limited to what you are aware of. You can't know what you don't know. And when people are over you, making decisions that affects your life, forget it. You can do whatever you like, but they can completely dismantle everything with one stroke of a pen. Like if somebody, you want to build a house or you go into real estate and you find that somebody else makes a decision that causes inflation to go through the roof and destroys this investment, or you go and lend somebody money and the value of your currency just depreciate by over 100%, that is not your making. No matter how willful you are, the only will that can defy that is you becoming the leader to make that decision. So I don't, your analysis seems to be faulty, and people tend to have this sort of faulty analysis of not taking into account the various layers of reality and aspects that are at play. So I do understand that individual agency in terms of ability to make decisions for themselves is also present, but there's also that other layer that you have to take into account, and that is what Nigerians are demonstrating. To call them what they call it, lazy and all that kind of stuff, just seems flippant and easy. But the truth is that these same Nigerians, they go somewhere else, they are still able to earn a good living, probably higher than most people within those societies. So that tells you that it's not the Nigerians that are the problem. Yes, Nigerians, in terms of culturally, we are responsible for our mess as a group. But the individual Nigerians, they are also very capable people. If the environment is conducive, we can go into the debate of collective consciousness or collective intelligence and all that stuff. If the environment gets to that point, this laziness you're calling is going to be a strength. Nigerians are one of the most alive people I've seen on the face of the earth. One of the happiest, one of the most energetic people. So I don't subscribe to the idea that they are lazy. It's just that we are not in the right frame of mind yet. We are not ready to do what needs to be done. Thank you.
That is where I want to go to. You have used the right word, the mindset. The mindset. A lot of Nigerians are interested. I judge outcomes. The outcome does not reflect what you are saying. Nigerians are hardworking. Why is the outcome? Where's our GDP in comparison to what people who are working hard? There's nothing to write home about. So it does not translate to hard work. You said the right word, mindset. Nigerians, when they move out of Nigeria, please now, you say I am talking. I have not landed the point that True Nigeria is talking about. And you will say,
no, wait, you will add the two together. Don't worry, you will add the two together. Sorry, that is why I said sorry. Say I won't cut you. You see, what we are trying to like say here. Let me just quickly throw it up to you. You know, in our custom, when husband and wife are fighting, you will invite one elderly man. When the elderly man reach the house, he will listen to both of them, the husband and the wife. They will judge their matters. You will see this elderly man, by the time he want to talk in that matter, already he will know that the husband is at fault in his mind, though, but he will not just pour it out like that immediately. He will first of all, that is in our custom, he will first of all begin to play around, begin to blame the wife on this one, on this other one. Then after he blamed the wife on 1 or 2 points, 3 points, then he will now go to the main topic before he will begin to blame the husband. And that is when the husband will now calm down and listen to that old man. You see, sometimes when you come here, not that many people do not understand that what you are saying, that Nigerians are lazy, that they don't really understand. Most Nigerians are lazy. I understand you. But you don't always bring a balance. If you want to talk to Nigerians in that way, first of all, you blame the government is our wife now. You first of all go to that angle, tell them what a government is not doing. Then later, you will now tell them what they are supposed to be doing. Then they'll begin to listen to you. Thank you very much.
Oh, I appreciate what you're saying. I know what you're actually saying, but I'm not one that plays to that gimmick. Like I always say, I don't say things for people to like me. If you don't like what I say, people can choose to close their ears. I'm not here to be liked. I'm here to speak and speak the truth. That you are responsible for your own success. And likewise, you're responsible for your failure. If you don't like it, hit your head on the wall. If you want to be successful, it's you. If you are still a failure, it is still you. But if you want to go and blame other people, it's still you. But who is the one wearing the shoes of failure? It is you. So if you don't like that shoe, take it off. Perhaps you probably might like it. And you like complaining. So I don't care whether you like what I'm saying or not. I'm only saying that if you want to change your outcome, you can. If you want to keep on blaming other people than yourself, go ahead. So I'm not in for, because right in that same Nigeria that we're all saying,
you keep saying these things. You know, people cannot know what they don't know.
It's still the mindset I'm talking about. Right in that same Nigeria, people are still making the killings. People are still making the billions. People are still rich. People are still making money. People are still living their lives.
No, not that many. Not that many. Very, very little population is actually doing that well.
I'm not putting a figure to it, but people are still doing well. What are those people doing? If you want to be successful,
not everybody can be rich in a capitalist system. You know that full well. Sometimes you act as if you don't. You are being disingenuous. It's like no wonder. See, you are being disingenuous. The way the system works is that only a certain people can make it to the top.
You can choose.
The goal is for everybody to be rich.
The goal is for everybody to be rich, but not everybody to be rich at the same time.
Everybody
you have to dislodge the ones that are there. Yeah, because you can't make everybody rich at the same time. No capitalist system has ever achieved that. It's impossible.
You see,
you have to be realistic about your expectation, because environment matters. No matter how much you like to say it, you can walk in the middle of the road, you get hit by a car, a cousin gets hit by a car, somebody falls ill, a family suffers cancer, all kinds of stuff can happen to you. The environment, you are fighting the environment and you are trying to do your own thing. The idea that your will alone is enough is mistaken.
Do you know there are some human beings in this life, if you give them all the money in the world, they will still lose it no matter what. They will lose everything. And there are some human beings, and there are some human beings where they have all the money. If you take everything from them, you throw them into poverty. Within a short time, they will get out of poverty quick.
Yes.
Within a short time.
Yes.
So, Mike, you refuse to say something along with which I agree with you completely. What you have said is true. It all depends on the mind.
Exactly. That's the whole point. So no matter what,
an environment, not only the mind.
Oh my goodness, they've started again.
An environment. Don't pretend as if environment doesn't exist.
Okay, fine.
So before will always be among us. People will always be among us.
Okay, guys, please. This is very important. Now, this entity called Nigeria, system of Nigerian government. I'm talking about Nigerian government. It came into existence, let's say 1960 or around there about, right? Prior to British coming to create this so-called thing called Nigerian government. My question is, were Nigerians surviving, or were they looking to any government? Who were they blaming for their problems? Who were individuals? Were they blaming anybody for their problems, or they were all just growing food, surviving, and just making it, and doing it? That's the question. So how do we get to this point where everybody with a problem just talk about government? Like, and you got to a point where some people even some people in Nigeria. I'm telling you, I just came from Nigeria. I will show some people the solution to their problem, and they will forget about it. I will still talk about government all day.
Mike, 1960, Tinubu was the president. He was the president in 1960. They keep blaming the government rather than look into themselves and say, okay. That's why I say if you don't like your situation, you change it. You have to change it. It depends on you. We can blame the government. Yes, the government has its faults. But if that problem is so much for you and is unbearable for you, you will change it. Well, let's say that maybe Nigerians are happy with the problem they have. They just want to complain. And when I say they're lazy, I know what I'm saying. If you are not lazy, you will change your you will change your circumstances. It's either you try to say how to get out of the country.
What makes you think they are not changing and they are failing?
Oh, because there are a lot of noises. See, failure, to Nigeria, we've experienced challenges and failures in our life. But did it stop us from persevering? My first business failed.
It didn't stop
us. Hold on. My first business failed. My second business failed. My third business, 3 years, I was not making profits. But did it stop me? Or would I go and blame the government? Or would I blame my inexperience?
Okay, let me give you an example now. Let's just assume that your business...
Hold on, wait. It is cheap for me. It is cheap for me to say the government did not create the enabling environment for my business to thrive. It is cheap. But it's stupid of me to admit that. Very stupid of me. But I would say, I need to survive.
But you see, you are fortunate enough to get...
I do not... No, don't say that. I don't like those kind of words.
You are fortunate enough to get a bite. See, you pretend as if... You see, people like you are the kind of... If I was a god, I would just be laughing. You just talking... Have you heard the term man proposes...
It is lazy
try to allow...
Have you been to the United States? Tunaja, have you been to the United
States? Let's make it conversational.
Emeka,
try to make it conversational. You have to let people talk. Your idea, you are narrowing. No, because it's not true. You are saying half truths. You are saying half truths.
Let me make a line real quick. It's almost
let me land. It is not conversational.
He will never land. He just keeps going
on.
Just wait.
Mike, remember I'm the one moderating.
What I will tell you,
we are both moderating, but let him land. Just let him land. Then you come.
Lazy people. It is only lazy people that blame others for their own circumstances. Only lazy people.
So they should not blame their leaders.
It is lazy.
Thank you. So for once, somebody has declared that no nation should blame their leaders, they should blame themselves. Okay, that is how it works, because that tells you that just capturing that statement, no nation should blame their leaders for what is happening to them, blame yourselves. Now, if you go and say that publicly, people will just look at you and laugh at you like you don't know what you're talking about. If you put, like now, somebody put me in charge. Hold on, let me explain this to you. Hold on, somebody put me in charge of this session now. I can control what is happening. I can literally take everybody off stage. I have an effect over whatever you are going to do. You can wish all you want, but you don't have the power to make it happen. I can affect your future. So in society, that's how it works. When somebody holds leaders accountable, because leaders have an effect on their lives.
I am glad that you use this analogy. I am glad. If you remove me from here, I come back and you are still removing me. I will choose either not to come back, or I'll go start up my own platform and start attacking you. That's a different, complete mindset. Yep. I will not let your action pull me down or hold me down. No.
What you are doing, in other words, you are saying you are going to go into a different world. Hold on. Let's restrict it there. Because the context I was talking about, like, this is the world. This platform is the world. You are talking about you're going to go into a different world. A different world doesn't exist. This is all you have.
Oh, Tunaja,
that is my point.
It's a different world. I will either kill you. If I can't kill you, you kill me. Because you want to.
Isn't that what I told you? I told you that the only way to stop that, is to take over the leadership position yourself. Otherwise, the leadership
I told you yesterday that the politicians you are accusing do not have to run for office. Did I not tell you that yesterday?
Emeka, Ajali Koko is the one speaking. He has not landed. And before one man left, he said after Ajali Koko, Isaac. Then the moderator should call Ajali Koko to end the sole matter, then call Isaac.
Oh my God.
So that
Isaac,
Isaac,
did you just speak of yourself in the third person?
No,
Isaac, if you want to talk, you can talk. You can go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
Isaac, you see.
No, I don't proceed there. Please finish.
Are they here? As Emeka don't come, don't carry Gidigbo come. Don't scatter everything.
Please finish your matter then, so that they can call me.
Well, I think what we are saying earlier was about the Wale Edun telling us that they are importing petrol, is spending $600 million to import petrol. So I think they need to explain better on that, because it's not telling us how much they spend on what do you call it, subsidy. And
It's gonna sound weird. I need you to roll your window up. What I need you to scan is on the window.
So it's it's um it's showing. You good?
That's a crazy
All
place
right.
to put it. No, I need to see that though.
All right.
You see, Angela Gogo is going through a drive-through. It's all right. We are all allowed our a bit of fast food or petrol, whatever he's buying. All right. Who else wants to go ahead? Isaac Black, you can go ahead. Angela Gogo will be back.
No, I'm done. Thank you. So
Okay.
so they need to do better. Nobody hate them. Nobody is saying that Tinubu should not govern, but we want them to govern us well. They should not show everything they are saying is showing some kind of incompetency in the way they are governing the space. Those excuses that they are taking this thing out of Nigeria. Nigeria is what do you call it? Nigeria is feeding other West African countries up to Central Africa with this petrol. So that's why subsidy have to go. Who are we to blame? You people are in government. You have all the government security agencies at the border, the customs, the immigration. Why is the petrol? How does it find its way out to other country? So it's because of um, incompetence and some lapses in the way they govern the country. So the people of Nigeria have to suffer it. You see, I think they should do better. That all those kind of excuses, it's not the way forward. I mean, that is unacceptable. It's totally unacceptable, and they should know that the way the economy, the performance of the economy, is not going good. Except we want to tell ourselves, except we want to lie to ourselves. The devaluation of the currency and plus the subsidy removal is crushing business. Dangote is losing money. Dangote refinery is facing a very, very serious problem now. It's been downgraded, and it's as a result of, the government policy too is part of what is causing it to lose money. It might not even be able to pay its financial obligation, its loan at the end of August, the way it is now. It's looking for loan so that they can pay their financial commitment to their creditors. So that is not good. We should be able to. They can do better than that. So let me leave there so that other people can talk. As a black,
Yeah,
you can go
let
ahead.
me ask you, Angela Coco, about this Kyari guy that, because he came on TV, was like, we didn't do anything, we didn't lie, we tell people the truth and all of the side. But what do you think? What is going on with these people, and how are Nigerians to break out of this? Because these people seem to have the country in a vice. Everybody claiming they are innocent, and yet and this man is in charge of 4 refineries, refuse to get it to work. How do we break this? Because the idea is that some people say it's him that is doing it, and it's a Fulani oligarch, whatever you want to call it. But in the end, there is somebody that is the president. And is it that some people are shy of calling out that the president is actually accountable for this? I'm asking, is he not accountable for all this? Because, and how do you think we
It's
can break
accountable.
out of it?
He's the one in charge. He's the one that he's the one in charge of the petroleum sector in Nigeria. He's the petroleum minister. He is the one that is directing the affairs. So there's no way we want to blame whether we are blaming Mele Kyari that you cannot point some accusing fingers at Tinubu as well. So because look, Mele Kyari that is being invited by the Congress, or what do they call it, the House, for hearing, nothing is going to come out of it. I know that for sure. Nothing is going to come out of it, because as long as the president is with him, as long as the president is backing him, nothing will happen. Only if president is no more with him, that is when Mele Kyari will go down. And Mele Kyari should have been the first person to be fired when it got to the
Exactly, and
office.
he still got his job, and people are not
Should
calling
have
the
been the
president
first
out for
person.
it.
Yeah, the way he fired Emefiele, the same way he should have fired, because Mele Kyari did not. He wasn't rendering account of NNPC for so many years when Buhari was there. They were not giving account of. They were not reporting the balance sheet of NNPC. A lot of shady was going. They were borrowing. They were.
Your audio is gone. Isaac Black, while he's sorting himself out, thank you for your patience,
Can you hear
Isaac
me?
Black. You've been very patient. Yes, you are back now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hello.
Your audio is delayed. You may need to go out and come back in again. Yeah. Great.
Niger.
I can hear you. I am Ajale Koko.
Niger. You can hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, but your audio is delayed.
My what? You can't hear me.
Audio is. We can hear you, but your audio is delayed. But so go ahead and say what you want to say.
Okay. So I don't see anything coming out of it. It's just it's just a kind of government magic. Let us perform some magic so that they can see us that we are trying to do something. Nothing is going to. They are not doing anything. The guy I know that is doing a fantastic job. Well, we might not totally approve what he's doing, but he is. You go on the how do I describe it? On the I mean the central bank governor. That guy is rolling out a lot of policy. Is doing a lot of things to redirect that monetary areas of the economy. Now he has rolled out a directive, a recapitalization. Is embarking on recapitalization effort, for the banks that cannot, how do I say it, cannot meet some threshold. Well, it's either they merge with other banks, or they allow themselves to be acquired by other banks, or they just get out of banking business, or they get relegated to maybe a smaller bank. So it's doing everything on the monetary side, so to stimulate the economy, to make sure that the economy can function well, can have a direction. But on the side of on the fiscal side, nothing much. They need to synergize so that maybe we can start to see some activities, positive activities on the direction they are taking the economy. But for now, it's just the economy is not doing good. As far as when the people of the country are not feeling the impact of the government policy, you know, I don't know how you want to explain it, particularly when some people are saying, "Oh, you got to suffer today for better tomorrow." Since I was a teenager, I've been hearing that.
What do you think
Suffer. Let me learn.
What do you think they can be done for the fiscal policy to help the economy?
No, hold on. And we have to suffer today for better. I have been hearing things since I know how government is function. Since I was a teenager, we have to suffer for tomorrow. I've been hearing this since 70s. Suffer for tomorrow to be better. Many policy, 2000 policy. They said another one, the millennium policy. There's many things that Nigerian government, after government have rolled out, that instead of it to get better, it is pathology.
Now, Jaliko, do you know that some people that benefit from some policies sometimes? Some people benefit and some don't. Do you know
most don't? That's the problem. Most don't.
No, the thing is, when government put out policy, let's say they put out some economic policy that, you know, anybody can tap into and take opportunity, take advantage. Most people will not do it. Will not tap into it. They will not see it. But most human beings just are not very.
Mike, about government policies benefiting this thing, you know, what I found in Nigeria is that that almost every market woman has got a cash, that's a payment machine, and Nigeria is almost going completely cashless. And this is something that nobody talks about. And the person that accomplished this was a Mefele that did that. And I heard from a market woman that said that she is happy because of it, because she doesn't have to carry cash all over the place. They don't have to put money inside their list. They all have cash machines, and everybody, even bus cab drivers and motorcycle people, they have the account number in their mind. If you want to pay, you can pay directly.
In Nigeria, most payments is just transfer.
Yes.
Yeah, people transfer. When I was in
that
Nigeria,
guy
most of the time,
transformed Nigeria.
I barely use cash when I was there last time. All I do is when I want to pay somebody, just give me their bank. I just open my bank app and I transfer the money. They get it within seconds.
It's everywhere. From the last time to when I went again, big transformation, and nobody gives him credit for that at all. They just think that it's a Mefele that did it.
No, it's not.
No, there is not a Mefele.
Of course not. It's not him.
That has been played.
Who did it?
Mefele from Agbo, from Tunaja's place.
You are from the same place now. From where they come from.
It's all these tribal people. You put on rest with tribal stuff. I'm just observing a fact here. This guy. No. I just thought I have to say.
No matter what.
I'm not promoting the Mefele. I know that's exactly what I'm going to say. The truth is that about something that works, you have to give people credit for what actually
let's be factual here. He's not the one that started it. He's not the one that started it. Even during his own time, he didn't even do it better. He make it worse.
See, he make it worse.
With
2020 in Nigeria, nobody was doing it.
Naira design policy that he did, he make it worse. But back then, people cannot even transfer the money. Back then, people will transfer, the money will not go. You know, a lot of people were scammed as a result of that. During the Mefele time, when he did that, what do you call it? Redesigning of Naira. So that cashless policy is what he should have concentrated upon. He shouldn't have done that redesigning of Naira.
That's true. That Naira one was and for such a short notice was terrible. However, you have to give me credit for what actually works. For what actually works is a good thing. Because the idea that because this guy is saying that because I'm from Agba, how do you know I'm from Agba? I'm not from Agba. So
You are from
yeah,
Agbo. You are from Agbo with
you don't know. You don't have a clue. You don't have a clue. You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm
Some
the
of
only
you,
one that
some
know
of,
where you are
all
from.
of you, all of you are going to get a red face when you find out. So the point is that
Tunanja, I know you.
but I'm just
You
hold
told me
on
from
now. I'm
Agbo
reporting
about
what I
5 years
see on
ago.
the ground.
I've known you on the
Hold
internet for
on.
like 5
You
years.
don't have a clue. You don't have a clue.
If you are not from
Tunanja,
Agbo, you are from Ikwere.
use
You are
your food
from
to swear.
Ikwere Igbo.
Whenever people say they know where I'm from, I really
Tunanja,
laugh because they
use
really
your
don't have
food
a
to swear
clue.
right now that you're not from Agbo.
I'm not. So
I
I'm
say use
not.
Ogun to swear.
What God I Ogun?
Yeah,
I don't
use
You are
even
Ogun.
believe
from
in Ogun. Why
you
should
are from
I swear
Jaja of
because of
Opobo.
you?
Jaja of Opobo
I don't
tribe.
swear.
Eh?
Why would I swear because of you? See, the point I'm making is that the policy actually was. Let's not lose this fact. Yeah, it transformed Nigeria from cash-based economy to cashless. That is an accomplishment. I was in Nigeria through 2020. What I observe today in Nigeria is completely different. That is a massive transformation of the landscape that the guy forced on Nigeria. Many African Cameroonian came to Nigeria the other day and was saying that she is quite surprised how Nigerians are going cashless completely. And it's quite efficient and you can track it too. That also makes it more, in terms of security, it's very, very important to be able to track. This is, personally, I think it's an accomplishment that he deserves credit for.
That's
To be
them
fair, he
now.
deserves credit for it. Pardon?
No.
Oh, look at how everybody's quiet. That because you people don't know how to give credit to somebody.
It was no
That
issue.
is not.
Why is not myself?
Like
Orlando,
you
the guys
said, yes,
that
we can say
invent that
at
app,
least he
the banking this.
tried there, but he messed up
There was even
everything
doing
with that.
this guy now. What's his name?
The redesigning policies
Yeah,
where
that
he messed
design was a
himself up.
catastrophe. It was a
That
catastrophe. I
was
don't know
where he
why
messed, and a
anybody would do
lot
something
of
like that.
Nigeria, a lot of a popular among Nigeria in a very negative way. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A popular
Yeah.
among Nigeria, even to the villagers. Everybody know Emefiele say, now they make us the hungry, now you know make us get money, everybody. That is where Emefiele messed himself up, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Is there anything that has happened in the last 5-10 years that you say is positive in Nigeria? Okay, I can name that Naira, this is cash to cashless. I can name Abuja Kaduna rail track. I can name Dangote Refinery is one of the major accomplishments of the previous administration. I will give it to Buhari. So, is there anything else anybody can mention in terms of accomplishments?
You want me to be honest with you?
So let's not look
Tunanja,
into Buhari. He started from
go to
Jonathan.
Nigeria every year, and every year I go. I
Second
forget
Niger Bridge.
Oh, second Nigeria Bridge one, yeah.
okay, me I yield though. Maybe as the black can go, I yield.
As a black, thank you for your eternal patience. As a black has been.
I did pray make Kajari Kokoyi to make I talk my own before I sleep go catch me.
Yeah, you'll be very patient. Please go ahead.
Okay, my people. The thing where I want to talk be say, you see, this our platform. Every time we dey talk am here, especially one man, he go dey educate us. Sometimes he go tell us, he go say, this Tinubu self, after these 4 years, 2027, he no see anything where he go take this government from her. He go from 2027, he go reach 2031. From there, the government go back to the north. Say the east, they not go get the government for now until them go organize themselves to know how to play politics. Our brother Emeka go still come, he go still educate us. Say the easterners, they never sabi how to play the politics. Until they reorganize themselves, they go come know how to play the politics. Maybe that time we go they talk about 50 years, 70 years before it go come reach their turn. We they talk of these things here, and these things they tire me. My own prayer be say, I know they hide my own. I don't they go. My age don't they go. I don't they for 57, 58 years now, 1967. Person wey sabi calculator, you go know say I don't go 57, 58. Now they struggle with. And me, I want to live like 120 years for this life. And my prayer be say before I go, they go my 70, 80s, where I go don't they near my ancestors. May I begin to see this Nigeria, say it don't the better. Because from the way I dey see am, I dey look this Nigeria, say even not in 50 years, when I don't dey near my ancestors. Now this same noise now we go dey make, because from the analysis of Tinubu from 2023 to 2027, it will go back to the north. And maybe if they come back from the north, it go still come back to the south. You know, all this talk. Now so it go be. That is why sometimes when Emeka they talk, say the kind of government where Nigerians want right now, if they say they go get an ally, you cannot get the kind of government that you need. Ekene, the
Mr.
kind of
Isaac, let me
government
ask you one
wey
question real quick. Let me throw one question in.
yeah.
Have you ever been rich in Nigeria? Have you ever had money? Like when I say money, where you can buy anything you want when you're in Nigeria?
No, I struggled very hard in Nigeria, but
That's why I know. That's why I know you see Nigeria the way you see it. If you get money, just go to Nigeria and go stay in rich area.
no,
You know, say Nigeria sweet.
no. What I'm trying to say, before where I make my money is in Europe, but before I left Nigeria, I was not rich. I
And
was
that's why you see Nigeria as a poor place. It's a place where you know better. But if you get money, try to live the rich life of Nigeria, because the only life where you live then are the poor. Now the only experience where you get are the poor experience. Go there, go get the rich man experience. Or nobody in the United States super rich, you just go get that experience. Or man, we get money, go get that experience. Go live for that rich area for Nigeria. You know,
Mike, may I ask you, what's the definition of rich?
No, there are different levels of riches. There's super rich. There's rich where you have enough.
Okay, which kind of rich they talk about?
The one where they talk now, the one where you have enough to afford what your basic need, your need. Say you can afford any food you want to chop. When I talk of, I'm talking about not even rich them. You can afford any food you want to chop. You can afford to live in
like person living a middle class.
Like you can afford you can afford to live in nice apartments in Lekki. Yeah. You understand that level? You know, you know, say Nigeria sweet. I tell you, man.
Now people like Emeka, they talk now.
Nigeria is sweet. Yeah. I'm telling you. That's why I can't say in America too long. I gotta be in Nigeria, man. I gotta be there. That country is sweet. I'm telling you. Nigeria is
this. I was
now when you don't poor, it's poor. Now in Nigeria will suffer you, but you get money. That country is sweet. So you are saying
I was not poor in Nigeria, but I started as a poor rat. But at a particular point in time, I was not poor.
Do you know there are some Americans that they are poor in America? They poor their life. So when they have their little $8,000 where they get, we say for now you are a poor man, because in America here, if you get only a few thousand or you are poor. When they go Africa, when I few thousand where they carry go Africa, show them life. They will talk, say, then they go back. I'm not lying, I'm telling you. They say, man, Africa sweet. The American a bad country. I'm telling you, this is a fact. You go on YouTube, you will see them.
For Nigeria, until my wife until I got married, I can always say maybe was I even missing any Friday, Saturday night? I'm struggling to even understand whether I miss. Even when I got married, I only limited it. The only thing I was not doing that time is I won't go overnight. But during that time, you know, just carry people for enter car like this. We go just cruise, enter one joint like that club.
Not just see if you got money, man. Anywhere you go, when you are poor, you are miserable. Even in America, we see the poor people. They are very miserable, man. They're in pain.
Yeah, let me land my this thing. So like you were saying, not that I know to get even when I did Nigeria. I'm not talking about my youthful age when I did grow up. Like sometimes now, as we did here now, we say, okay, maybe we still visit home. We visit home. I don't really get that opportunity to to go live with those people where they say them poor. And so that's why sometimes here now, when I'll see they talk, say they are not suffering in Nigeria. But maybe some people will really they close to those people where they really make this noise, say they are hungry, Sometimes they go they challenge us for here, say may we keep quiet. We don't know what is happening. So now those people now me are the one carry their voice come out. Some of us might not have the opportunity to go and live among them. If I reach there for that our country, the only thing where I fit take see the world, like if I even open my phone, I not really see or look telly like notice
Mr.
here
Isaac,
and
I
all
beg,
that.
no vex. I think God beg you, no vex. You know one mistake where some people did. See, you don't ever see an American middle class. They say they go carry the poor American person, probably put for a head or they carry doing voice. You understand? See, poor people will always be
Yeah.
there. If they spend your life, they look poor man life. It's not you carry their emotion, they put for your own neck. You're not gonna enjoy your life. If you get the chance to help them, help them. But nobody still go carry their problem put for head. Even Nigeria to become the richest country in the world today, those poor people they will see they poor. That's why I give the analogy earlier. There are some people you will give all the money in the world, they will lose them within short time because they get problem. It's just them. Maybe they are born. Yeah, you right. You say people they born them like born them with the wrong destiny. So
Yeah,
they will
now
always
the
be there.
image of our country, let me at the protect. For example, now most people where they even see for social media or where we go they argue with friends. The friend where me at they argue with, he only the car we in park for where we go don't already show say they hungry. But not be every one of us get that mind to take they defend our country, say our country, some people still they benefit from there. But some people did like Omoyele Sowore now. He not be poor man now. But if they talk about Nigeria today, you go the shame. You understand me? It gets some people where they were to do, and they very well to do. But the way they go they talk about the country, when you go looking, but the only the suit where you go wear, only the wristwatch where you go tie, it go be like $30,000. But the way you go they talk, but in they talk for the poor, for those poor people. For example, now you go see our Baba here now, Baba Jali Coco. I know if he talk say that man say in the hungry, but sometimes when you go they talk for the poor, carry the voice of the poor, me I go the shame. You go come be like say now so everybody be for Nigeria. So my own advice be say if we go fit to the like if we want tackle the real problem, it did better. Me would they say action speaks louder than voice. So all these negative voices where they always the Nigerians they always they broadcast everywhere. Let me are there against. But for the action, say okay, make that country change. Maybe say this word it go be distributed to every to every area, to the poor, to the one we say in poor, the one we say in middle,
Which
so
wealth?
that
Which wealth are you talking about? Which wealth are you talking about? Which
I
wealth?
mean the weight of the common weight of the nation now,
Which
our
Commonwealth?
national cake now,
What national cake? What is the national cake?
the
Okay,
one
okay.
way
Give me
may I tell you, wait, may I tell you, the national cake way be say then go talk say Emefe they carry 10 trillion, Desiani carry 70 trillion,
These are
Ibori carry 10 billion.
the
Now they talk.
rhetorics. Yeah, these are the rhetorics we keep just saying to deceive ourselves. We're a broke country. Yes, out of the brokenness, some people are stealing money. It's fine. They are just stealing in funds. We're broke.
Because the 10 trillion, you know, they affect somebody
the
like.
best way, not the best way, you know, we keep saying this. I keep hearing this since I was young, and I'm still hearing this stuff. The only efficient way to redistribute wealth is through taxes. Let the rich pay the taxes they are supposed to pay, and let the poor pay less taxes. That's the only way to redistribute wealth if you're a student of economics. The government cannot carry billions and start sharing to people. We just finish the economy. Now, in that respect, are Nigerians paying taxes? No. Nigerians don't pay taxes, yet they want benefits.
No, I'm not saying they should take the I'm not saying they should take the billion and share it to people. We not get light for Nigeria now. We not get light. Many people they complain from the state.
Even if you have the light, how many Nigerians are paying?
But even though the light, even though the light say you not fee pay, they make it day, but it not day.
The discos are running out of funds because customers are not paying. Why are we always telling ourselves lies? If there's 24/7, people don't pay the tap light. People just don't want to do the right thing in Nigeria. You don't pay taxes, you don't obey laws, you don't pay for utility bills, but you want all the benefits. So just complete bullshit and ridiculousness. We want to always blame government because we just don't want to blame ourselves. What national cake are we sharing? Where is the national cake to share? When our budget is in deficit consistently, when we are borrowing, at some point we borrowed close to 90% of our revenue. When somebody is borrowing 90% of the revenue, now die. If you borrow up to 90% of your revenue now, do you think you can survive? You can't even pay your mortgage because you have to pay your debtors. So why are we just being we are just irreasonable people? We all want to blame people. That's why you see when Bosu Tijani was not in government and he was busy blaming, shouting, talking on Twitter. Now they've given him an appointment. He can't perform.
But Emeka, a question, please. A quick question. By the time they go to borrow the money you are saying they borrow, and they use it effectively for what they want to use it for, if they borrow that money and share that money by corruption means, is that okay? Because most times that's what happens.
Okay, go ahead. I can do.
Go ahead, madam.
How na do?
We are good.
We dey manage.
I don't really know what you people are discussing. I just came in, but there is something I want to say. I noticed that anytime Nigerians are discussing the problem in Nigeria, they seem to separate Nigeria from Nigeria. I don't really understand how that works. Anytime you listen to a Nigerian speaking about the problem in Nigeria, they make this argument. They push it so hard, convincing themselves that Nigeria is different from Nigeria. And therefore, it's like another thing causing their problem, not Nigeria. Let me explain. Since Nigeria gained independence, I am sure nobody has ruled Nigeria except Nigerians. No outsider have ruled Nigeria. In fact, to be honest with you, before we gained independence, the people who are outsiders that were ruling us, there are what they call social amenities. In places they are and in places it's supposed to be, those social amenities were there. I would say it was better. But since Nigeria gained independence in 1960, became a full-blown country in 1963. No outsider has ruled Nigeria. So can we focus the problem of Nigeria on Nigerians? Because when you say Buhari, Obasanjo is gone. What's his name? Jonathan is gone. Buhari now is Tinubu. When Tinubu is gone, another person will come, we start screaming. Why don't we look inwardly and find out that this is the way we behave? This is just us. I know most of us that are in this platform this morning. If you go there wouldn't be actually gonna be any difference, because that is who we are. So can we work on ourselves? Because if we keep thinking is the government is they are Nigerians. So why can't we do some certain things on ourselves? There are things if it is in us to be good, we can set the ground good. The government might fall in. Yeah. But we are Nigerians. And that's why our country is the way it is. So all this, they do this person did this, he should have done it like this, he should have done it like this. And who are we? I keep asking, who are we? A country where cheating somebody is a normal way of life. A country where lying is a normal way of life. In fact, it's part of their existence. A country where diddling somebody is a part of existence. A country where dropping trash anywhere is part of existence. A country who people can just sit down, without light for 6 months. They rather go and do some crooked one corner to buy massive generator and put. A country where using generator makes you look rich. Is that the people we are talking about? Or is it another people? I don't get it. Can we Nigerians reorientate ourselves? Let's get the standard. When we get the standard, we can function and the government can fall in. I can assure you. You function, the government can fall in. Because when you put your feet down as a people, the government is just a handful of other Nigerians. Just a handful of them. In the state, in the local government, how many are they? When you put your foot down and say, this is what we want, this is the way we want to live, they fall in line. Not all this,
Yeah,
never
the
mind.
government is a handful of people with guns.
Hello?
Yeah, I said Madam AI, I said the government is a handful of people with guns.
With guns? How many
They're not
senators
with
have
guns.
guns?
Where did you get the guns from?
Is the government not in charge of the police, the army, the navy, and all this other security stuff?
Let me give you a typical example. Excuse me. I'm going to give you a typical example now. There was a time in a market in Nigeria.
Who's driving? The Patowski. Okay.
There was a time in a market in Nigeria. The people of the market, they put a law. They put it to, the government was not involved. They put a law. What was the law? Immediately is 4 o'clock. You have to clean your environment. That your store. In and around it, you have to clean it, pack the trash. The truck is waiting. That was the law. And the people that faulted it were reported to the police, and the police forced them to pay the fine. I hope I'm making sense to you now. You say we have the government have gone, few handful of people that have gone. I told you a story now. A market. It has nothing to do with the policy of the government or they sat down as a people. They say it is not good for us to close our stores with trashes everywhere, food. They eat lunch, they eat breakfast. Some of them even eat their dinner in the market. Trash everywhere. Both the one customer drop plus the one you drop plus the cartons of things you keep opening every day, everywhere littered. They say no. Because those who have to stuff, by the time the following morning, the animals will feast on their thing. And it delays them when they come in the morning. Because when you open it, they have time they open. They say they will open by 6 o'clock. When you open by 6 o'clock, you're supposed to be selling your market, not cleaning your store. So they put that law to suit their condition. So immediately it's 4 o'clock, you start cleaning your environment. By 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock, the truck is already waiting on different locations in the market. The one that is close to you, you go and dump your trash there. And if you don't do that, there is a fine. They use the government to get the offenders to pay the fine. So can we work on ourselves? I repeat myself. Nigerians have been ruling Nigeria since 1960. And until we work on ourselves, another Nigeria is going to go in there. When that will leave, another Nigeria will still go in there. I'm talking about separating, dividing the country. Let me tell you something. If Nigeria separate today, even if they separate, how many states? 36 states. They will never do good. Mark my word. Because they're living with the standard.
I disagree with you on that. Everybody will do good.
Okay, no wahala.
Yeah, everybody will do good.
I thank God.
We used to do good when we had separate economy.
Okay, hold on. Everybody will do good. As it is today, Nigeria is divided into 36 states. Why are they not doing good? It doesn't make sense to you.
No, let me tell you.
Let me tell you.
No.
Hold on. Let me finish. Before you go, let me say this.
And let me answer your question now. Let me answer your question.
No, I want to add something so to enable you answer, so that
Okay.
I don't need to
All
go
right,
back to it. Two of us will be going 2 and 4. When the federal government, according to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, when they release funds to the state has autonomy. Take it from there. You can now say what you want to say.
Okay, you want me to talk now?
You can talk.
All right. Yeah.
I hope you heard what I said last time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me tell you why Nigeria will do good if we go our separate way. Number one, nobody will be looking up to federal allocation anymore. Everybody have to look inward for their own revenue, tap into their own resources to develop themselves. And then you will see everybody will get involved into their nation building, because we are tribal people. We are more committed to our tribal sentiment. We are more committed into that sentiment more than the larger Nigeria.
So how come you can't be
Because
committed?
How
come you can't be committed now? You have to wait till you break up.
I don't understand where the sentiment
hold
is
on,
going to.
hold on. You
don't
can't
know.
be committed now because you don't have your resource control, right?
So the money they are giving you.
Hold on now.
The money Lagos State is generating they don't control it.
No, wait. You don't have that one is internal revenue. But when you are talking about the core resources beneath the ground that we can use for the development of the country too.
Okay,
So
you
until
want
you
We
see
don't
raw
have.
material before you can start
look, you
developing.
are pushing me. I go
Hold
talk
on
with you and
now.
no one talk. Oh.
Hold on.
The
Okay, what do
emeroid.
we depend? Okay, what do we
Let me
depend
ask you a
on
question.
today?
The
Is it not the
emeroid.
oil? Is it
Let
not
me.
the
Yeah.
oil that we all depend on today?
Forget about the oil. You said
Yeah, that is what we are saying. Let
you
the
said
people
Let me
of
resource
Niger,
control.
please, let me help you. Let me help you. Babajale
let the
Koko.
people, hold
You
on,
said
let the people
resource
of Niger
control.
Delta
Hold
control
on.
the totality of that oil in Nigeria today. Do you think they will not develop themselves better than they are today?
Wait. You said resource control.
Yes.
I gave you Lagos. He said internally. I don't know what you mean by internally. It's a state, and they generate their
you can
own
see
resources.
it.
Wait.
You can see it
I'm
in
going to
Lagos
give you
now.
another example. That
Is Lagos not developed more than every other part of Nigeria?
Oh, can I finish? You've made
Yes.
your point. I'm going to give you another resource being controlled by the state that I don't even think the Federal Republic of Nigeria knows about it, or rather they know, but they decide to ignore. The emeroid in Nasarawa, is the federal government controlling it?
Well, all resources are under the control of the federal government.
I ask you a simple question.
I don't know. All the resources by law, they are under the
But
control of the federal
that is not
government.
true. That is what sorry, Babajale Kuko, what you are saying is not true.
I don't know where he got all these things he's saying. Because look, why I'm saying
Let me give you. Let me give you.
What do you have?
Let me give you. Let me give you. Even yesterday, let me tell you.
What do we define
I
as
told you
exclusive leaves?
what I'm saying, that there are so many solid minerals within the state that the state are controlling. Let me give, for example, Kwara State. They have marble, and they are the one collecting tax on the marbles that people are exploiting in their state. They are just being lazy about it. Instead of them to even be doing the mining and be taking the whole money, they allow people, they license people to be taking it, and they're just collecting maybe certain percentage from people, that because maybe they don't want to invest in it.
Simba, you are going.
Babajale Koko. If they stop giving us allocation, we follow the route you're saying. We just end up like country like Sierra Leone, Togo, Benin.
Ajani Koko. So when a state becomes a country, it will no longer have federal government.
And they will no longer have tribes among them.
And they will no longer pay money to the federal government.
The only difference, we just end up like Togo and Sierra Leone.
What they are doing.
You know, the mistake Ajayeko is making is that the country, sorry, Madam Zita, the mistake Ajayeko is making, okay, the country that are smaller, that are homogeneous, are they really doing better?
So that's what we end up being now. We end up being another small African. We'll be like Burundi, another small African country. That's what we all end up being. That's what it is.
But sorry, can I chip something?
We'll be like Burundi, Uganda, Togo.
Can I chip in something?
Mention the country that is small, that are not doing.
They are doing bad. All the African countries are doing bad.
Let me say this. You see, legally, the states they don't have power over the mineral resources in their state. They are not supposed to be able to issue a license. They can collect taxes based on the activities of things that are happening in their states. But the license to mine is issued by the Ministry of Solid Minerals. How many states have Ministry of Solid Minerals? You understand?
All of them have.
They don't have power to issue licenses, mining licenses. They don't.
Okay, so the people that are getting it now, are they getting it now?
They are not. They are getting it from federal government.
But let me tell you what is happening on ground. This is where I visited yesterday, Patoski. Mabu, I'm talking about Mabu.
Yeah.
And I follow my friend to Oreke, Google Oreke in Kwara State. They have Mabu there. He has a license, and his license, he got his license, Kwara State. He got the license from Kwara State.
That is not right. That is not right, actually. You know, federal government at times is not even aware of a lot of
That
things.
is not right
That,
now.
madam,
You want
that
me to
what
call
I've
the
just
one in Imo State that they get license
what
from Imo
And
Kwara
State?
State
the
has
legal
done.
mining, money
What
of this
Kwara
thing are
State has done
illegal.
is not right. That's what we
Okay,
are
okay.
saying.
No, the
I
issue is
asked a
this.
simple
No,
It's
question.
not
no,
according to the
Patoski,
law.
Patoski. Wait,
It's
I
not
see.
asked a
lawful.
simple
If
question.
individual, okay, sorry, Madam Zita, if individual can get the license to mine, what stop the state say, okay, I want to get license also? Why can't they license the state to mine? If
You
individual
are
can
Anybody
get
that
it.
going
apply for
far.
such license, they should
You
be
are
able to get it
going
now.
far. I asked a
So
simple
that's what we are
question.
saying. So what
You
is
are
now the
going
next
too
thing?
far. I asked a simple question.
Individual can get, then you are not saying state cannot get
No,
State can
you are
get the
and
going
license
too
utilize their
now.
far.
resources.
They are two different
So
things.
You are
why are they not
opening
doing
up
it?
a
No, the
question
question that we're
again.
asking now, why are they not doing it?
That's not it.
Simba,
They
I
don't want
asked
to
a
do it now.
simple
They don't want to do
question.
business now. States
If
don't want to do
Ogun
business
State
now.
become a country,
So it's not as if they don't have the right to mine what is in
Let me
their
tell you,
state. They have they
hold
have
on. Can I
if
ask
Ogun
the
State become
question
a
again?
country, the
Can I
question you have
ask
if
to
the
ask.
Dangote as an individual can mine limestone,
Can
you
I ask the
understand?
question?
So it's not a matter
No,
of even all
Madam
these things
Zita,
that we
he's
are just
asking a
imagining
question.
that
The
what will
individual asked
happen.
a question that
The
if a
people,
state, if a
these
country is
people have
smaller
decided
and
to be
homogeneous,
lying to our younger ones. If Ogun State become a country on its own, and I ask, wouldn't it have a federal government?
they
That
will
is the
have, but
question I
there are
ask
some.
you.
Ogun State
Yes,
cannot
okay,
be a
madam. Let
country
me
now.
answer.
You got
Let
to
me
be the
answer.
total of
No. You can
Southwest.
become
Listen,
a
the
country.
beginning of the
Ajanioku.
argument. The
Down
beginning of
alone.
argument I made was,
Okay.
Yes.
I said, everybody, please listen. I said that what is wrong with Nigeria is within Nigerians. Soldier go, soldier come. And I said, just like what is happening in other African countries that have divided themselves, that still having the same issue. And I said, even if Nigeria goes state by state, like every state become a country, they will still have the same problem of not being able to manage themselves because it is them, not the land. And Ajali Koko said, no, that they will manage themselves. We talk go left, talk go right. I asked a simple question. Then I use Ogun State. I said, if Ogun State become a country today, as one of the states in Nigeria that have to divide and become a country, if Ogun State become a country today, the simple question I'm asking is, wouldn't they have a federal government? The answer is yes. As a country, that we have a federal government. So this question of that we control their resources, it is already in the hands of every state to control whatever they have.
No. That's not true.
Let me tell you.
That's not correct.
Let me tell you.
That's not correct.
Apart from the crude oil, for some reason that I will not say on this platform, apart from the crude oil, all the mineral resources in our land called Nigeria, the states, the individuals, they are vandalizing it. And
Yes,
you will not tell me, let me tell
absolutely.
you
That
this,
they don't. That
you will
the
not
state
tell
government.
me the federal government turned a blind eye to it because they felt there is not much money in it, but that's a lie. Everybody turned their eyes to oil. For some reason, I don't want to disclose here. But these individuals are still those individuals that will be citizens of that Ogun State. When Ogun State becomes a country, are you telling me that Ogun State will no longer have a federal government and they will take control of their resources? Let me repeat this again. We should stop lying to our younger ones. The problem of Nigeria is within Nigerians. And until we change our mindsets, and decide to start doing things so that the handful of people who are our government will fall in line, it's not going to change.
Madam Zita, you're absolutely right. No, I don't think there's any mineral in Nigeria now that is not being mined, and Nigerians know about it. In fact, it is the people of Nigeria that are taking it and they are doing it anyhow they like. The question I asked earlier,
all the thing that is happening in Nasarawa, what is causing the problem?
Don't mind
Why
me.
are they not talking? All those invasion of land and villages, what is causing
that is marble part of the solid minerals?
Marble is a solid mineral. What are you saying?
But because you said the Kwara State issued the license, and Patoski said it's not possible. So how does it work?
No,
It could be a solid mineral, but not part of the list.
List of what?
Approved solid minerals.
He's part of the list now. How can you say marble is not part of the list?
Okay. I don't know.
Even granite, let me tell you, even granite, the one that they use to construct road, is a solid mineral. Is a mineral.
So how come the Kwara State has the license is able to issue license for it for the mining?
No. Let us even assume that Kwara does not even have the capacity to issue the license. The individuals that are citizens of Nigeria, they are getting license. So if you, as a government of a state where the mineral is domiciled, do you want to tell me that if you want the federal government to give license that, okay, this thing in my state, I want to be mining it, if they can give it to individual, they will refuse the state? PD.
That's an assumption. They can give to an individual or business, but not a state. They will not give it to the state.
That
because it could be the law, unless they change the law.
Simba, you see, because we have you have federal allocation coming every month, they don't really focus on their internal mineral resources.
So when
they don't focus to develop. So what I'm saying is that, hold on, Miss Sita. What I'm saying is that
who is making this noise?
Somebody is
sleeping.
Someone is sleeping, right?
If Mike is there, he should mute. He should mute the person.
I think it was Patoski, but he's been muted now.
So if that Kwara State become a country on its own and it's not getting their federal allocation, do you think they're not going to look inward for their own development? They will try to tap into every mineral resources they have and other make many initiatives that can generate that revenue for the running of their economy. That is what I'm
let's
saying.
give
And we have done it in the First Republic. This idea of saying
forget about those lies that
we
have done it in the First Republic. What did we do that everything scattered within 3 years? Forget about that. It's just a rhetorical story that we are just giving.
We have
let's look at it. We cannot isolate Nigeria. Okay, let's look at give example. Okay.
Again, I don't want to agree with anybody that we have done it before and we can do it. And why we were able to do it successfully back then is because nobody was looking up to the federal, but rather the federal is looking forward to the region to pay their taxes into the federal for the federal to run their own their own affairs.
Babajane Koko, you know what? Let me say this. If it's because the reason why we are talking about that regional government then, and we are making it to look In fact, Nigeria will have been like United States now if we continue our regional government. Because we don't have the thing did not last long. Maybe today, if you are still practicing regional government, it's the same thing that we will still be talking about. Believe me. But because the thing was truncated very early and we are making it to look just like Muritala, the regime, everybody will say, that was the best regime that everybody had, just because it lasted for only 1 year or less. And we will say,
it lasted
it just
6 months. 6 months.
6 months ahead.
Yeah.
And we are making the regime of 6 months to look, the thing was so good, and it's the best. If it lasted for that, people used to say
we
it.
enjoyed that 6 months. Agbadu gan.
You can hear Madam Zita. That's what they used to say.
Who said
and
that?
the Buhari Diagbon regime.
The only good thing about Buhari Diabo regime was that they had a vision, but maybe because the junta, they had a vision. Go and look back to their record. They had a vision, but the way they were implementing it was wrong. That's all. But whether they
but they would have succeeded though. Because I think they would have succeeded because they were forcing the country to become more efficient.
Yeah,
a lot of people didn't like it.
Enforcing it was actually wrong.
Even Nigerians didn't like it. When to Nigerians, we did not like it.
The people don't like this about things until the results start coming through. The problem with that is that they didn't get the results to start coming through by the time they left office. If not,
do we have the patience? Do we have the patience? To Niger, is it not the same thing that we are doing now? Do we have the patience? Do you have the patience to wait and see the results?
Now the problem with now is that we can see what was done. Then they were correcting things. Things were improving actually in Nigeria. People were not, environments were not that dirty. People were queuing to get to. People were getting to work on time. It's just that it was harsh. That's all it was. The overarching result, if it had come through, yes.
I think price control was also in part of it.
Exactly. So if the result had started coming through, the economy is growing and people saw the environment improving, they would have rewarded them with this thing that they are actually good government. But they were shortcutted very, very quickly, and the Maradona came in.
Maybe you heard about it. You didn't live to experience it that time. This story that you are painting, a majority of people will not paint it. It's just an imagination. How old are you? Job.
How do you know? Have you not seen your phone now? What's wrong with you?
He's still feeding bottle. It was still not feeding bottle that time.
I was very much around during that time, man. We were queuing.
Yes, Isaac.
You are welcome.
Yeah, good morning.
Those days I saw soldiers go into the market to go and begin to monitor those market women in the market, looking at prices so that it will not be inflated and all that. Why can't we send soldiers into market now?
You cannot do that because even that time, what they were doing, they are selling people's products forcefully. You understand? In fact, that time, that's the
product. What he did, why I said it was wrong is that he was doing price control without controlling it from the beginning. So
how can you be control? You cannot be doing that. Now that one is wrong, Madam Zita.
You are destroying enterprise now. That is that you are destroying enterprise, not minding the cost.
The cost, exactly. They were ruining people's business. That's what they are doing.
Destroying lives, people's savings, people are putting their money, savings, their pension into business. You are just collecting the money. You are stealing from people.
Most countries get their citizens online and in line. They get their citizens in line by indoctrination, which usually starts from schools, academies, and stuff like that. So there comes Buhari and Idiagbon, and they're using military style to compel people to do the right things. How long will that last? Is that a proper way? See, Buhari and Idi Agbon were the two. I don't want to use any colorful words to describe them. That destroyed that started the beginning of Nigeria's destruction. Is it in the Second Republic or whatever you want to call it? They started
It's
it.
not their
Then
own.
came
It's not even a republic. PD. Their own is not even a republic.
okay.
It
Well,
was after they truncated Second Republic.
yeah, but a lot of people like Madam Zita and others are trying to give them credit because people fell in line. Yeah, they fell in line because of gun. I mean, they had guns. That's what I keep telling you. They had guns and they could compel people, command people rather to do things.
Yes.
They were
Most
using
most of,
Koboko. They were
How do
using
you think great
Koboko.
nations are built?
so
That's how great
so
nations are built.
again, most economies, most countries, they do it in a more structured fashion way. See, indoctrination can be good or bad, right? But the good part of
Nigerians
indoctrination
leave
is that
Koboko. Leave that one. Nigerians leave
You think
okay,
that's
Koboko.
what
sure,
you
yeah.
think, Prince Daddy? Do you think that that's what Napoleon was doing? The founder of the republic as we know it, the first founder. He wasn't playing around. He
Prince
was
Daddy,
very,
I'm not gonna
very.
lie, man. Black man Nico
To build
Boko.
great
I'm
nations,
telling
you
you.
have to. You have to. That's how it is. It's not only black man.
See,
You have to
The
marshal
only time
people.
in
listen,
history where black man has been productive was when they were whipping him.
Mike, black man needs Koboko because that little black boy baby, okay, was not trained in a proper way, and he grew up. Of course, when
Yeah,
he grew
now,
up, he
but
had
then
no
Koboko
training. He
made
needs
us behave well
Koboko.
now. The
Huh?
only moments we be most productive
Yeah,
throughout
if
history
he
is
was
when we're
not
being
trained
whipped.
as a child, he can be trained as
Mike,
an
I
adult
have
with
a question for you,
Koboko.
Mike, I have a poignant question for you. Do you think black people are animals?
No.
I don't know. Well, I don't think so, but I
You
mean,
don't know.
Biologically,
I
we
mean,
are
Because
animals,
I don't
you
even
say
no, no.
we
You
need
know what? You'll be
Koboko and you want to
some
put them on
animals. Hold
plantation.
on. To be honest with you, animals are more disciplined than human beings. You know that, right? Study, animals
Sorry,
are disciplined.
Mike,
So this
Yes,
insult that we
sorry,
always
let me,
insult
yes,
animal when
Mike.
we misbehave. Animals don't
Mike,
misbehave. They are disciplined. They know their role. They survive in tough situation and they live long. You can't
Mike,
survive in a jungle if I put you there. The way this animal will survive on their own, and they're disciplined. They raise their children. They do things. So this insult that we insult animals just because God put us in a more privileged this thing. So don't insult animals by even comparing yourself because animals get the things done. They feed themselves. No animal is blaming government for a situation.
I'm
You
not
understand?
insulting animals,
There's no
but
animal
Mike,
hungry blaming
let me
government. It's
answer
only
Prince
human
Daddy.
being.
Mike, because
It's only
Prince
human
Daddy,
being that's hungry and he can't go and
hold
use the soil and something God gave him to survive. He's sitting around blaming government. What animals will favor
Mike,
themselves?
5 seconds.
So don't insult
Wow.
I
animals,
think
man.
black.
Mike is
One,
Prince
arguing that
Daddy,
animals
see
are
anything.
Prince
smarter
Daddy.
than
One
human
second.
beings.
Okay.
Anything. See anything. No matter how small that thing could be it a seed or an organism, right? The environment in which you nurture that thing, okay, determines the quality that you're going to yield in the future. It's just what I'm saying is just a natural. It's just a natural thing that applies to all organisms, be it plants or all animals. So I disagree with you to the core that we need Koboko. Now, if we have been regimented, if we have been what do you call it? Uh, we've been put in a
Don't
structured
even know what
environment,
argument you are
a structured
making.
environment from the
Spare the
beginning,
rod and
Prince
and
Daddy.
spare
nurtured.
the rod and
Prince
spoil
Daddy.
the child. I don't know the argument you are making. The people, the last solution might be Koboko. Yeah, they use it
Prince
anyhow.
Daddy, just
I mean, I
take
don't
your
know
time.
what argument you
Study
are
the
making.
time when
Koboko.
the
Is it a
military when they were using
certificate?
Koboko on Nigerians and study the time when they stopped using Koboko and look at the behavior of Nigerians. Compare it. I'm telling you. Like the way we are behaving now, like look, we were not doing that during Apache. I'm telling you, like we're all
Mike,
peaceful. There was no
I
tribalism
agree
going on in
with you.
Nigeria.
Excuse me, that
Hold
person
on.
Everybody,
that is saying Koboko is wrong.
I agree with you,
What
Mike.
kind
I
of
agree with you, but you guys are missing the fundamental point.
look at blacks.
One
Okay, well,
second.
you live in
flogging
America.
you
This
with
one is important. You live in
Koboko for
America, right?
okay,
Can you
let me
tell
say
me? Can
this.
you tell me that blacks, the way they were behaving during the Jim Crow and slavery time, can you compare with now the way they behave now? Now they just behave anyhow. Like look at even their elders are saying it that during their time during Jim Crow, they were all
Can
disciplined.
I
They go
come
to
in?
school.
Can I
They
come
were
in, please?
serious people.
Can
But
I
now
come
they
in?
got freedom. They don't beat them. No white man don't beat them anymore. Look at the way they are
So
behaving.
no, hold on. That's not even
Gangsterism.
what I'm saying. Hold on. Somebody is arguing about this Koboko as if Koboko is a sacrilege. Let me give you a typical example from, I'm sure, the country where you are sitting. Which one is better? To flog somebody that is smoking Igbo and tell the person, fear wife, don't smoke Igbo again. Or to throw the person in jail for 10 years. Which Koboko do you prefer? I'm asking.
Well, before it gets to say, you guys are trying, you guys, Madam Zita, you guys are talking about the symptoms. Me, I'm talking about the foundation. I'm talking about the foundation of it. If we have if we have an educational system, okay, across the country, whereby we indoctrinate our children with good values.
Don't they have educational system across the country?
We have good values in Africa already. What are you talking about?
Prince Daddy, were you not trained
good
when you were younger, when you were in the primary school? See the value, but not just opposite to today that we copy the Oyibo style. Don't kill our children anymore. Don't do this anymore. Do you know how many people, if you do something bad in your community, that will point a Christian figure to you and go and report it to your parents to weed you into lying immediately? That is why one of the reasons why you see some of us, when we go abroad, we are well behaved. Because they have already shaped you from the beginning. But all those ones are no more there.
No, that is not true. That part is not true. The reason why we hold on. The latter part, the reason why we behave, hold on.
Let me finish, please, Daddy. I'm telling you why it's no more there. More than 50 or 60% of parents now that their income have improved and their lifestyle have improved tend to send their children to private schools, especially in major cities. And in most of these private schools, they were not caned. They will not cane them. They will even be telling you in their school that please don't beat our children. No, we just talk to them. We just do this. But when we are growing up, even including you, you know the system. So all of these children of nowadays, because they don't see it that hard way, even when they come home, do you even beat your kid? Even if you're in Nigeria, you also sit him down and talk to him. So when we are talking about the value or the iron hand we are talking about, it helps us, it shapes us a lot. But now
the fact that we can utilize corporal punishment, I'm not disputing that. But you guys, I think you miss what I'm saying. See, maybe we're not good at it as a people, as a society. But in the Western culture, right, they have models that they utilize in teaching and raising kids, especially in the school systems, right? They have a way of
working in the West.
Before you go ahead, why are so many Nigerian parents? No. Hey, please, Dad, I want to ask you this question before you go ahead. Why are you guys talking to your children in your own local language in abroad? If you go to UK, they prefer to speak Yoruba or Edo or whatever to their children. Why are you in America? Why are you speaking Yoruba to them? Because you think that the norms, the society there, the way they raise kids, it make them behave not normal. I mean, in a wayward way. So you want to file them into, you want to put them into normal way and then try to inculcate them with your own language. You speak Yoruba to them. We don't do like that. We respect this. So why don't you use that the same way that in America? Continue with your children and let's see what we gain out of it. Please, let's be factual here. Okay, go ahead, please.
I like lying to the younger ones. That's the problem we are having. Whenever
you guys think that
for correction to focus on the real thing, the truth, the way things go, then we argue and confuse everywhere. Why we do that, I don't know. Why we are doing this to our younger ones, I don't simply know.
Using Koboko and things shows that it's like someone that has less tools in their toolbox. Meaning that when something goes wrong in an argument,
Koboko, I don't mean flogging somebody like keep somebody and start. If it includes that, but I mean iron hand. That's what I mean. I'm not talking about hey, carry koboko, now
Okay,
that's
okay,
not. But
Madam
if it
Zita,
gets to that,
give me
that's
give me an
fine.
example. Give me an example of a scenario with an iron hand that
But
you're
I
gonna
have
how
just
to
given
address
you
it.
one. I just gave you one. We were not
Uh,
listening.
Madam Zita,
Like how I didn't.
let me
I
give him.
said, which
Madam Zita,
koboko will you
One
please.
second.
prefer? Listen,
Huh?
I said, which koboko will you prefer? That you are a growing child with exuberance, you're smoking ganja, and then your government catch you people, flog you people like great koboko, and say, do not smoke this ganja again, and you people will run off in pain, go heal your wound. Or the koboko of putting you in jail for 10 years for smoking ganja and ruining your being as a human being. That's just what I asked you.
Well,
Please,
yeah,
Daddy.
Because a lot
Please,
of
I
the
Daddy.
remember that
country
example.
where
See,
you are,
but
No,
that see
that's
please,
what
Daddy,
happened.
that
wait.
1 second.
The country where
That
you are, that's what
example.
happened. And that's iron hand.
Say
I don't
in the
know how
western
else to explain
in the
iron hand
western
to you.
world, okay, they'll rather educate that child or those children on the danger of taking a drug or certain drugs, right? And the side effects or the cause and effects of such drugs. They give them examples and try to give them a compelling argument
So
to the reason why they shouldn't
with all
take it.
the
So
education, why
without
are they doing more drugs than everybody else? Why is
thank you,
America doing more
thank
drugs
you,
than the
Mr. Mike.
rest of the
Thank
world?
you,
With
Mike.
all the education.
Mike,
Why is it
that's a new
why is
Hmm?
it increasing, Prince Daddy? Even now, they also
In the
legalize
Western world. That's
they leg-
what gives us in Africa.
well, things
We
are
just believe
changing.
the
I'm
Westerns
not
know
going to
everything
disagree with
better than
you.
us.
Prince
Hmm?
Things
Daddy.
are
I
changing
want
here
to ask you,
because
That's why they are running
of
to Africa to
politics.
bring immigrants, to bring us, because I
Prince
want
Daddy,
quality people.
Prince Daddy,
We're better raised, right?
I want to ask you something.
We're not better. We're not better race. Don't say
Prince
that. We're
Daddy,
better
We're
race
more
for what?
disciplined, basically.
It's a
Prince
lie.
Daddy,
You know,
Prince
We are
discipline
Daddy,
more
going
disciplined than these people, trust me.
going around. We're not see. That's
Even
the
within my
fallacy.
family,
Just
hold
like
on, within my
Mike,
family
just
in
like the other day
America,
we are talking.
hold
We
on.
always say we are more communal. We're more communal. It's a
No.
lie. We're not more disciplined than they are.
Hold on. Within my family, the ones I have, most of my relatives live in America, cousins, distance. We have ones that grew up in Nigeria, and ones that grew up here. There's a big difference in us, man. Those of us that grew up in Nigeria, we are very disciplined people, man. The ones that grew up, they're not as disciplined. They're just not. You understand? So, and you could see in our performance and things, we tend
Prince
to push
Daddy,
harder because the way we're raised, we're put in line in time. These kids in school, they whip you, put you straight, So they set you straight quick in Nigeria, But here they pamper them. That shit. Some of them, I can't even hang out with my cousins that grew up here because I'm like, dude, you have to very disciplined. I can't pull up. They move slow. So they don't the way they think. They don't have man. I mean, like that's a big difference, man. I'm telling you. Those
Prince
Koboko really
Daddy,
set us. You make us stand strong. Go
Prince
ahead.
Daddy, I want to ask you a question. I don't know whether you smoke or not. You know that most weed they are selling, they legalize in the West. Some of them have been filtered. I want to ask you a question. Do you think they take that raw ganja from Nigeria, take it to all those people that like to smoke it in the Western world? Don't you think we have a lot of crazy people on the road? And you mentioned that they are teaching them education to make them better. Why, like Mike asked you, why is the population of those people that believe in that thing continue to increase day in every year? Why? Even here that I live, that I thought it's a more civilized society. I mean, very quiet, gentleman kind of lazy kind of lifestyle. I was shocked when I started seeing a lot of people. When I started seeing a lot of rehabilitation centers, I can't believe it. What is the population of this place? And so many rehabilitation centers, and what you hear them is about uh, drinking too much, drug this one, this wiper. So many. You will just ask yourself so many questions. Then you have to really give praise to people in Nigeria that are parents. They really wipe us into order before we step out of the country. So when you look at it in totality, I think if you are wiping order in Nigeria before you step out, as Mike said, you will be well behaved. But if you, and I asked a question before, I said, why are you guys in abroad? Why do you prefer to speak to your children in your local language, teaching them your local language? It's not about imbibing culture. You are also using it to wipe them into order. I asked that question and you have not responded to me. Maybe you take everything together and then you respond. Prince Daddy, please. If you are still there. Oh, it's no more there.
I wanted to. Prince Daddy, are you still there? Is Prince Daddy gone?
I think it's there. It's there, but maybe
okay. If you can still hear me, I wanted to just give him a scenario. You saw the scripture that Madam AI quoted when she said, "Spare the rod, spoil the child." You see, this is a personal experience. In the year 2000, I gave birth to my first daughter. So when she was between 6 months, 7 to 1 year, that was the period of her crawling. You know, when child begin to crawl. That was the time I used cane on her. Between 7 and 1. I started it just one day. We were in the city room. She would always go to somewhere to go and begin to touch something that was like not convenient, dangerous for her. The mother will always get up, pick her up, bring her to a position, she will go back, pick her up, bring her to a position, she will go back, like pick her up. So I just, on my head, I say, no. That's how it starts. I went and get a very tiny cane. While she was crawling to the place, you see that the leg, the downside of her leg, that is, you know the flat side now for her leg now. As long as she was crawling, I'll just put the cane there while she's going tight. She'll sit up.
Isaac, where did that one happen? So that let us know. Is it in Nigeria? So that
No,
you will
then
come
I
and take
was
that
in
baby from. We will come and take
then I
that
was
baby
in
from you.
Nigeria.
Because you are abusing that child.
Then I was in Nigeria, year 2000. So she would sit up, look at me. She want to go again. I'll put it there tight. She sit up. That was how she stopped. She stopped it. And the way she started walking, I believe that thing helped her a lot. That from that 1 year till now, I don't think somebody raised a cane on her. You just look at her, just looking at her, the communication, that's just the communication she gets. And everything you want her to, the correction is done. So when you start it early, it's not only for black people. Black people are not animals. That thing is an instrument. It's very good. If you have a child, if you just want to start bringing up your child, start it when they are very tiny. It will help by the time they grow up. Thank you. Over to you guys.
Who was there earlier on? What are those things what are the topics that one man discussed today?
Yeah, I think it wasn't really much. It was first one was with revisiting the flag, the Russian flag, and then the Dangote issue.
And I think we also talk about $500 million we used to spend every day for subsidy before this administration. And some of them, because I just hear a little and I step off again. And some people who are talking about justification for subsidy to be reinstated. I think, and some are saying it should go away finally. I think that is the major. And then you talk a light news about one Nigerian girl in South Africa that they crowned Miss South Africa, but South African people are very mad about that because she has a maybe Nigerian father and Mozambique mother, but was born in South Africa. So that's
Remy.
Yeah.
On that subsidy, people like I was unable to speak, and I wanted to tell people that actually want that subsidy to be reinstated. Sometimes I just wonder if we really understand the implication of some of the things that we say. You know, to me, it is this. I still challenge people to categorically come out and tell me in a measurable term, quantifiable term, what the person has benefited from subsidy. Because we all tend to be socialists and we tend to care so much for the poor people that we forgot that this
na pretense. So Ola is pretense. So we pretend. It's pretense. So it's not as if they really care.
That Solly should be here. Why you are discussing that one? The way
not only Solly. I'm even calling Baba Ajale Koko because Baba Ajale Koko is one of those people promoting. Because can everybody just tell me in quantifiable, measurable term what we are getting from that gasoline subsidy? We are
Ola. It stimulate economic growth.
No, Baba. What? Okay. It stimulates economic growth. What type of stimulation? Look at it this way. Let's look at it this way. You subsidize for people in Malta, for people in United Kingdom, and wherever they are getting this thing to get job.
From Belgium.
Not only that, you subsidize for African countries that are not paying taxes to Nigeria. You heard what they say. Immediately they stopped that subsidy. Our consumption just fell from how many liters a day? From 60 something, almost 70 to 33. Assuming the 33 we are even talking about is not part of those small goods. Now, reverse this to diesel. We don't have problem. We don't have noises around gasoline when we talk of diesel. Whereas diesel is what your factories need to produce. Diesel is what the truck need to move good from one point to the other. The gasoline we are talking about is just for it's just for the few elite and some middle class to drive their car to the office. So the thing is, you are not benefiting from that for gasoline subsidy from job creation. You are not benefiting from that gasoline, even from running our local for our local production. So what are we talking about? So the best thing is this: when you wanted to solve the corruption around diesel, they took the subsidy away. Since they took subsidy away, have you ever heard anything wrong in diesel? No, you've not. But our people, we don't care about that. We just run, we help those people that are making Nigeria to promote, to run their PR against the government. So it's just like, okay, now, that is what we are talking about. See how Nigeria help those people that are enslaving them just to gain traction. When they sold the refinery to Dangote and another guy in 2007, when Nigeria started creating narratives, you see people started doing some kind of logic, beautiful analysis, eloquence, everything flying everywhere. As if when you return, when you took that away from Dangote, all of a sudden your problem will be the problem of another place will be solved. No, it is not going to be stopped. Now, since they took all those refineries away from those guys now, how many billions upon billions? Like someone rightly said the other day, the what we spend to refine to rework Port Harcourt refinery alone is even more than GP of some certain countries. So we'll be doing that over and over and over and over, and there's no result. But if we take that thing away now and give to someone today, all of a sudden beautiful grammar will start, how they are sending to their cronies, how they will have done this. This is what we've done for almost 30 years, and we've not got a result. We pay subsidy for close to 50 years, we've not got a result, and yet we still want to continue. We don't even
Ola
want
na
to
bad belly, they worry them. Na bad belly, they worry them.
and given the fact that we've seen the turnaround around this, and we still don't want to. Okay, let's give an example now. If we've not taken that step today to have another national operator, we will still be spending on how to turn around United today. Just because of here the other time, whenever we say, oh, without this telecom, we will have come to Nigeria. We still spend today to work on our refinery. We still spend today to subsidize for electricity because of the way we are running all those stuff. So the best solution to where there's corruption is this: you eliminate the root cause. The root cause of lack of development in our petroleum industry is subsidy. People forgot the number of jobs. No, people are poor. That is no. See, when you take subsidy, we've said this thing and we cannot say it more than enough. Is that when you take subsidy, number one, the job you are creating for people in the UK, in Malta, you take it away, you create it locally in Nigeria. And by the time
let me ask you a question.
No, just give me a minute. Then I will listen to questions, sir. Now, when you now bring that job to Nigeria, meanwhile, you empower more people, right? The more people you've already empowered, they will be able, whatever they are earning from that Nigerian economy, from that our petroleum industry, they will send the same thing back within that economy. That cannot sell before, that was not selling before, will be able to sell. And your beer seller that are not selling beer, they're not selling pepper soup, they start selling. Yeah. That is how the economy rotates. But you only
are you the only one? What you're talking about is like knowledge from Mars, right? You're the only one that ever thought about it, right? You think?
I'm not the only one that ever thought about it, but just because sometimes we don't want to, we like to be on the populist, we want to just give populist opinion. That's so that we sound politically correct.
Me and woman were talking earlier, and Angelico. The question is, how come we're not doing it? All this story, we know. I said it before. Most Nigerians, especially those in power, they know what is right to do. Okay, but we're not doing it. That's the question you should be answering.
Interest. Okay, look at it this way. Prince Daddy. Now, some of us that work in the government before, look at it this way. Now, normally, if everything work, maybe we earn like $1 million a month. It's okay. Everybody will be at par. Everybody's okay. No, some people don't want that. Some people are even afraid that their unborn children in 10th generation will be poor. So they want to use the opportunity they have now to see billions and save for that unborn children or unborn generation 10 years, like 10 generation to come. That's the fear we have in Nigeria. We don't like fair play, but we like that thing that will be unfair, that you will cheat the system. That is why we were saying the other time that, okay, instead for everybody, when you are saying you redistribute the wealth, we're talking about something here the other time that, okay, there's nothing bad when you create a situation whereby you liberate the economy that everybody will benefit. Instead of some people, they want to use the government device to enrich themselves. We keep seeing these things. Some people are still arguing now today that why should we flow Naira? Even after witnessing what happened under Emefiele, another 8 years of Buhari, and people are saying, okay, if the corruption within that monetary system was easy to kill, they would have was easy to solve. They would have solved that problem 10 years ago. So they would have solved the problem 20, 30 years ago, 40, 50 years ago. So the problem we could not solve 50 years ago, we are now saying, okay, let us try another approach, because most of us say now on average we are average of 50, for example. So the problem we've not been able to solve since we were born, and we say, okay, let us try another approach that has solved this problem somewhere before. We want to say, oh no, they should have done this. If it is easy to stop corruption, to stop smuggling, they will have stopped it. Even America today, they cannot stop.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question.
No, Remy, let Babangele Koko respond. Let the Babangele Koko respond. You talk after Babangele Koko.
Let me ask you this question. The removal of petroleum subsidy, has it brought hardship on Nigerian people?
Ola, while you're asking that question, please also remember Baba Jali Kuku, that they are using 1.5 billion naira to subsidize the naira so to keep the exchange rate. And that money is borrowed outside, especially during the Buhari era. Okay?
Okay. See,
Ola, answer that my question.
I will answer you now.
Okay.
I'm going to answer you.
Yes.
See,
Let's answer him correctly. Yes.
Nigeria were facing hardship before even the subsidy was removed. It got to a point then where Emefiele, yes, now, where okay.
Ola, please. Kò sí nǹkan tó concern wa before Emefiele or this thing. No,
I'm coming,
don't go back.
I'm just
No, hold
coming.
on.
Wait,
Hold
now.
on.
I'm answering
you. See,
you.
No. Don't go back to Emefiele. Don't go back to
I'm answering
what the
you.
situation before that time.
There's no
What
way.
happened? Hold on, Ola.
Okay.
What
Okay.
happened immediately
sorry.
after the removal?
Baba Jali Koko. Baba Jali Koko.
There's no way I will make reference.
No, Isaac, please leave the two of them. Let them trash themselves out.
No, it will be noisy. I wanted to.
It's not noisy. Leave them.
No,
so that
I wanted to answer the questions. If
don't
you can
answer the
direct
question. Allah is capable. Allah is capable. Let Allah answer.
See, the thing is this, if we don't make reference to the past, we are going to give false narratives. Now, we were using 1.5 billion to subsidize. And that 1.5 billion we're using to subsidize was being borrowed. Now, you are borrowing for the future generation to pay. So that is what you call delay hardship. You are facing hardship already, but you are delaying a greater hardship for tomorrow. So now you have an option.
Ola, basically what you are saying is there's somebody with an injury, right? And to heal that injury, the person has to go through surgery. Now, the process of that surgery will cause that person more pain, right? But the person is not saying, oh, because I will experience more pain through the surgery, I won't do the surgery. So that's what Angelico is saying.
Correct.
Exactly. Thank you, Sojourn Michael. Sojourn Michael,
That is why. That is why I wanted Baba Jali Koko to have the floor enormously, so that we'll give him short answers. He need to talk.
Okay.
We start.
Okay,
Tell us.
Baba Jali Koko. All eyes on you.
No, I thought I asked my question.
We said yes.
Immediately. Hold on, Ola. Immediately that subsidy was removed, did the economy suffered a shock?
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Did the economy suffer a shock?
Yes.
Did the economy suffer?
Gile to repeat is not the same thing. What is the shock? What is the hardship? You just want to paint it to look bad. Baba Jali Kuku.
If you ask it 100 times, tell him yes.
If you agree with me, that the economy suffered a shock, economy suffer a setback and hardship of the people, then that will tell you that subsidy stimulate economic growth.
Okay, Baba Jali Kuku. The question is,
which economy was
no, just wait. Do you believe that the hardship we will have experienced without removing that subsidy will have been worse than what we experience today?
Let me tell you.
The question is, guys, I'm sorry. The question is it okay to say the removal of the subsidy and the unification of the naira is a good thing, and also acknowledge that this policy is causing a lot of hardship on Nigerian people? Is it okay?
President, I don't even know where you belong. So let me just answer because I don't know where you are, where you are going now. Okay, let's say, for example, because it's like we don't understand the true situation of our economy before these steps were taken. We were borrowing money to run our economy.
We get all that, Simba. We understand all that.
No, just wait now. Wait now. If you are in government, wait. You look at the two situations. Do we need to survive or we need to die? Because those are the two scenarios that we have. It's either we die or we survive.
Simba, do you know that the money we are using to
You understand? So the question
revenue.
is, that's what I want to say. Please, Daddy, if we don't take that decision that time, we will die. We took that decision to survive. We are surviving. That's why we know we're in pain.
I totally agree with you. I'm not against the decision at all. I'm in support of the decision. But I'm saying though, can we acknowledge that the people that the hardship is really hard on the people? This time around, the pressure on the people is more than perhaps any other time
if
in
you are
Nigeria.
no, because I don't understand your question. So what will you do if you find yourself in that kind of situation, whether to die or to survive?
Before you answer that question, please let me just quickly come in. Now,
you have to survive then.
Wait.
So what is the question?
Wait,
you are alive. That's why. Sorry. You are alive. That's why you know that you are in pain. If you are dead, you are dead.
Okay, let me come in, please. Please, Daddy, we were subsidizing petroleum. The Naira was having problem, like they said. So they removed, when all these things were happening, Nigerians were suffering. They were not suffering too much, but they were suffering. People were jackbarring. We are talking about Buhari time now, before Tinubu came in. People were jackbarring. People were complaining. Nigeria was going down and down. People were not thinking about production, to be productive. Now, the reason people were so relaxed that they don't want to even do anything, they don't want to produce toothpick, they don't want to even go to farm, they don't want to send fertilizer to states, they don't want to, because they already have at least something. They are subsidizing this, the other one is okay like that, they are backing the Naira, it's not going to 1,000, it still remained there. So the people were like relaxed. Now the government came and removed the fuel subsidy, which they've already defined to us that is going to bring us more pain. Like somebody used the example of a surgery, doing a surgery to just remove the disease at once, but it will be more painful. Now, the people are now thinking of how do we go into productivity. That is what I'm hearing all over the news right now. How will people go to farm, trying to bring the economy back to where it's supposed to be? And people have to pass through that pain to face these things and bring back their country. Are you saying that is not a good step? That is my own question.
Let me answer this question here. You see, what Simba was saying, we are about to die. If they have not done it, we will have died. That is not true. We all know that subsidy was corrupted. They injected corruption into the administration of that subsidy. That is what was responsible to that balloon sum of money that we were spending on subsidy. If not for corruption, the amount would have been so minimal and would not have hurt the economy at all, as being claimed back then, that necessitated the removal of it by Tinubu.
Wait. Ola painted a scenario. He said, okay, if all this impediment, all this corruption that you are talking about, because at least this argument we'll be having it for years, not even now. Corruption. If it is easy to eliminate, to get rid of it, all these, it could have been an easy way out. But we know that, you know, and I know that it's like government running a business. Nobody will see it as their own. We cannot continue to be repeating same thing that is not working for us for years. We are talking about corruption, 2012, the same thing. Even Obasanjo regime, even military regime, we are saying the same thing. If you not say, okay, this is the only way to get rid of the corruption, and we are still fighting resistance, say no, we still need to continue with this thing, whether the corruption is there or not, even if we are unable to even solve the problem of the corruption. Why are we like that? Let us try something different. Why are we making to look? Yes.
You can't try anything different at the detriment
You know
of
the funny thing,
your
before
people.
they remove the subsidy, Babajide used to come here every day to complain how bad Nigeria is, how bad.
Let me be even try to make an analogy like mine, whether I will be able to make it. Now, there is a cancerous cell in the body that if you remove that cancerous cell, all other parts of the body will be safe. But now, this cancerous cell, they'll be treating that cancer for a very long time. And instead of getting it resolved, it's spreading. And if you continue to spread, Simba, you know you are a medical doctor, but I'm just trying to.
And that's metastasis now. Metastasis.
Now, so he get to a stage, and the consultant, the physician consultant, and said, okay, the best thing is to cut this cell off since it will not stop the human being from living. I still know that there are some part of stomach disease, appendicitis or whatever they call it, and they see cut sometimes if it's going to pie the patient. So the thing is this: you'll be treating this cancer core subsidy over years, because that's the same thing I'm still repeating. And you cannot solve it. What we learn so far is that when you have a root cause of corruption, instead of trying to manage it, the best strategy to any risk is to eliminate that risk. So the best strategy to all these fuel subsidy corruption we are talking about is to eliminate, because if it was that easy, it would have been okay. Look at when Dangote is now about to give all this thing. Look at how they are fighting tooth and nail to make sure that Dangote is not going to be successful. What does that tell us? So let us remove it. So now, and I painted an analogy that, okay, even removing this subsidy, we even create job. We know how Dangote has created job for Nigeria now. We know already, the economists, they've already talked about the number of jobs that this thing can give us. Why are we not thinking about direct and indirect jobs that can spiral to 1 million? But we want to take subsidy down. None of us can quantify. That's why I asked. Let those people on the road tell us.
I don't mind them. We even lie to ourselves. Even when that subsidy is even paid, how many times do you even enjoy regular supply of that
exactly
commodity?
It is the Tinubu, what's the name of this Tinubu cousin and Dangote of this world, and those people that are participating in a subsidy regime, they are the ones getting richer. And they are not.
You understand? Most of the time, every two months, every three months, we have scarcity. We buy at 500, 600, even with the subsidy for months. But you will see queue, and those man hours that we are wasting. It's like we don't have a measurable way of, things to measure our economy. You understand?
Because
all these.
What Ajali Kuku and Soli are not.
And his colleagues.
Petroleum is not limited to gasoline alone. Apart from gasoline and diesel, we have some other thing like all those asphalt that we can get out of it, and some other byproducts.
Yes, now all these byproducts they used to manufacture plastic and all those things.
Exactly, in cosmetic. Now, if you allow that, because of this subsidy, that is why our petroleum industry is not developing. Now, look at the situation whereby if through Dangote, Boa, and that guy in Anambra or somewhere in the eastern part, building refinery, if they are able to conquer and make sure and stop importation, like we stop importation of cement, just imagine if those industry, because we are now manufacturing cars in Nigeria now, whether assemble or whatever, if you allow all those things to work, we are talking of millions of jobs when you look at direct and indirect here. And when Nigerians are more employed, the country becomes wealthier, because this time around we are not sending our forex to the foreign country. So that is what we are saying. So the thing is this: solve this problem once and for all, and
face the hardship for just 1 to 2 years, maybe 3 years max. After 3 years max, now get more wealthier. Let's also income in Nigeria. Let Nigerian people get wealthier and be able to spend. Instead for us to be helping $10, Dangote, and the Tinubu, and all those people that are benefiting from subsidy to get richer. So fighting is just like people fighting in the north and they are raising Russian flag. I saw some people where now the other time they are inviting military. I just shook my head. I shake my head because people seem not to understand what they're talking about. They don't. If they ever went through the military regime in Nigeria, they won't just wake up and wish that one. All the regional investment you see, whether Odua investment, so the one from the eastern part of the country, from the one from the northern part of the country, the same military people, they destroy all those things. The same military people, because of the mismanagement, they created economic destruction for the country. And you are asking, military are professional defense tacticians. Allow them to do their job. You are inviting them. Now, tell me the poor people that gave people flag to start calling for the Russian. So when we are being used sometimes, anybody that is supporting subsidy here is being used, that you are supporting the cabal that are benefiting from this directly. You are being used. Whether you implicitly, maybe you don't know you are being used. Everybody that is calling for the change of government, just because we are hungry, as if hunger just started in Nigeria today or yesterday, the person is being used. At the end of the day, when they use you fully, you are not going to benefit from the outcome of you being used to achieve the aim. We've seen this before, and it's not going to be the end of it if that thing you pray for, if it happens. So I don't know. I don't really know what to want in that country.
Let me tell you this. You see, the corruption that surround that subsidy is what Buchula fought. And it's not that hard to fight. Number one, when at the point of delivery, when this state is coming from abroad, at the point of delivery, they don't have metering system to even show how much is delivered. Everything is done on paper. Just write paper, stamp it, and you go and get your money. There's no metering system to show how much was delivered. There's no metering system to show how much was taken out at what time.
Baba Jale Koko, sorry to
you understand
interject.
what I'm saying?
Have you ever been to I want to ask you a question. Have you ever been to any port in Nigeria to see how the customs do their work? Have you ever tried?
Oh, yes. So what's the problem?
I've worked there before. They have metering system. They have
where?
In Nigerian port. They have even scanning.
No, I know. It's even how can somebody be telling us that a country will import a fuel and then they will not be they won't be able to measure it. They just take it by word of mouth. And then Baba Jale Koko, how can you be saying this?
Wow. Hold on. I will not confirm to you that I have been there, but the experts there. Hold on. Did you work in that oil?
So how is it done? No, Baba Jale Koko, I want to ask you, how is it done? They just come with a paper and you just tell them, okay, I import 50 million liters, and then they will just approve it like that, without any form of say, okay, want to ascertain how much you bring. Is that what you are telling us?
Look, I have listened to experts, not one, not two, not three, on different platforms that said the same thing.
That what?
So
Did
you
they have
can't tell
to
me that they are lying.
No, we all know our country now. We know our country
You
now.
can't tell me that they are
I don't
lying.
even know who you are calling the experts. Who are the people that you are calling the experts?
Okay.
Baba Jele Koko, let me tell you. If you even have the meter there, let me tell you this. If you even have the meter there, the meter will not record itself. It's human being that will made the record.
Thank you, Simba.
Do you understand what I'm
Let me
saying?
just take an example, Gary.
Look.
Even in the United States of America, company, despite the most advanced, let's say the most advanced country in the world, people still falsify assets.
Yes.
You understand? Despite the level of digitalization, even in Canada, companies still falsify assets. So when you
when you are talking about fortification of assets, that one is different.
Way I'm even going to now. Now, the question is this: why do you think a serious oil producing country? I don't want to hear example of Dubai. I don't want to hear Saudi Arabia or Qatar. The question is this: have we ever thought about this? That why is it that United Arab Emirates? How come they remove subsidy from? You know they don't subsidize their gasoline. I want someone to call me a liar. Find out. If we have a country like United Arab Emirates, you understand?
How much is their petrol per liter there?
It's fully deregulated. They are not subsidizing.
How much is it? Google
We
it.
can Google it, but we
Google
don't have
it. How much is it per liter or per gallon?
Abata, where I live, is an oil producing.
We are not talking about Bata where you live. You just make reference to United Arab Emirates.
I'm telling you that they deregulated their this thing. Yes. So by deregulation, they don't subsidize.
How much is this thing?
I'm not Google it now because I'm just making reference. So let someone Google it and tell me my lie and correct me. That's what I'm saying. I want someone to call me a liar.
So
the thing is this.
Okay, Baba Jele Koko, I have it here and I will tell you. They have different kind of fuel type. In their local currency is about 2.99 dirham.
It's about, let's say 3 dirham. 3 dirham. 3 dirham and 3 dirham will be like 500 naira.
No, that is the best one. And in US dollar is $0.81 per liter. And they have the special 95, which is about 2.88 dirham, which is about 0.78 cents. And they have E plus 91.
Is it per liter or per gallon?
Per liter.
Per liter.
Per liter, 1 liter.
Okay. United Arab Emirates today per liter is 3.05 dirham AED. Right.
Yes, you're right.
And 1 dirham. No, and 1 dirham is about 500 naira.
So that's
1 dirham. Okay. Fine.
So now look at the progress. No. There's a reason for points like this.
You did a good job.
Look at how a serious country like United Arab Emirates is progressing. You understand? Now, these people, they have enough oil, they can subsidize, they are very rich by all ramification. Oil and gas is even nothing compared to the other aspect of the economy. This is how you use your money the right way. So now we are now saying, okay, we identify a loophole that we've been unable to solve for several years. We are talking of something lingering for almost 50 years here. And we now say, okay, let us even try another approach. But the resistance to change in us will let us fight against it. Now, we saw what happened under the last regime, how people were round-tripping our foreign currency. We now say, okay, let us resolve this problem so that in the future this will not happen, but we still want to stay with this. So that's what we say. Now, since we've removed all this dollar, the subsidy on dollar, how many times have you heard of someone, because even Emefiele went to Caribbean to go and celebrate his birthday, so many private jets flew, they follow. Since they remove, how many people are doing that in Nigeria today? That is telling us we are doing something right. Because why would they fly to Caribbean to go and celebrate? Because they were getting dollar free of charge, subsidized dollar. So the thing is, When you can to stop it, to stop corruption is very difficult. And all those people that are still carrying what do we call this powder today, they've not been able to solve them with all the control they put in place. People still carry all those things, enter those countries. If it's that easy to eliminate completely, even an advanced country like United States of America, like Canada and other countries will have eliminated all those things. So the best way when you are having a problem that is becoming cancerous, that is too difficult, that want to pie you totally, the best way to solve that problem is to remove that root cause of that problem. Finally, you don't dress it. That is exactly what we are saying.
Okay, Ola. Okay, Ola. Remy, show us the minimum wage in United Arab Emirates.
See.
Hold on now.
That's another topic entirely.
Hold on. No. Remy, give us the minimum wage in United Arab Emirates.
Hold on.
No, Ajale Koko, that's not even
what is your argument now? What is the argument now? What is the argument now?
No, Simba, I can even ask Ajale Koko, what's the minimum rate of getting a room in United Arab Emirates? So if you want to, do you know how much it costs to get a one room?
Wait, Tunaja, the way you people
hold on.
Tunaja, the way you people are handling this thing.
No. Isaac, sorry, Isaac. The minimum wage. Let us go along his line. Okay, the minimum wage. I think the minimum wage is about let's say 2,000 dinar.
I already have it.
2,000 dinar.
The minimum wage, according to them, in a month is different. Okay, we have about $3,270 for university graduates, about $1,910 for skilled technician per month, and
is it dollar or dirham?
$1,360 for skilled laborers with a secondary school certificate. That is it. So they have three types. If you're
that's what I.
Okay, let's go to the average. You pay 2,000.
To be honest.
No, there's no 2,000 here, but the average here is 2,000, 1,000.
No, we are talking dinar now. We are talking about dinar, not dollar. Dinar, 2,000 dinar.
I have it in dirham also. In dirham, for university graduates, about 12,000 per month.
Okay.
Per month, and then for monthly wage, for graduate, and for skilled technician is 7,000 dirham, and for skilled laborers is about 5,000 dirham a month.
Okay.
Laborer with a
Remy,
school certificate. Remember, with a secondary school certificate, they get 5,000. That's all.
Okay.
Okay. The question I want you to ask Baba Jale Gokuna is this: how much?
No. Ola. Don't ask him that question. I want him to come so that we can use that one against him also.
Let him come with the question before you begin to give him the lead.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, according to Remy.
According to Remy, or what Remy found, is it Remy?
According to Remy investigation.
Okay.
So average minimum wage is 2,000 per month, right? 2,000 per month. $2,000.
2,000 dinar.
No. A dollar. So $2,000.
It cannot be average. It can never be. It can never be.
Listen to him now.
Lie.
Listen.
Even in US, how much
to
people
him
earn?
now.
No, Papa Jalico, listen. Only $1,910 per month for skilled technician. That is for skilled technician. So if you are not a skilled technician in that country, you won't get that money. But if you are a skilled laborer with secondary school certificate, then you get how much I call yourself.
Let me tell you, Babaje Kuku, what's going on in the Gulf country. Those are the people that are even working for government. You understand? Government. If you go to private sector, you earn far less than that too. It's not like US or Western country where you say that, okay, both private and they are paying almost the same thing. What you get, I know accountant, I know engineer that earn far less even where I stay. So all these things is just governmental. What you see is governmental.
Simba,
But
some
what
of them
is
they were not even earning what I was earning in a bank in Nigeria. That's funny thing there.
so
Because
in private sector they earn far less than what you are what they earn. Then another thing, and the question Allah is asking you is that what about the cost of living in this country?
exactly.
You understand? Let
Hold
me
on.
tell you. Let me tell you how much I
Yeah.
paid. Let me tell you how much I paid for a rent, a room
You
apartment. Just
cannot convince Ajale Koko like that. Let him be ask the questions, then you'll be tackling it small. When you talk too much more than him, you cannot
I see.
resist him. Let him do the most talking.
okay.
Let him do more
Okay,
talking.
you should be releasing our Arsenal small. Okay, yeah, Ajayi
Thank
Koko,
you,
continue.
Isaac. You know, see all the wish. You know, see all the wish by this time of the day. Whether they fly come, they walk on chop me. Eh?
Oh, Ajayi Koko,
All
we
this
are winch,
Tinubu wish. All this Tinubu wish. You know, see them. Eh? Thank you, Isaac. Oh.
Ajale Koko is a welfareist. Is a socialist. I can't even call him communist. He's a socialist. He's a welfareist. He believes that the wealth of that country must be divided, given to every single individual in that country. How would they be able to manage it?
Okay.
Koko. So the question you are asking is okay, minimum wage, maybe because ahead you'll be able to, but you have to look at the cost of living also in those countries. Let me tell you, if I tell you how much, wait. If I tell you how much I pay for rent per month, if I convert it, that will be like 700K for your room, 700K per month.
Simba, this thing is not
Multiply
actually
that
for
one.
him. Simba, it's not actually for Papa Ajale Koko. There are a lot of people listening, so it's for other people. Let him ask. Don't block his mouth. Let him ask.
So according to the information given us by Remy now, the skilled worker, secondary school graduate with skilled a skilled worker,
maybe it's a plumber, an
or
electrician,
technician,
and all those things. Yes.
$2,000 per month. Convert $2,000.
It's not 2,000. He didn't say $2,000. He said 1,000 something. Remy, are you? Is that what he said?
1,900 plus. That is what averagely. Let's put
1,910.
910. Okay. Yes. Okay. That's around 2,000. Let's approximate to 2,000. Convert 2,000 to Nigerian money. That will go to like about 3 point something million naira.
Yes.
Okay. So, and your minimum wage is 30,000. They've not affected it, so it's still 30,000.
No.
So
If you go online now, let me tell you, if you go online now,
that 30,000 is $45.
What is the purchasing power of that money, Ajale Koko? You have to consider so many factors. You don't just benchmark it to American dollars.
Just throwing blanket
No, we are
questions now.
comparing. Hold on.
No,
let us be doing it gradually.
That side was telling you, he said,
let us compare the two. So, a person in United Arab Emirates earned $2,000, which is 3 million naira. Against
conversion. That's the mistake.
No, Ola, let him finish.
Okay, don't let us convert it into naira. Okay, $2,000.
No, convert it. 3 million naira.
Against your Nigerian that is making 30,000, which is 45 naira. So
45 naira, $45.
$45. Who is going to live a quality life between both of them? Who would?
Okay,
who would be able to
the way
buy
we can do it. No, just wait. The way we can do it to make sense is to now look at what percentage of your earning do you spend on food? What percentage of your earning do you spend on electricity? What percentage of your earning do you spend on accommodation?
Simba,
The value of that money. Babajale Koko, you live in the United States. I don't know the state you are, but I pray you are not in Mississippi. So if you are in Mississippi, you earn 1,500,000 per month. Let's just put it that way. And you live in California, you earn 1,500. Which one do you think will live the quality life among the two? It's you that you live in Mississippi, correct? So when you are benchmarking that figures to the United States, always consider other variables too. It's not just about the current exchange or whatever. No, because you earn less does not mean that you will not
Adewale,
have quality of life.
No,
or
we are
Adewale,
basing this.
Adewale, the people that are in that category that Babajale Koko is talking about, I see them every day. The so-called, all these things that you see online that they say this is what that is the money for their citizen. Oh. You understand? Which is a negligible percentage of what people. Majority of the people in this country work for private sector. They don't earn that money that he's talking about. That is one. Two. If you see these people, if you see the kind of houses that they live, the kind of life they live,
some best space like hostel.
You will be wondering that is it really true?
You rent best space, and you say people don't.
Is Ola talking to us or is fighting somebody?
Babajale Koko, if this kind of scenario that you are painting, people that doesn't really understand, they will believe your scenario. And that's what leads some people to go out there. And when they get there, they regret, they can't even tolerate what they will face.
I know, Thomas Kinimoshe don't remove me now. What did I do?
No, it's as if you are fighting somebody somewhere. You are not with us.
I'm not fighting.
Thomas, Sinibi, we have been enjoying ourselves. You just came and then start causing problem.
Ologun today.
No, I was Ola, to be honest. I was thinking you are in another realm. Maybe
you are the only one thinking. We have been having civil conversation. Nobody is fighting anybody. So maybe I don't know what you are hearing.
Hey, this kangaroo man, you need to go back to bed or go to work. What you are doing here is kabaru.
Leave us alone. Go and join one man. Go
and eat kangaroo meat.
One man, Lori bed.
Go ahead and pay for like 1,000 United Arab Emirates currency for just a bed space. Just like when people live in hostel, they give you your bed and you are paying like 1,000 a month. See, we know people that went to Dubai and they didn't come back with something tangible. You understand? Because some of them they will go. Exactly.
Ayé John nìyẹn o.
Babajale Koko. Babajale Koko.
Yes.
Sorry, let me tell you something before you move on. You see, the truth is that somebody that is earning 150,000 naira in Nigeria compared to somebody that is earning 1,200 euros in Europe or here where I reside, the person earning 150,000 naira will live better and better than the person that is earning 1,200 euro here in Spain. Now, if you convert 1,200 euro, if you convert 1,200, if you send only 100 euro to Nigeria, it's already giving you 167,000 naira, only 100 euro. But somebody who is earning 150,000 naira in Nigeria will live better than somebody who is earning 1,200 euro here in Valencia, Spain. That is the truth. So it's not by
we live in a similar country, right? Yeah. We know here that as a man here,
except you are extremely stingy. A family man here, there's no way you can survive with less than $4,000 here. Let's assume you are renting. Maybe you are renting like a condo in my city now. Renting on Dabaru now. You'll be expected to pay between 2,000 and 2,500. If you're in downtown, you'll probably be paying like 3,000 to 3,500. Now, when you now pay for your gas, you pay for electricity, you pay for like people to remove your luggage and water, garbage, everything like that. Maybe for all those bills, electricity, you'll be talking of something around 600. Then we are not talking of your telephone. We are still not talking of your car finance. We are still not talking of your insurance. So at the end of the day, even if you are earning $7,000 in a month, you have to be extra prudent for you to even be able to save anything. So the way we look at things.
Ola, sorry to interject. You know that in Canada or even here, you do not also pay school fees. Okay? Now, but associated money that goes along with your children going to school is also there. And there are some other bills you have not even mentioned. What about your parking space? Or is it free in your place? For parking
it depends on where you live. It like us now, we have garage. Right? We have garage. So, but it depends on where you live. If you live downtown, you pay.
Electricity, sorry, you continue. Just what kind of, how do you pay your electricity? Do you pay for consumption and generation differently?
See, the thing you mentioned is even good. Do you know how we pay for water?
We pay for both.
Do you know how we pay for water?
We go for
when you run water into your cup, you pay for it. When you drain water, you pay for draining water too. Every time you flush your toilet.
Ola here, you calculate water per head. If you have 4 members of your family living in your apartment, each of them will pay 25 euro. That is 100 euro for them per month. Per month is per head. So if you like 6 people there, you pay per head for water.
Whether I like it or not, whether I use it or not, my electricity bill, $50 Shangility is waiting for me to be paid at the end of the month. If that is if I have not switched the light on, no, like this, $50 already waiting for me, Shangility in my account. So if I now use light in excess, you now be talking about paying $200, paying extra money like that. So the distribution
wọ́n ń gba
and
yín lójú ní Texas ní báwo ló ṣe máa san owó náà tó jẹ. wọ́n gba yín lójú nìyẹn náà.
But the law
wọ́n
is
gba
the
yín
law
lójú
now.
nìyẹn. How can you say whether you use or you don't use
look,
$50 is already
I won't even say what you are saying is wrong because
charge is already
no, because the distribution itself, we are paying for it. All right. And the reason why I said that Shangri-La $500 is sure banker, we have to pay it. They charge you for the infrastructure. $50, sorry. The infrastructure, because of as you have extension or new community development, every single wire that goes to that place, you must pay for it. The same way with drainage and everything. In fact, you will pay for it for the next decade.
Almost in play PlayStation. Almost in play PlayStation. I'm a moderator. Please continue.
Anyway,
face your talk. I'm here facing my business. Face your talk.
Baba Angelico, when you are speaking or talking about, wages in those countries,
let us
always
say this.
consider.
Except we want to continue to deceive ourselves, the removal of petrol subsidy have really, really brought economic hardship on all Nigerians, irrespective of your economic status in that society. Everybody is hit and nobody is finding it easy. Businesses are suffering as well. It is very, very hard because that singular product drive the economic activity in that country. The cost of goods and services immediately it was removed skyrocketed to the high heaven. We all know
Baba
that.
you make a statement now.
This is what I want you to consider. For even, is it Cardoso or who is this guy that I talked today that we don't even know, Nigeria, we don't even know how much gasoline we consume every day. For government to come out and say that, it was just like Trump was saying, okay,
So you are
don't
justifying my point that
people.
you don't have metering. You don't have metering system that tell you how much that we disburse out on daily basis.
I want to tell Ajaleko something. When Trump said you don't know the number of Mexicans that were crossing the border, what was he trying to do that time? He was going to put fence there to stop the problem immediately. Instead of, okay, why can't America say, okay, I want to, because they are the most advanced country, let us deploy gadgets, let us employ more people to be guiding them. How come that the next step, the best solution you wanted to employ was just to build fence? So that is telling you that some problems are very difficult. Smuggling, as we speak today,
no, that one is not a look. No, it is not difficult. That's a solution, one of the solutions to that problem. That is what President Trump did. But what we are saying is that you just justify what I was saying earlier, that we don't have metering system, that we show how much intake that we took every day and how much has flow that we disburse. We don't have it.
Let me ask you one question.
Because you just said we don't even know how much we consume every day. How do we know?
We do.
We don't know. It's because we don't have a system that in place. We don't have a system in place, a metering that will show that this is how much we disburse out on daily basis.
It's not about the disbursement alone. When you take it to people that are buying to their car, buying to the generator, can you quantify how many generators Nigerians are using? And even if you know how much vehicle Nigeria have, do you know how regularly they use their car? Because I have a car, you don't even know whether I use my every gas in my car every day because of distance I travel. Now, all those things, they are just factors that will not let you know how much you actually consume. Whereas the time you believe that your citizens are using, you are actually subsidizing for Republic of Benin, for Cameroon, and for people in Togo.
Exactly.
So they can know
that is your problem. That is the problem of your country. You cannot make your citizens to suffer for your inefficiency or for your incompetence.
Babajale Koko, you see, let me say something. They do have the means to measure how much Nigeria consume when it comes to petroleum. They do. But you see, I hope that Mele Kyari and others are able to speak or expose something. They might not be able to. The reason why I say this is this. You know, this cover up of a thing. I mean, it's no longer a rumor that when Nigeria import fuel, especially NNPC and other marketer, before it now becomes the only duty of NNPC, let's assume that they import 4 tanks. At the point of entry, 4 will be registered. 2 will be diverted to other West African countries. Because that is how they've been doing this for a very, very long time. Remember, NNPC will import.
Adewale, why are you making it to look as if it's the top up only up there that they divert? You are forgetting these so-called poor Nigerians that Ajari Koko and everybody will be defending, that they will attach like a 10 jerrycan to an Okada and they will ferry it from Nigeria to Cameroon.
Those are small fish.
What do you mean by small fish? They are not petty. Let me tell you, it's not petty. That one, do you know how many people are engaging in that?
I'm telling you this from the point of authority. I can categorically tell you this is what has been happening. They know. You know, it's a coordinated effort among all the agencies.
What I'm saying, don't make it to look as if it's only even the government agencies that are doing it.
That
Even
takes
Nigerian
the
citizens are
big
doing
chunk.
it.
No. That takes the big chunk. Look, if
I'm
government is
not.
paying for,
Let me tell you. Let me tell you
if
this.
government paying for 4 times,
Because you are
only
just
2
wait.
comes.
You are making it to. I agree with you that they are doing it up there. I know people that are engaging in this thing. They take trucks, and they are not government official. Truck. I'm talking about 33,000 liters, 66,000 liters truck. It was during Jonathan regime that I started seeing 66,000 liters truck in Nigeria.
You know, the
You will
way
see
the rate that government is hemorrhaging when it comes to revenue from petroleum
you
products.
understand? They take. I know somebody that told me that if you take a truck from here, they take it as far as Sudan. I'm not talking about Cameroon. They take our petrol as far as Sudan, and they
But you are
said
talking
that
about something that already entered the country. What about the one that didn't even step foot into this country? Already on the sea, diverted.
that's what you are saying. That even if you can control the one from the government, what about the individual that have already registered? They said they are taking it to Kosubosu, or they are taking it to Kebi or Kafancha, and then the thing will just leave the country
And
like that.
the funniest thing, some of the generals, the retired generals, not servicing generals, the retired military officers, were the one coordinating all these things. Government knows, and they
The
don't
thing
want
is
to.
so Adewale, the thing is so lucrative. The guy told me, he said if they take a truck to Sudan and that truck did not come back, just let the truck arrive in that place, let them get their money, that the money that they are going to make profit and buy another truck. That they don't even, if that truck did not come back, there's no problem. Let them just get the money for that one consignment. They will buy another truck, buy
So
another consignment, and they will still
Simba.
make profit.
So you think somebody that owns a truck is an ordinary man? Is your everyday man? People that own trucks are
No,
generally normal
what
people.
I'm saying, no, to Nigeria, what I'm saying, get me right. That corruption in that subsidy something is across the board. That's what that's what I just want to say.
Government is
That
right in stopping subsidy. Government actually made a very good call, because if we do not stop this and we continue to hemorrhage, it's just a matter of time. Look,
you know what Ajari Kuku is asking for, or Nigerians are asking for. They wanted to crumble every other thing. Then we should just be using all our resources to pay for subsidy. That's just it.
No. You see, what you guys don't try to understand is that if all the loopholes are blocked
It cannot be
and there's
blocked. You know, Babajare Koko. It's
look,
not. You don't even know. It's like
no,
you're
when
having a mirage of the way Nigerian works. If you are in Nigeria and you come to the grassroots, that's when you know the problem. It's like you just maybe because
But
you have been
why do you
living in
think it
that
cannot
US
be
for long.
blocked now? See,
government
Simba, why do
have
you think it cannot be blocked? We
responsibility,
didn't have it forever.
the
It can be
government
just as
have
it came, it can go away.
responsibility to manage our resources well and to prevent waste. So if they cannot
I
prevent
don't.
waste, what are they, and they cannot be prudent in the management of our resources, so what are they there for? The
Let
way
me
you are speaking
Ajale
now,
if
this
Koko.
point,
Ajale Koko.
the federal
Ajari
Ajale
make
government
this
Koko.
simple.
Let me give
decided,
you.
My point,
Let me give you a
let me
scenario.
make this
Let me
point.
give you a
Let me
scenario.
make this
Let me give
point.
you a scenario. Okay.
Let me make this point, Simba, please. Look, let me tell you, if we have people in government that know how economic works, you see that subsidy can be paid for by productivity in the system. The productivity in the system can pay for that subsidy.
Babajale Koko.
How would that productivity pay for?
Okay,
How would it
how
pay?
it's going to pay for it is
I have a question, please.
the revenue that government is
Wait,
going to
Remy
make.
now. Wait, Remy.
Let me ask my question, please.
The revenue that the government is going to make
From where?
from productivity.
Which productivity? Because you just started.
Within the system.
What are the productive activities? How would the government recoup its money? No, just tell me and give us example. Because you've been saying this thing for days now. With productivity. Okay, with what way?
Okay, let me tell you this. Do you know how much how many small businesses we have in Nigeria? Do you have the figure?
And no, go ahead now.
Yeah.
No,
Look,
CSC
So in
has
what
the
this
figure.
way?
world,
In what
in
way
this
will government
world,
get to recoup money
CSC
from
has
those ones?
the list of the
in this
registered
world,
company in Nigeria.
in this world, Nigeria is one of the country with large
Tell us how these
small
small businesses, how would the
business.
government get
Yes,
money from them? Yeah, tell us.
through taxes.
Which taxes?
Through
You know,
taxes.
Are you not,
the government,
Babajare Koko,
What are
let me
you
tell you
talking
this. You know,
about?
sometimes, wait, you are the
Hold
advocate
on.
and say, hey, people, there are too many taxes in that country, multiple taxes. You know the way you know, sometimes you have forgotten what you used to say. The way you flip around and you do things. You understand the way you flip around and you understand.
How did I
I
flip?
remember there was a
What do you
time.
mean by flipping
Can you
I
around?
let me
remember
ask
a
my
time that you
question?
come here that is the government taxes that is
Let me ask my
stifling.
question, no,
It's
please.
stifling. No, just
No.
wait,
Look.
Isaac. Oh God.
Look,
Okay, round
government
it up
can
and let
make
me ask the
tax.
question.
Government can make
We
the
have not
tax so
finished one. You want to
simple.
ask another one?
No, it's concerning this one
Government
now.
can make the tax
It's
simple.
concerning this very thing.
Government can make the
Please.
tax simple and simple and
What?
and low.
Oh, you know all this thing. You
They
can see
can
the way
make
you
it
are
simple
stammering.
and
Let me ask
low.
my
You know that
question.
what you are
No,
saying is not true.
simple,
Let me
and
ask my
it's not going
question,
to be
please.
double. There's not going to be double
Baba
You
taxation.
Jaliko.
It can
know. Let
be
me
Baba
tell you.
simple
Jaliko.
You know
and
your
low
model.
tax,
Your
and you make a lot of
Babajare
money.
Koko.
Baba
Okay,
Jaliko, let me
I
ask the
heard you.
question.
You know your economy model, It's not. It cannot go. It cannot even work anywhere in the world again. You are just like a free, like
Simba,
everything.
please now.
Everybody should just. You cannot be productive the way you are. You want to run economy.
Yeah,
Believe
Simba,
me,
give me the
it's not
chance
what
to
you
ask,
are saying.
please.
They are not just practicable. Just forget it.
Let me ask the
Free
question, please.
things.
They
You want to
cannot
be
be
just be
Let
doing
me
free
productive.
ask
things
now.
everywhere.
Can I ask the question now, please?
Okay,
Please.
go ahead, Isaac.
Ìlú
Yeah,
tí Rẹ̀mí
okay.
ń gbé, everything wọ́n
Okay.
fún wọn ní free ń bẹ̀ ni. Education
No,
free to university level.
not
Let
like
me
that.
ask now. Please
Is
now, please.
education not free to PhD level
Baba
in your
Jaliko,
country?
please now, please.
Eh?
Please. Please.
Eh?
Let me ask, please.
Remy, am I lying?
Let I speak
You are
out
not
this question.
lying.
Oh.
Baba
Uh-huh.
Jaliko,
Taxes to my
please.
Okay.
we pay a lot of
Please.
Nǹkan tá à ń sọ nìyẹn. Government lè collect the
Please.
tax.
in
Government
Please,
can
let me
collect
ask.
that. Just make the tax system, make it simple, and don't make it double taxation. Don't not double taxation. Make it simple, low tax, and people will pay the tax.
no low tax here,
Let me ask my question, please. Please.
Go ahead.
Please. Sorry, Baba Jaliko. Yeah, you said they should pull low tax, all those ones. You are contradicting yourself. But this is my question. The time, fine, we are all saying that it's Tinubu that removed the fuel subsidy, but we always say that it wasn't actually the one that removed it, but it was already removed. He only just announced it that he's not going to bring it back, that he's going to leave it at the way they removed it. Now the question is this: when he decided to accept that removal, that as it has been removed, he's not going to bring it back, did it affect our neighboring countries, some other countries? Did this thing affect them like the way it affected us? The fuel price just rise. They also rise in all those neighboring states. That's my question.
Well, according to report, yes, it affected them now. It affected them.
Okay,
Yes.
if it affected them, it's right. It's very good that they didn't.
No. Nothing concerned with our neighboring country. I'm more concerned about Nigeria. You see, it is the corruption and mismanagement. Hold on. It is the corruption and mismanagement of that oil subsidy that allow that petrol subsidy, petrol to flow out of our country to neighboring country. Is the corruption.
Yeah, when you say they should fight it.
So there's a way you can stop it.
I want to address that now. You have said this in countless of time. I want to
There's a way
address
you
it.
can stop it. When you introduce technology
yes, they would
into
have
this
fought
thing,
the
you can stop
corruption.
it.
Wait now, You said they should have fought the corruption or whatever. Now, my argument to that point that you are always making is this: as long as the thing also affected our surroundings, it means the battle for that corruption was not only inside our country, it was outside and inside. Now you expect the government to spend all the time it will use to look at other things, to be fighting outside, fight inside because it's fighting corruption of subsidy, and then leave all that work. Because that thing you are just saying is not easy. Go and fight that corruption from outside, fight it in the inside. He will do that for 10 years and he will not do any other
You
thing.
don't need to go and fight anything outside. Inside your country is where you will fight the corruption in such a way that petrol will not find its way out illegally outside your country.
The corruption is spread from both outside and inside.
This guy, let me ask this Babajak this question. Now that you make that assertion, you should fight the corruption inside your country. Why is all these developed countries? Why not find a way to stop South America and the rest, bringing in all those blah, 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 blah? You know them. Why are they still kept on bringing it to your domain? And why are the people that are smoking it, using it, continue to increase? So you can see there's some problem that is not easily...
No, I don't understand what's the question again?
My question is this. You are making that they should fight corruption within the country.
Don't
number one in the world. Let's stop. Secondly, Mr. Trump, you love the war.
Hold on. Let me tell you this. You see, America, other than Canada, surely Mexico, to border America, to the Mexico that shared a long border with America, is a drug cartel country. If you know how much Americans spend on security of their border, not only in their border, even within the internal security, the police, the highway patrol.
But the result is not manifesting. That's what we are trying to do.
No, it's manifesting.
Unless you are just not being economical with, you are being economical with the truth. Why is it year in, year out? We continue to have a lot of sanctuary city. We continue to have a lot of
it got to level in Canada, they have to provide a place for them to just go and be injecting themselves there. They can't.
Let me hold on now. When we are talking of drug is not like petrol. That is more physical. Hold on. It's not like petrol that is more physical, that you drive on the road. Everybody can see it. But drug, people can even hide it inside their personal car, driving like as if they are just driving. You don't see. This is not we don't see. But truck going through the border to another country, we can see it.
Airport, you say?
Eh?
What you break?
They are not carrying it physically. Well, spiritually, nothing be what US.
Spiritual.
What did you do?
But the issue, Remy, I agree with you. I'm not going to say that, yes, those drugs are still not coming in. But I am telling you, you can see the effort on the side of American immigration.
You can only say that if they are not doing putting, you can only say that if they don't put that security, it could have been worse. You understand? But you know, that thing, let me tell you, that all, you know what we are saying, no, jokes apart. Abadali Koko, jokes apart, that subsidy, the only solution you cannot remove is not going to be easy to say you want. Let me tell you, everybody are involved. Our security personnel, our immigration, our custom, they are making a lot of money from it. It's like it's a cartel. It's not something that you can say.
It's not even comparing the security measure in our country with that of America. You are not even comparing that. Are you going to compare Nigeria security to American security? No. Our Nigeria security, you can't compare it to America.
Isaac, when I was little, I have an auntie. The only thing I know about that auntie is that she is extremely rich. But I did not know anything that time. The only thing they would tell me is that auntie she firework. But if we go to his house, it's like we are in London or America. Any gin, any whiskey, anything you want in life, cake, a lot of things from America. It's all everywhere in the world. Looking in there. Oh, then she is superiorly rich. These are people that are dealing in firework for a long time. That thing has been in Nigeria for a long time. Even your so-called Atiku also deal with it with his wife. So what we are talking here is a coordinated attempt or coordinated syndicate that involve different strata. What you lay on police, military, that kind of fight. If you want to fight it in Nigeria, they fought back. This is part of them fighting back also. So it's like effect by them. In fact, the fight is so enormous that NNPC themselves, they are all deep into it. They are also fighting with Dangote. It's not easy.
Let me shock Ajale Goko. Even as America is this, do you know that your police still collect Egunje?
Of course.
Dollars. Ajale Goko, your police they still collect Egunje in that.
Àwọn police in Canada ńkọ́.
No.
Ó wà láti Canada, ó rí nǹkan tó lọ l'Amẹ́ríkà.
No.
Irú èèyàn wo nìyẹn?
Ṣé America go to school?
Ọlọ́pàá wa gbowó lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ rí l'Amẹ́ríkà.
Àní ọlọ́pàá yín gbẹ̀gùn jẹsẹ́.
Àní ọlọ́pàá gbowó lọ́wọ́ ọ̀wọ́ rí.
Ọlọ́pàá gbowó lọ́wọ́ mi, but ọlọ́pàá yín gbẹ̀gùn.
Ẹ̀yin bo lo ti rọ́lọ́pàá tó gbowó. Sọ fún mi, state tó ti rọ́lọ́pàá tó ń gbowó àbẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀.
Canada ò jìnnà sí America, wọ́n lè wá gbé ńbẹ̀ yẹn náà, so má sọ ọlá o, má sọ.
Torí kò sọ ibi ìlú tóun wà o. T'Amẹ́ríkà ni wọ́n máa fẹjú mọ́.
American police no dey take Egunje o.
American police no dey take what?
No, that no defend consistency in TNI. Ola Adewale don't defend the consistency in
No, Mama, that Trump don't. Man, Trump. They don't collect Egunje. If you offer bribe, you go to jail.
Even in Nigeria, if you order, that is a law. But even in Nigeria, if you offer bribe, you are caught, you go to jail. So what is it? Can anybody have it in their law? So
Where is Yaya Bello?
You want to tell me that the charges against Trump, if Trump is not a strong person in America, he would have been in jail now.
He would have gone for a long time.
So what are we saying? So every country bends their rule. It depends on who you are. You will see somebody that will evade tax. No, just hold on.
Yaya Bello máa fẹ́ mú kinní yẹn jẹ. Ó máa sá wọnú wo láti jẹ́ ọmọ àrímú.
Wọ́n ti fẹ́ mú ni. Wọ́n fẹ́ mú ni ẹjẹ́ gbàgbé.
Máa mú jọ kan.
Kogi ẹ̀rọ ìdùnnú àwọn ọmọ ibi tó wà náà. Ó fẹ́ try gbogbo option court ni, but still ó ṣì ń fail. Wọ́n ṣì ń easily.
Come and see. Sorry, I'm watching the IT news now. Come and see flood in northern Nigeria, and there is no rain in southern Nigeria.
Oh, they had heavy rain in the north.
The rain is raining in the north, and there is no rain in the south. That's the problem.
It's just to stop the riot.
Isaac torí Ọlọ́run.
Wọ́n ti pe òjò wálẹ̀ fún wọn. Àwọn Tinubu wọ́n lè láti pe òjò pé kó tó wọn ká.
Remy?
Sorry, Adewale, I want to ask you a question. And please, that is also here. It seems that this election, are you going to have a female president? Is it possible for the first time? It's like all Republicans are ganging up against this Trump. I would have loved Trump, Prince Daddy to be here also.
Prince Daddy
So
not there.
Obeki Prince Daddy ó máa converse ni. Ètò ìsọ yẹn yóò ó máa bẹ́ẹ̀ jà o.
Reason that question till when Prince Daddy will come.
The moment you brought Trump up,
I'm very sure tó bá gbé ẹ báyìí, a máa sáré bọ̀ ni.
He's probably listening. He's probably listening. You
Trump
know,
has already won the election, except we are deceiving ourselves.
What do you say?
Trump has already won the election. Yes.
Don't be too sure.
Adewale.
I said, don't be too sure.
I am very, very sure. Trump has already won the election.
This is not 2015. This is 2024. Don't be too sure. I myself am not so sure. You know, even though I'm not a Irish person, but the parties chose a direction, and that is where they are going, and the momentum is gathering. Among in Democrat, she's not the most qualified, but at this moment, she's been there. I think it's for the continuation or to honor Biden, decided to support his vice. At first, I was a little bit skeptical because I look at what happens in 2015. She performed very badly, I mean, woefully. She had to suspend her campaign. Now, she decided to choose a governor, a certain governor who happens to be a very, very seasoned administrator. One of the area Harris was lacking is the fact that she has never been an administrator before. She was a prosecutor to Senate, and Senate to vice presidency. And you know what vice presidency, right? And that was my worry, because for someone who have gone through state level and as a senator, the same worry that I had when Obama was contesting in 2008. As a matter of fact, I already wrote Obama off. But the moment she won Iowa, I knew that, okay, this guy is heading somewhere, but I was still not sure until it comes to South Carolina.
Wisconsin.
So now, and I look at it this way, she's kind of following in that trajectory as well. So the moment he chose his vice, okay, she meant business. Because if she had picked Senator Kelly from Arizona, that would be Iwajowa or Rejore, because both of them lack administrative experience. If she had chosen Shapiro of Pennsylvania, that one is energetic. She's even more cantankerous, and he doesn't have the connection to the legislature. Remember, she came from legislature. Biden also came from legislature. The same thing Obama did by picking somebody who will make his job a lot easier by having that connection to pull vote from the Senate or from the Capitol. So this time around, because of our own antecedent, he decided to choose a sitting governor who is also a seasoned administrator. That was where I was sold. If she had picked Shapiro, I would have looked the other way around. If she had picked Kelly from Arizona, I would have said, well, you know what? I don't think this guy is serious. Who was the contestant? Buttigieg. I call him Booty and Gay. Buttigieg doesn't have administrative experience except when it was, it's still the current Secretary of Transportation.
Minister of Transport.
But I don't think America is ready to have a gay as a vice president. Not even talk about president. I remember.
Why do you think America is ready for female president?
You know how long it took for a black man who is not even completely black, who is like an fake black, to be a president of America. So it took that long. That's almost 200-something years for America to even pick a black man to be a president.
So if American couldn't vote for a white woman, Hillary Clinton, in 2000. What give you that they will buy for somebody
But
that
they
is
voted
not?
for her now. They voted for her.
Okay,
She has the majority
Babajale
vote.
Koko,
Hey, go win electoral
the
majority
case
vote
of
go win
no no
America
no
electoral
no
college go
no
win.
no.
So
In terms of electability, Harris has more potential than Hillary. Hillary was completely.
Don't even say that. Which
Babajale
potential?
Koko, I'm telling you that in the
No,
political
that's
arena,
not true. That's not
in the
true. Yeah.
political arena, people
No,
hated
that is
and
not
got.
true. That's not true.
Babajale, I'm
If
telling you the
you,
fact. Even within the party,
that is not true. That is
oh,
not
okay.
true.
Okay,
It's just
Clinton was
because you are
creating
a
a,
black man that you are supporting her. That's why you are talking like
no,
that.
no, 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 no.
That's
You know,
not
I beg
true.
to differ. No,
Look,
Clinton
do
was
you?
seen as a power mongering person. They see Clinton as somebody who is really, really ambitious.
All these Americans have started now.
No, no, no. I'm just trying to shed more light on this. It's not as if I was sure banker for Harris. Anyway, let me just put it that way. I am not sure banker for Harris. It's 50-50. Because if America is going to
That is
take.
exactly what I want to say. Before the forward, it's like a sure bet for Trump will be your president. Nothing can change it. But what shocked me, I will tell you. After about a few days later, there are more than 100,000 women, white women. They had a meeting through Zoom, and that day alone, they donated over $5 million to her. That is unprecedented. That is unbelievable. And when most Republicans they started endorsing her, it's unbelievable. Things continue to change around.
Àwọn Republican will not endorse it.
If we got that woman, that Republican to contest for
are you talking about Trump?
Yeah, I mean that woman that connected against Trump, Haley, something like Haley or something like that. Even all this Bush family, they have already endorsed Harris.
Look, let me tell you. Hold on, Remy. You didn't follow the politics in 2016. The same thing happened against Trump. All the Bushes and all of them did not support Trump in 2015. A lot of Republican, ex-Republican, they went after
this
against
particular
Trump.
woman I'm talking about, she contested this particular one until she opted out. So this one also support Harris. And then another thing that
I'm telling you, the same thing played out in 2016 against Trump.
No, Babajale Koko. This time around, I think this woman is
Adewale is here. Ask Adewale.
I can see that more women or female are leaning towards her. And you know
America.
Can I chime in? Can I chime in?
You don't know women.
Can I chime in, please?
The white women in America, you don't know the way they
go.
Okay, Babati, come in.
So, Otumba Remi. So the same white women that did not vote for a white woman like Clinton now vote for a black Asian. Just stay with me now. Hold on. So check this out, okay? For the first time in the history of America, you have a half black, half Indian running. And who does she pick? She picks a Jewish guy. So in the history of America, there will be no Anglo-Saxon. There won't be no white male in either position. I think they're going to watch you. Number two is from Minnesota. You left Pennsylvania that you need. It's already a blue state anyway. You're going to win there anyway. So even if you pick VP from there, or you don't pick people from there, it's pretty much like a Somalia anyway. There, you're going to win that place. So I don't get why she did that. Mark Kelly, maybe not. Arizona is okay. But you need Pennsylvania.
But Babati, you will admit that before Biden opt out, after Biden opt out, you will admit that the game have changed. It's not so like 70 to 30 like before.
I'm saying that you cannot leave the rural white people out.
I understand you, but my question to you is simple. Before Biden drop out, it's a sure banker for your guy. He's going to be the president. After he dropped out and this woman came in, the game change or not? Does it change or it remain the same?
No, it changed, but our choice of VP is very questionable because they're going to run on social issue. Remember, this is the same governor that was advocating for putting tampons in male bathrooms. You think she's radical? Is even more leftist than she is.
You are wrong. He was once a lawmaker. You are completely wrong, Babati.
No, let's not do your
No, see, I'm
Hold
telling you
on.
this. You are completely wrong.
Almost you can change the topic so that everybody go back to
I
Nigerian
just
stuff.
came in now. I mean, and I'm already being mocked. My God, this guy is from a blue state, so you should have gone with the Mark Kelly or the guy from Pennsylvania, okay? Because there's no way the white guys in America are going to vote for a Jewish guy as VP and a half black and half Indian as president, and they'll be left out for the first time in the history
How
of
can
the
you be
country.
so sure, Babati, that American would not vote for
No,
Jewish
I'm not
person?
discussing the whole country. I'm
Do
just
you
basing it from now. Can I finish?
do you also know?
My
Do you also
God,
know?
can you pay attention? I
Do
say,
you know that Vice President's husband is also Jewish?
which even makes it worse. Just
So if
hold
they
on
put,
now. My God, what is wrong with Diwali tonight? This Suru now. I'm saying, just look at the each voting block. No white guy is going to vote for a ticket that doesn't have any white male on it. There is not going to happen. You already have issues like Babylon was telling you. If white guy will can vote for Trump over Hillary Clinton, which is also a white girl from the South, by the way. Remember, Hillary Clinton is from the South.
ẹ ṣáà jẹ́ ká interject yín, ẹ má jẹ́ dominate gbogbo the whole
And
thing.
she did not win. So one half Indian, one half, you now pity and a guy that is from a liberal state, that is far less from, he's not even liberal, he's a progressive. I hope you know that.
It's a moderate Democrat.
No bullshit, he's a progressive.
He is.
So you pick a
He
progressive.
is. Kamala is even more radical than him. He is.
No. So you have a progressive and a liberal on a ticket. That is a recipe for disaster. I don't know what they were thinking for it.
Can I interject you so that
Go
I
ahead.
don't want other people to think that we are doing back and forth like Prince Daddy. You see, when Biden was contesting against Donald Trump, they said, "Oh, he's a Catholic. They won't vote for Catholic." Last time the Catholic contested was in the JFK, and that was it. No other person has been elected based on his faith, but he won the election as a Catholic. Not just that, he won the popular vote as well. Now, I have my own skepticism, but if I put it in a probability form, it's not enough for me to throw away Harry's chances of becoming the president of this country. Number one, as a female. Number two, as a person of color. Number three, this is America. But the fact that if you look at the context now, the scenario has changes. Now, a lot of people now, apart from those rural people that you mentioned, little you will understand or you will know that some of these things that we count as you know things that matters in elections, they look at the fact that what does the Democrat want or this particular candidate wanted to, and she's yet to define what her campaign is going to be all about. I mean, will be known for. She's yet to define that. But based on her selection, as honestly, if she had selected Shapiro, the man Kelly yourself, if she had selected Shapiro, I probably wouldn't have. I would still vote for her, but I would be less enthusiasm about her candidacy. If she had picked the senator from Arizona, astronaut Mark Kelly,
Yeah.
honestly, our chances would have been. Um, Mark Kelly is a moderate Democrat, number one,
But
and No. I'm trying
don't
to
need
analyze.
Arizona to win as a Democrat, but you need Pennsylvania.
Wait
I'm looking
now.
at
Wait.
the
Arizona
numbers.
is a plus. If she wait, just like the way that Biden won Arizona is a plus, and you don't look at because this person come from this place. That is why this vote will go this way. No, not at all. You also got to look at the popularity of the candidate. I mean, when during the campaign yesterday, Pennsylvania came out en masse. I mean, I'm glad Shapiro even came out to campaign for her. All right, despite that it wasn't picked. Now, what I'm trying to say is this. I'm so glad that they picked that man because if he had picked McKelly doesn't have administrative experience apart from her being just a freshly retired astronaut.
I
Went to
don't care
Senate.
about Mark Kelly. Like I
You
told
have
you, I don't
you see
care
when
because
when when
don't
when
need.
Biden picked her, Biden has seen it all. Biden was in the Obama's White House for 8 years. He was the godfather of the godfather in the Capitol, right? So, in terms of reach to the Capitol, he has that clout, he has that reach, he has that button to press. But when it comes to somebody who can help him govern, he picked Harris, because number one, Harris was a minority, she was a woman. I mean, if you look at the significance of Harris, you also look at what brought her to the national politics and for the fact that she was able to pick somebody who is seasoned in terms of because nobody has ever used woman as a president in America, so it's going to be a tough call. Now, would America take her for what she represent? She's yet to define a campaign. That is my area of worries. But in terms of all those variables
It's
that we
not
always
defined
look at, oh,
campaign
he didn't pick
when
this one,
your
so that
campaign
means
is
it's not
based.
electability. Look, I did not give Obama a chance in 2008. I must repeat that
I
here.
did. No, I did actually.
I did not
I
because
picked things in the past. No.
I
Oh,
look at
listen now. Hold on now.
what
Over the whole family, I went against the whole family because everybody was pro Clinton. I said this guy's going to say I was joking. What I'm telling you is this: what it boils down to is the same voting bloc again, the suburban white women. That is, they are the ones that will decide. Now, Trump, because they had their own family meeting, say, listen, this is our guy, white America, blah, blah, blah. They voted for him. So once he picked J.D. Vance, you see those Pennsylvania, if you notice, they always vote in the block. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and I've forgotten the other thought up there. It's three states that are up for grabs. That is the rural America for white male men. That is that. So in picking JD Vance was for that. Even Trump is not white enough for them. They're like the core Anglo-Saxon whites. What I mean, a Jewish guy going over there at this time.
I say those people live under the rock. You'll be surprised if America could vote for a black man to be president. They could also turn that.
Because he picked no, hold on. Who did he pick? Because he picked Biden. Biden is from where? You are missing. It's like you're missing this how this thing works. Why is the same reason a Democrat will still come to come and campaign in Texas, but you know you can't win Texas now. If you're a Republican, you won't campaign that much in New York because you know you're not going to win. There are some purple states that you need to do the needful to white male. It's just
You know
the
the
way it is.
funniest thing, Babati. You know the funniest thing. The time will come that American electoral map will shock everybody in this country. I'm telling you. You see that red state that you think cannot be turned purple or blue? You'll be shocked. Who would have thought, Babati? Who would have thought that Biden would turn Arizona blue? Who?
No, that
Who?
was not shocking.
It
Arizona is
was
not
shocking.
shocking.
That's fake news. He never did.
It's a
He
pulse.
didn't
Oh,
turn it
see,
on
they
Arizona
are
blue.
crawling out of their cave now. See now, he turned Arizona blue, and yet
He
you
never
want to.
did. He did not. It's a lie.
So,
It's all fraud.
No,
ah, okay.
they were listen now. They were listen.
All right, Joe.
They were listen now. They were listen, please. Prince Daddy, JD Vance or the liberal guy from Minnesota. If you are a core white man from Pennsylvania, I mean, who are you voting for? A guy that voted for tampons in the bathroom, Somalia refugees and all that nonsense, or call what? I'm just telling you this is where the cultural thing comes in. I know he was in the military, it was in the army, which is a plus. It was a teacher. I know all that, but for what he represents for social issues, it is very big in those part of the country, those middle belt, rural America. They don't like all those social issues, those trans whatever that he was promoting. They hate it over there.
Those woke things, man. Yeah.
So to just pay attention to how they vote over there. Don't look at the whole picture. Just focus on each voting block. And for that region, that is the reason why you pick from that area.
Remy, are you still here?
But it's going to win. My point is, the state that is from, Minnesota, is blue state anyways. They're going to win. So I don't know. So you pick him to help you in other regions. So the question is, where does he help Kamala? Where is he going to help him? Which states? You give me where is he helping him? You pick
because it's not for Pennsylvania doesn't mean that you will not get Pennsylvania.
That's the question. Can a man that supports transgender act stuff win Pennsylvania with white rural America? Is that possible?
I mean, Pennsylvania is even more how do I put this now? More exposed than those folks in the Minnesota. So if we talk about some of the new,
I don't know. I don't know where you're looking at, but like the Bible Belt area.
All I know is that on November, is it 8? You guys are going to congratulate me and tell me a job well done for my party.
So,
That's all I know.
hold on, Adwale. Congratulate you on what? You were just supporting Biden for like a couple of weeks ago.
For winning. I'm Team Biden any day, anytime.
Winning and what happened? And what happened?
Oh, Nitiju now.
Exactly. Oh, Nitiju. That's exactly.
Because
you're a flip flopper.
No. You should be ashamed of yourself. You were on this show. Biden is healthy. He's not that sick.
Exactly.
The mental health is he was just sick.
Oh, we have the best economy. We have the best of everything with Biden, and all of a sudden it's gone. Stop, quit playing, man.
No. The same you.
You guys will let me tell you, see, 1 against 2, and you still trying to suppress my voice. So let me speak.
No, let me speak.
You see, you'll be talking about it, and your cousin came out too.
No. This is not fair. I barely
what do you mean?
10 minutes ago. No, it was you on this show.
And I'm trying to explain the reason why.
Hold on. Let me finish my point and you can reply. You are defending Biden, even though we told that he was not healthy, he was sick, he was this. You said it was just malaria, Ibani, for Biden, so it is okay. He was not okay that day, he was tired, he's been traveling. You were making excuses for him.
Now you are sounding like obedient now.
This guy.
No. Okay, let me chime in. No, Adwale, before you say anything, look, Babati is not wrong. We all heard you when you said all those things, and I've always said it. So you don't have a mind of your own when it comes to this stuff. You only regurgitate what you hear on CNN and all those liberal sources. You don't. You can't right in plain sight, as this guy says. In plain sight, you denied it to the core. Biden is healthy. There's nothing wrong with him. All this other shenanigans that you said, okay? But at the end of the day, we saw it in plain sight. This guy is not there. He wasn't there at all. We saw it. We saw his decline, aggressively. But you never once acknowledged. You just spewed all the garbage from the liberal media, and I've told you before.
So
you have no analysis or mind of your own when it comes to Biden and the Democrats.
You are able to analyze him and conclude that he was sick, and that's why. Look, let me tell you something. I mean,
this will be the first time in history when you have the best candidate, absolutely the best candidate that can defeat his opponents, and he took him out. That's quite interesting.
What really worked against Biden was his age, nothing more.
Yeah, but you hear that again?
And it was forced out. I will not say.
Okay, hold on right there. Now, please tell us, why was it forced out?
Because it has been shown that American politics is all about money, ego, kudi, and the deep pocket sponsor or the deep pocket donors are able to gang together and push them out.
Diwali, stop
They
this
don't have the
garbage, man.
financial
Stop
muscle.
deceiving
So
yourself. American,
look,
if it's all about money, they will only put their money on the candidates that's going to give them the results. If Biden was all that you said he was, why the heck would they want him out? See, you're fooling yourself. You're not fooling me. I know you're not fooling. Listen,
look,
I,
you're the one that asked question and you want me to respond. We will be here deluding ourselves saying that America is not about money. American politics is not about money, but it's about money. It's about how deep your pocket is. Trump was able to sustain his dominance in the Republican Party simply because he could muster financial muscle among the donors. So that he wasn't scared of the donor. Now he needed donor because he didn't want to spend his own personal money, and he has a lot of political garbage, and that is why he's trying so hard to raise money. And you could tell by just short period of time, Harris has been able to raise triple or four times of what Donald Trump was able to raise in a month. Now, what do I say that money is the king when it comes to American politics? The big, deep pockets donors that are actually in control. I'm talking about Soros and the rest, just Soros and the rest. They are able to force Biden now because number one, the man does not have age on his side. Two, you could see you could tell by the momentum wasn't there. The way people were enthusiasm about candidacy 3 years ago, that has been eroded. And it's all about gambling, and they don't want to gamble it. So they decided to withhold their money so that the campaign can suffer a natural death. He cried out, but there's nothing they
Diwali,
could
see,
do.
at this
But
point
I
in
tell
time,
you, hold
it's
on,
really disrespectful to
even
myself to listen to
even
you. Hold on, spew this
you have no
garbage.
choice
You're
than to
not
hear
talking to
me.
children, right?
Even
Listen,
you,
listen. Me and Babati, we live in the same place that you do. So you coming around, just spew, you will never stop. You're this guy, progressive, prestige. You never
do
stop.
you
You
do you
still
know
keep
you are
running around the
going?
circle, telling me the same thing.
Do you
Like
know
we
you are
don't
going
have
to?
eyes of our own or
Do
ears of
you
our
know
own
you are going to? President, you know you are going to congratulate me when we finally win the election. You know you will,
yeah.
and
Let
I've
me
been
tell you.
waiting for your
Okay. What's your
Are
congratulations
you
Let me
are
tell you
you
my.
are
Let me
you
tell. Hold on,
winning in
hold on.
your
Let me tell you.
dreams,
Let me tell you
actually?
the prediction.
Yeah?
Are you winning in
Guys,
your dreams?
I hope the show is
No,
still
it's
on.
not
Let
in
me
a
tell you a
dream.
quick
It's a
prediction.
reality.
Oh yeah. See, the prediction is this. Unlike Hillary Clinton back in 2016, that she won the popular vote, right? Unlike that, Kamala Harris, I was thinking that she might win a popular vote. If she does at all, I give her like less than 500,000 votes to win the popular votes. But when it comes to the electoral college, it's going to be a landslide. Trump is going to win in the range of 300 electoral votes. I'm telling you. Kamala Harris, we all know she's garbage. She's absolute garbage. She never won anything in her life. Remember in 2020, she did not win any single primary.
That
Black
was
people did not vote
look,
for her.
that
She
was a
has no
different
political capital.
that was
And
a
let me tell
different
you,
contest.
but it's always nice to have a combination of a good candidate and money. But let me tell you this
But
time around, there's
she
no
has both.
amount of money that she's going to raise that's going to
You know
help
how
her
much
win. It's not going to
since
happen.
since she announced her candidacy, you know how much she has raised?
I just told you, it doesn't matter.
No,
See,
I'm
but
just
on
telling
our
you.
side too, the
Are you
money is not the
aware how much
problem. You know that, right?
she has raised?
Hold on. Do you know on our side, money is not the problem?
It is the problem because you have to have
Look at
that
this guy.
to
You,
help
you,
with the
you're kidding
campaigns.
yourself.
It
You don't
is,
even know
it
what you're
is,
talking
it
about.
is a big deal. But I'll tell you this: for those who are not familiar with America,
Have you heard about and Andreessen Horowitz before?
good
You know,
word.
Have you heard
Diwali,
about Andreessen Horowitz? I know you know Elon Musk.
That's your
See,
crazy cousin right there.
Diwali,
You see that
can I
guy?
ask Diwali a question? Diwali, can I ask you a question?
I can't wait for Eli. I mean
No, let me
Harris
ask
to
you a
win.
question now. Let me
That
ask you a
Elon will go
question.
to jail one way or the other.
Let me ask the question, Diwali. West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Indiana, you telling me that tampon governor is going to beat JD Vance in those core
You know
relevant
the
areas?
funniest thing is that
No,
when
no, no,
you
no, no. Just
termed
answer the
her,
question. Don't
I
don't
said
don't
that
spoil
is the
anything.
core
No, no, no.
of our
So
campaign.
tampon VP that was promoting putting tampons in boys' bathrooms. That is the one that's going to go to where
So
the
the one that
president
says is the one that says that the woman, the cat woman that doesn't have children does not deserve to vote. He's the one that is going to be
No,
voted
let's
for.
focus on the one we are discussing. Let's don't move
No,
the
since
goalpost.
you termed her as a
No,
tampon candidate,
that's what he did now. Did I say that you put tampon? So I'm asking you, it's not going to go to West Virginia
you put tampon
go
away.
and tell that he's a military guy that you
Listen,
should now change. By the
listen.
way, no. By the way, Prince Pinade, I'm even glad this issue came up. Do you know today? Go woke, go broke. Kind of screwed up their people in Diwali's area. Their famous hospital in Houston. They had to lay off people today. They laid off people today in their famous children's hospital because of go broke. Okay, this is what happens when you start imbibing children's surgeries for we can't see it on live here. This is what happens. This is what happens. So it's even screwing your own area up.
You
You
know,
lost Medicare services
I
to that.
remember when they said, "Oh, 2 years ago when Biden was contesting with the incumbent, then they said, oh, he can't win, lie," but he did. Now, but Tungari came in and said, "Oh, that was fraud. He did not win
Biden
Arizona."
never won anything. You should just stop it. Biden, he never won anything.
Can we
See
play
what? Listen, like karma, whatever they call it with you guys. No, what happened to Biden? Or what Biden did
When you
when
pronounce that
he
name, put
emerged?
some respect
Hold
on
on.
it.
What Biden did when he emerged in 2020 is exactly what they did to him in 2024, really, because they forced him out. Biden was never, he himself was not a candidate. He never won anything. It was almost a tied race among like 3 or 4 candidates. But the Democrat machinery, they decided that, okay, who's going to be the best candidate for us that's so corrupt and crooked that they can push forward? And guess what? It was Biden, and it worked out. Biden himself never won anything.
Prince, do you know that ever since Kamala announced presidency, we are yet to hear any concrete policy. It's all been about race, gender.
Listen, we are
But see, that's all she has now. She
if
has
there's
nothing to
one
offer. She
person,
has nothing
That's
to offer
all
now.
they are discussing so far for the past few
if
weeks.
there's
No
one
policy.
person that is so particular about race,
They lost a
it is
policy. Diwali.
it is
Diwali give us a
Republic.
policy. But no. Hold on. Give me 2 policies of Kamala Harris that you know about that is going to promote. Open the borders up, give them citizenship. That's what you're going to tell me.
Oh,
That's
that's a good
a
question. Don't
Republican
they answer the question? We
that's a
listen.
Republican
Let's
go-to
listen.
attack. Over the years, Kamala Harris has been so particular about, first and foremost, expanding. Okay, now he spoke about the woman's health, and then talks about uh, legislating and codifying. Uh, what do you call it? This the law that was repealed, the one that was the Supreme Court says it was. It was against individuals' right, and the state should govern. What is it called?
The abortion,
Yeah,
Roe versus
adoption
Wade.
right. She took a stand on that one and said when she wins presidency, she's going to ensure that that has been legislated in a way that everyone will have right to do whatever they feel like to their body. 1, 2, talks about. Let me see. All these things happen just rapidly. Now he's still going to come out with a robust manifesto, and
Well, the first one is they say she has nothing, and I don't blame you that she's stuttering because she doesn't have anything. Let me
I'm
tell
not
you,
stuttering.
even the first one
I
you
said
said, even
earlier.
the first one she
I said
said,
earlier.
that's not even a position. That's not a position to be held. I don't even understand that because
It is
the Supreme Court
yeah,
pushed
because
that law down to the state level,
no,
and I'm not
Supreme
sure
Court.
how
Listen,
Kamala what she's
Supreme
going to
Court.
do about it.
Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is to interpret. Supreme Court does not make law. The Senate and House are going to pass the law, that will ensure that individuals' right, especially women's health right, is observed, so that every individual will not have their right infringed upon by the state. So every woman
What
will
are you even talking? Okay, so now
have
listen.
right to
You
their
see,
body
no, no,
to
no.
do
Let me
whatever
tell
they
you.
feel like to their
You
body.
know, America is a republic. You know that, right?
You tell
So,
me.
Kamala cannot do whatever you think she's going to do to compel the states to do things against their own
The
state
same thing
laws. It's not going to happen.
they said about Obama when he was proposing that at least we have a nationwide medical insurance. They said, no, you cannot do that. Why would you do that? That is not possible, that people are not going to buy into it. But guess what? That was one of his first legislation that was passed. It passed, and till today
And
that still stands.
did not go to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but Supreme Court only chipped a little bit out of it, but they never, not even for once were able to kill it completely. Because look, I
No,
understand that
listen.
America is a capitalist state, but when it comes to the right to live, to have access to good health system, I don't think it should be
Abortion is
debatable.
not good health. You two work for yourself, Adwale. Abortion is not good health. Kamala
Okay,
Harris know nothing about
do you
health
know that in
or the
Alabama,
laws surrounding
hold
it.
on, hold on, do you know in Alabama, even states like Texas are actually stating that even when that pregnancy is going to put the mother at risk, you still have to have that baby. Number two, they were going towards IVF because they want to legislate. They want to ensure that IVF is tied to abortion in a way that for you to be able to, people would not have access or right to have IVF as a means of having their own offspring. It started. It's already coming. So look, that those conservative ideology. I'm not saying that all of them are bad, but in a
Well, yeah,
way,
that's what you're
them
saying. That's what you're saying.
Democrat is not asking
You
for
rather
too much.
see you rather see transgender women in men rather in
You
men's
guys are
in women's
saying that
sports.
to scare voters away. The
It's
Democrat
not
is not.
scaring
It's
anything.
not
Can you
about.
debunk? No,
Listen,
Dewale.
listen, listen,
No,
listen,
no.
listen,
No.
listen,
Let's not do this, Dewale. Come on. Did the
listen,
man pass
listen.
the law? No, hold on now. Did he pass
Okay,
the law to put tampons in boys' bathroom? Yes or no? It's a very simple question.
men do not listen now. Men do not
Answer the
menstruate.
question.
That is not the question.
No,
Adwale, answer the simple
No,
question.
that
hold
was
on
it.
now.
See,
Did he?
no,
No, hold on,
no,
hold on.
that law
Dewale, this
did
is not
not.
fair now. Dewale, this is
Yeah,
not
but
fair.
you're a medical doctor. You know better that men do
No.
not
I
menstruate.
am not. Dewale, forget that one. I'm asking you a simple
I'm not
question.
forgetting that one because
Did the
you're
man?
asking that
No.
question.
Hold on now. Why are you doing this?
It's
This
about
government
transgender man.
did he pass law to put tampons in male bathrooms in his state? Yes or no? It's a very simple
Listen,
question. It's a very
listen. In his state, hold on. In his state, they were talking about transgender men, women to men. They are still menstruating, okay, and they also believe that those women that transgender to men could also use the bathroom that belongs to men. That now that they've transferred to male. So, and then what using that restroom, they could also have the tampon that could be used. Look, nobody, you don't go to
Dewale,
public
go
space
from
and have
Now,
tampon.
you
so
see,
let's
No,
even
no,
look at the way that sounds
Adwale, you
being.
spinning all those additions.
you don't, you
Your
don't go.
narrative is
You
not
and
true.
I know you don't go
That's not
to
it.
public space
Simply put,
to look
the
for.
man passed a law to put tampons in men's boys' bathroom. Plain and simple. That's it.
Listen,
Okay.
they were talking about. Hold on now. They were. You
I
see,
think we have to terminate this discussion now. This is not an American platform. And if you want to be promoting your candidate in
jealousy,
America,
no,
you need to
fine.
be
Well,
one
Jealousy
man.
is
is
killing.
it
You
a
need to
Saudi
be one
Jealousy is
man.
platform?
killing you guys.
Simba, is
Jealousy.
it a
Go and
Saudi
pray your
platform?
mosque in Saudi Arabia
Am
for
I the
God's sake
one
and
that
leave
says
us
the way you live should not have politics to discuss? Why are we not talking about politics in Saudi Arabia? Eh? It's jealousy that is
Don't talk
killing
or
you
they cut
guys.
off your head.
In
Kí
fact,
ló
heaven
dé?
will
Ah,
fall
kí ló
for
ń ṣe yín
democracy to
látẹ̀kàn gan-an?
happen in
Gbogbo
Saudi
ẹ̀dẹ̀ wá dé
Arabia.
ẹ̀dẹ̀ hijack platform wa lọ. Ẹ̀yẹ ká rọ̀rọ̀ sọmọ.
But you see, You mentioned American
PD,
politics.
go and sleep.
Baba T and the
PD, go
president
and
crawl
sleep.
out of their shell, out of their cave. They now wanted to attack me simply because of the fact that I speak.
In fact, I
Where
wanted
were
to
they
rescue you.
before?
That's why I just, but they will not allow you to talk, especially
Thank
PD
you,
will not
Gary.
allow you to talk.
In
I
fact, they
think he's the
stifle me.
cousin of Trump, or maybe he's the
He is so.
nephew or
He
whatever.
has really rubbed it off on them. They like to suppress voices. And ojú wọn jalè election yìí, wọ́n á dẹ̀ feel wọn ní wọlé. In fact, I
Don't
will be
worry.
waiting for my
Maybe
congratulatory
we
message.
import people from other country to come and vote in America.
No,
You
we don't
must
need to
convince
import.
them.
We have enough.
They
You know
already
one thing,
doing that.
Simba. Do you know that during the last election in Nigeria, I told someone who happens to be one of my ex-co-workers in Nigeria, I told him, I said, Tinubu will win this election. The guy, Uba Faraya, I didn't know what you're talking about. As a matter of fact, he doesn't call me anymore. Like, so I said, well, you know what I would say? After the election, you will call me to congratulate me and say what you said was right too, that they actually going to win the election. He didn't call me. So fast forward a few weeks ago, he called me again. I said, So when he called me, I was like trying to mock and say, I hope you are enjoying your Tinubu now. I said, oh Benny, but you haven't even given me my congratulatory message first before I will answer
What's
you.
your point? That you are a spiritual.
So I'm saying it now and I'm predicting it now that these two uh, Republican wannabe dictator loving individual on this platform that says Trump is their number one favorite in political arena in America. That time will come after the election in November. They will call me, and if they don't call me, Simba, please remind me to demand for my congratulatory message from both of them. I'm talking about Babati and Prince Daddy.
No, the only person I will pity is Prince Daddy. But is a liberal person. He doesn't care whether Trump win or lose. PD might not be able to withstand the shock that will come to him
Yeah, after
eventually
Sarah,
when he
God, you
loses.
don't worry. After Sarah, and on Saturday, Trump will
He's
not even
just
be able
talking.
to.
It's really just talking, man.
Uh,
2 weeks
Trump
ago, this guy was jumping up and down for Biden. Today, he's telling me.
and I still do because Kamala represent what Biden stood for.
Stop, man.
The
You watch too much
continuation.
CNN, man. You watch too much CNN.
Simba.
Yes.
I have 40,000 student loan that I'm paying. Do you know that because of Biden, I'm only paying $10 monthly? As a matter of fact, this man wanted to write it off.
Cancel it. Okay.
Write it off for everyone so that people will have fresh start, financial fresh start, so that at least we don't have to pay nothing back, but get empowered financially. So that money you are using to service those loans, you'll be able to spend it on something more meaningful for yourself, for your family. He proposed that. He was blocked by these people, by these Republican people, to a point that he was sued and he had no choice than to start exploring other avenues because of people that have no means, that they are living from paycheck to paycheck. That is what Biden stood for, and that is where Harris is also going to continue. So when you talk about democracy, Democrat is not about tampon. Democrat is not about homophobia. Those are just an abstract that where it comes and it goes. As a matter of fact, Democrat did not enshrine um, gay whatever in America. Supreme Court did. Supreme Court was the one that sued people, that forced every government to recognize same sex in America, not Democrats. You see, when you hear these people talking about it, and the presidency as at that time, I'm talking about Obama, had no choice than to embrace it. Now, would you say Biden supported it before Obama? Absolutely, because he could see the dynamic. Biden is a politician. The same thing with Obama. They are all politicians. They will say something in the public, and behind the curtain, they meant something different. However, once the public say, or the Supreme Court say, oh, this is what we're going to do, then everybody embrace it. Don't necessarily have to engage in the lifestyle, but that is the law of the land. Now, when you have a presidency that proposed, let me tell you something, Simba, there are millions upon millions of people. I'm not talking about those who cross border from Mexico to live in America. I'm talking about people that travel thousands of miles to come to America and decided to stay put without legal papers. And they are unable to travel home, they are unable to function, they are unable to be productive. And this administration of Biden and Harris recognize that, look, you can't have somebody who has been in the country for more than 2 decades, going to 3 decades, and yet they didn't commit any crime. And yet we could not see any path to them to become part of the society. So they were trying to explore every avenue. That instead of them living in the shadow, why not create a path for them to become a contributing, tax-paying uh, citizen of the country? So they now begins to explore, okay, what can they do? Do you know that Republicans block them on every legislative that will ensure that these people came from obscurity to the limelight? They block it because they think that the moment they are able to become part of the system, they will be sympathetic to Democrats and they will be voting them en masse. How true could that be? Everybody have their, opinion and views on things. Don't be surprised. A lot of immigrants too are also voting en masse for Republican. So tell me, just like Ajele Koko, I won't even call Democrat a social or welfare party because they strongly believe in capitalism as well. But you see, all these gestures that the Democrat was trying to do are being blocked by the Republican. I don't know what their grievance is. The fear of losing the grip, the political grip on America, is what is happening to Republican. That is why any legislature that is going to benefit or tend to benefit Democrats in the long run, they will oppose it even when it doesn't make any sense. So you tell me, for someone who married immigrant as a spouse 2 times, whose spouse benefited from the immigration system in America, and yet championing and blocking people from having access to come to the United States. Please, as a human being with human feeling, and you have blood flowing in your body, would you support such policy in which people will be thrown into concentration camp? We've seen it in America, I believe in the early 19th centuries. People were thrown in the concentration camp. You can remember when what do you call this thing that happens in Hawaii happened? The Asian people were being gathered and put in the concentration camp. That is to tell you the kind of country that we're living in. So when Democrats tend to listen and try to help people who ordinarily would not even have bootstrap to pull themselves up, it's not because they are trying to do it to benefit them in the future, because they recognize that in the society that we live today, there are people that are actually contributing the chunk of the growth that we enjoy, but they do not have the benefit, just like the few majority that are actually in the control. So they want to help those people. They want to ensure that the tax bracket in this country are, skewed towards to favor people that are actually doing the major work. You can imagine you're working, you're earning 2,000, chunk of it is going to taxes, nothing to show for it. How would you feel? And you have people that are rich and yet they still want more, and they exploring every loopholes in the tax system in America. Those are the things that the Democrats stood for, and that is why it seems that I am sympathetic and I join them, because I could see that the future of this country lies on those who could see from horizon, who can foresee a new America. America is changing in terms of demography. America is changing whether Republicans like it or not. A time will come to even find a very, very original Caucasian. In fact, you will search and search before you can get it. And that fear, honestly, is valid because every now and then they're trying to prevent anything that will make that happen. and the Trump candidacy actually ushered in, or should I say, actually propelled that belief, and people caught it with fire, and that is why some of them are voting for them. He sowed that fear into them that, you know, becoming a presidency. It was during his presidency that violence, political violence, becomes the norm. He came back with this big roar. You will have populism, you have fascism at the same time. And till today, even though that circle is shrinking, you still have some people that staunchly believe in what he stood for. As a matter of fact, that man is not worthy of somebody to be in that White House, because we've had good, fine seasoned administrator, fine American
Adewale,
that have
you look at
occupied
that
that
control.
position
Like I'll
for
already put you in the
very,
backstage
very
right
long.
now because all you spewing is just
You
trash. I
can't
mean,
put me in
Simba
the
doesn't know any
backstage because
better.
I'm
So
telling the truth.
no, you're not saying any truth. I mean, by the way, why do you want to come to somebody else's country and change the complexion? Why?
Nobody is changing any complexion. It's
You
just the
just said it
dynamic of
yourself.
life. No, I said that is where the American
Let me a question. I know
culture
you.
is going.
What is the number of immigrants that United States allowed a year?
That it left for the NCIC to tell you, you know, the number of people
The
that they
United
let
States for
in.
the past 20, 30 years, they allow a minimum of about 1 million immigrants, a combination of, of course, legal immigration,
Where did you get
refugees,
that
and all
figure from?
sorts
Where did
of
you get that from?
immigration.
Where did
You
you
don't
get that
know that,
figure from?
but
Where
somehow,
did you
some way, you that came allow the Igbos to stay in your own space. You want to push them back to go to the southeast, go back to their homeland.
No,
But
I
there you
never
are
said that.
arguing for illegal immigration in another man's country. Isn't that
No,
ironic? Huh?
don't count me among those who say the Igbo must go. I have never in my life.
Well, you sound like you sound
No,
like
no,
one
no,
of those
no,
people,
no, no,
you
no,
know.
no, 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 no.
But you
I
come to another
never.
man's
You
country
can
and you
never
want
hear me,
illegal
whether
immigration.
on this platform or any other platform, supporting such nonsensical thing. No, I believe. You know, it is this guy called what do you call it? Nano, who sang about a song called Imagine. In that song, it talks about the entire world with no border to differentiate people, to demarcate people, to create dichotomy.
And who wants such a world,
So,
anyways? Who
and I
wants such a
believe,
world?
no,
A
I want
world.
such word. I want such word. You
Yeah,
see,
right.
I want such word.
I don't. The problem is that you become polluted. You are a polluted human being. You
No,
don't. You
I'm
don't
not.
have.
Don't, don't,
You
don't be,
don't.
don't
I
be
don't think you
personal
can
here. Let's talk
differentiate.
about the issues, okay? Everybody have their
Come on,
preference. Now,
Prince.
my
Let's
preference
not be personal with that. I
my
mean,
preference
that's not
is
good
not
for
your
us.
preference. I throw my weight behind Democratic Party simply because I could see that in some of their policies and some of their what you can say as their core ideology, they support
Yeah,
human growth.
they are paying.
And
Yes, yes,
No, no,
Adwale,
no. Hold
you
on,
want
hold on,
you
hold
want
on.
to
and you
kill
can
Thomas,
babies. You
Thomas,
want abortion to
Thomas,
kill babies. That's what you
Thomas,
support.
Thomas, Thomas,
You
Thomas,
support
Thomas,
transgenderism. Those are the kind
no,
of things
Thomas.
you
I
Can you
do.
hear me,
support.
No,
Thomas?
You support open border, right?
let me
Thomas,
say,
can you, Thomas, Thomas, can you hear me, Thomas? Thomas. So can you hear Diwali? For people like me that actually paid our student loan off by ourselves without government help. So I'm supposed to sit down here and listen to Diwali talk about, well, I'm only paying $10 a month because of the bike. Is it fair to me? I mean,
okay.
I spend hours working my ass off
I'm glad.
for
I'm glad
years,
Thomas shut down
but
his camera, so he's not paying attention to you.
but
But you know
you
what makes us difference
no
is
no
this.
Thomas, is it fair to me?
No, no,
I
no. You are a deep pocket.
It's
I
not
work
fair, my
7 8 hours
bro.
a week,
It's not
but
fair.
you just paying $10
No,
a month.
no.
Is it fair?
Before you
Thomas, is it
answer,
fair?
Thomas. Before you answer, hear me out. Don't just hear his own side and say, "Oh, it's not fair." No. Let's put it in this context. Babati is a medical doctor. He's
Yeah, no,
hearing
no,
big. Is
Fiele.
no, 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 no. Wait. Babati is hearing times 10 of what I'm hearing per month, right?
No, well,
Not just
that's
You
that.
know.
irrelevant.
I,
That's totally
I,
relevant point.
I,
It's totally
I am
relevant point.
supported.
That
I'm
who's
support.
stopping you? If you
Wait now.
think that, hold on, if you think the
Let
profession
me finish.
is
Let
has
me finish.
a direct correlation to the
Let me
student
finish.
loan, Why don't you become a doctor or surgeon or software engineer if you don't want already?
That's why I didn't go to.
No, your argument doesn't hold water. That's a lazy argument.
Let Adewale land. Let
Thank
Adewale
you.
land.
So,
Let's
see,
know where he's
this
going.
is what Republicans are known for.
Thomas, my brother, I worked in an Indian reservation for 2 years to pay loans off. I worked my ass off to pay loans off, and you're getting
Hold on, Babati. You see, Thomas, hear me out. I work for the safety of the community and the country that I live from. I'm supported by the taxpayer. I do my work to secure my community. Okay, and I think that is the least service I could provide for staying in the country that absorbed me
That's
and
the
took me
best.
as one
It's
of
not the
them.
least.
Now,
That's the best service.
and the Democrats say, look, if you are a first responder, your service is to the people. All right, you're working for government. I think it's deemed necessary to support you in a way so that at least you can be balanced. All right, from home front, financially, and everything. And they decided to allow some of us to have some certain payment and then forgive the rest.
You are paying $10 a month on student loan.
No. See, before it becomes 10 months, I was paying something close to like $300 monthly on that.
Which is there.
No. But they said, look, pay this so certain amount of make this a certain payment, and then we will now consider whether we should forgive the rest or not, because they understood that I'm being supported by the taxpayer, right? So in that context, you can't just say, oh, I'm being privileged, I'm being favored by the regime of the day. No, they look at the fact that fingers are not equal, and for those who actually
do you see why they vote for Democrat to war for Tongba?
It's not a warfare. Republicans who are also benefiting from it.
Everybody's benefiting.
Everybody benefited. It doesn't matter whether because your tax bracket excluded you. See, your tax bracket excluded
you are earning too much.
Yeah, exactly.
You are earning too much.
So they look at
Adewale, sorry for cutting you. Sorry, my brother. I just did my tax this afternoon. The tax guy is my friend, church member. When he came today, he said, my brother, hey, do you know what you earn in a month? I will not disclose it yet. I'll write it in the comment section for you guys. He said, I said, I'm expecting tax return. He said, no, you are not among people that will get tax return. So you know what I mean? So it's not easy. Babati is not in that category.
Babati's submission about me benefiting from it, it's not valid because I deserve it.
Thomas, this is a form of discrimination. This is a form of discrimination.
It's the truth.
It's the truth now.
It's the truth. Is the truth. So when you have a government that is
you may not be eligible because you are earning more.
Exactly.
Am I right?
No, and that has been the Republicans' policy.
Ideology.
It's about favoring the favored one, and the one that are actually doing the work. Oh well, I want to use that word, but the one that are actually laboring the most, that needed that help. That help.
Are you creating jobs?
What do you mean we're not creating jobs?
Where are the jobs that are created?
What do you mean we're not creating jobs?
In the past, so for the job creator.
No. When it comes to an employment in America, no. Biden administration have recorded a tremendous upward trajectory when it comes to employment in America. So right now, there's no
recession. A lie. Oh my God! You're just full of lies, man. Upward trajectory when it comes to employment. Where did you get that number?
It is a fact. It is a fact. There's no way you look for a job now that you can't find a job. So that argument about America is not losing job. I could remember in 2008, at the peak of the campaign of Obama, There was a recession. There were a lot of people were losing their jobs in 12. I mean, compared to when he finishes his administration, in that a pattern till the Trump came over. Trump enjoyed the big economic boost of Obama because it was well laid out. It was well, structured in a way, and he came and he enjoyed it before Trump COVID now exposed his weakness. So, I mean, we can say everything we like.
Well, you
The
don't have
reason
any
why I
argument. Number
chose to
one, the COVID exposed the world's weakness. Okay, and to make that conclusion is like it doesn't even gel at all. And Obama in 2008, okay, came. So it took him 16 years, rather 8 years to stabilize the economy. Under Obama, we had the worst, absolute worst economy. Obama probably still stands as the second or third worst president of the United States.
tell me that president that has been able to balance budget since Ronald Reagan. Any Republican president? No, zero. As a matter of
And now,
fact,
who did?
they keep on borrowing in an astronomical way. They keep borrowing. In fact, you can't even tell the difference between Biden's administration and the rest of because he was borrowing like no tomorrow. I mean, we're talking about prosperous economy under this regime. You cannot
Under which
under the
regime you talking
circumstances that
about?
he came.
Biden's regime?
It was ushered into the office. It was under very harsh
So,
economic
Adewale,
conditions.
it appears that you live under a rock.
The
See,
entire
we
world,
have currently
the
right now we
entire
have the
world
highest
was
inflation.
grounded.
We
The
have the
entire
highest
world,
inflation in the
listen,
country
the
that
entire
we
world
never
was
had in a
grounded.
very
No,
long time, like
it's still the
30
effect of
years.
COVID. That's why you're having inflation
Gas price.
anywhere.
Oh, you're still blaming COVID. Okay, go ahead. You can blame COVID.
There's no isolation when it comes to inflation. America is not the only person bearing the brunt. The entire world stood still for days.
Oh, so
So
you have you double talking right now. You just said COVID exposed Trump, but now you use the excuses about COVID to support Biden's poor
no,
performance.
COVID
That's the way
COVID
people like you
exposes
talk.
Trump.
I know that.
COVID exposes Trump of his ineptitude uh, trait.
See,
COVID
the
exposed
America we
Trump.
live in right now, we have the highest gas price ever in a very long time, perhaps in 30, 50 years. We
No,
have
but that is not isolated. Anywhere you go now, I mean, is the
well,
price
in America's case, it is
is
isolated because
crude
under
oil
Trump we
price
were
remain
energy
the same?
independent. It
No,
is
no, no.
isolated because it doesn't
Is
make any
crude
sense. Under Trump we
is
were energy independent. Also, we have the highest, absolutely highest interest rate on mortgage right now, or interest rate in general, in a very, very long time. Under Trump, we had as low as 1.95, 2.25 interest rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage. Adewale, wake up.
all
Right
I
now,
know is that
inflation in America, the real inflation in America really right now is about close to 22.5%. Forget about the other 17% they're telling you, and that's real. On some
let me
certain items, on
go
certain
through.
items, the inflation is up to 100%.
Yeah,
If you want to
right.
compare, if you
Where,
want to
where did
hold
you
on, if you
see
want to compare
100%
under
inflation in
Trump,
America?
under Trump, we're paying on. I know we complain a lot in Nigeria, rightfully so. But under Trump, we're paying $1.95 on average for a gallon of gas. Today, the average gallon of gas is about $4. That's 100% increase. So when you keep talking about Biden's economy or your reasons, they don't add up. They don't add up. What else? Okay, under Trump, we had the zero wars. Now we have wars everywhere from the Middle East to Europe. There's war everywhere. There's war everywhere. Um, what else is going on? Yeah, we've talked about energy. Energy is like skyrocketed. Even paying for utilities in America is becoming
your
a
guy,
big problem for many, and
your
that's a
guy
reality.
said
I can tell
when
you
he
that.
becomes when your guy said when he become president, you will tell Putin to back off from Ukraine. His body language says something different, but what he meant was that you would, as a matter of fact, I won't be surprised if he openly support Putin in invading Ukraine. The point is that if he becomes the president,
And why would he do that?
Zelensky just need to relocate to America straight for. He doesn't even have to stay in the country because Russia will override completely everything he has fought for. And we can't let that happen because chances is that he's going to withhold money support to Ukraine and
No,
Trump
Trump comes into power. No
and
more
that.
funding for Ukraine. We shut that thing down. We shut that thing
Okay,
down.
so once he
It's not
withhold
benefit
money,
anybody. No more war. No more
once
people
he
dying.
yeah, right.
Look at you talking,
Yeah, right.
Ndewale. So
So once he
you want
withhold the
them to
money,
continue
what
to
would
fund Zelensky so more children and women can die. Look at your thinking.
no
Whose benefit is that?
Zelensky was being funded, Ukraine was being funded to prevent this kind of calamity from happening because who invaded? Russia invaded in the first place. So when Trump stopped the funding, guess what? It gives easy passage to
No, that's
Russia
not the way. It's
to
called
override the
negotiation.
country.
They're going to negotiate.
Negotiation.
Well,
Negotiation, my friend. The
it's gonna
guy
be
could not
straight,
even negotiate.
straightforward and simple.
There's somebody who
Putin's
could
gonna
not even
withdraw.
negotiate his
They're
own.
gonna withdraw from Ukraine, and Ukraine gets no more money, and they can go build their own country. They can
Yeah,
build whatever is destroyed,
an
and they can go
ally,
from there.
a strong ally, is going to be exposed and left
Ukraine is
dry.
not a strong ally. How strong are they? Strong in what sense? What are
So,
they strong for? What are they offering? I mean, they're not part of
but at
NATO.
least the
Economically, we
matter.
don't benefit from that. Rather, it's the
Yeah,
other way around.
yeah, right. Anyway, it's just a matter of time. But I disagree with you that Trump is going to make any concrete um, or significant move when he become president concerning the
Well, you can
Russia-Ukraine war.
disagree, but I can just tell you on his antecedents. When he was the president, we were energy independent. We had the lowest interest rate on mortgage and interest rate in general. We also had the lowest gas price ever in like 50 years, or perhaps in 100 years. If you do the necessary
Because your guys
adjustments,
released.
we had the stock market was the highest. That's why the portfolio of many retirement funds were like booming in essence. We had the auto manufacturer was booming also because we brought back manufacturing, and a lot of manufacturers were beginning to
Which
spring up all
manufacturing
across the
company?
country,
Which
especially
manufacturing
in
company
the
did you
rural
bring back?
America.
Which manufacturing company did you bring back?
Oh, he brought quite a bit actually, quite a bit.
Name them. Name them.
Maytag, the washer and dryer and all the appliances manufacturer came back to America.
I
Yeah,
don't
they
know. I
relocated the
don't know the
headquarters.
manufacturing
And
company that will decided to pay through their nose and relocate back to the country. I
no, no,
haven't seen
that's
it.
not no. That's not the way it works. That's not the way it
Mm.
works. They were able
Yeah,
to
right.
bring their manufacturing,
You
and they
know
were
what's
able
even
to build enough
you
with
know what is even
automation
ironic.
and economic of scale. They
You
were
know
able
what
to be competitive with the
Daddy,
rest
you
of
know what is ironic?
the
Your guy's
manufacturers.
tie. Your guy's tie was not even made in America. It was made in Vietnamese. Your guy, Trump.
Yeah, you always go to this this thing. Well, I can guarantee you too, everything that you're wearing from a head to toe is made somewhere in China or Vietnam also. So what is your point? The reason why its tie was made in Vietnam was because again, manufacturing in America was gutted. We have no manufacturing base anymore. Okay. And now when he became the president, he began to work to bring it back. And it was been successful. We're quite successful actually in bringing quite a few manufacturers back to America. And that's why there was tariffs also, imposed on China. Okay, when it came to agricultural products, to protect American farmers and other products. You guys don't have Biden and of course Kamala. She has no idea or clue about anything. So I'm not even going to consider her to be anything. At least Biden, before he became senile, he has some, gumption, and he knew is right from left. But now, obviously, he knows nothing now because the people around him are those people calling the shots, running the show. And we can't have such an America like that. It's not possible.
Anyway, I have to go to bed. We'll continue where we stop.
Yeah, I have to go to church. Go to bed and go to church. Yeah. Thank you. I just know Trump is my man. Yeah, we're going to win. Baba T,
Good
don't
call,
mind them.
Thomas.
Yeah, the prince, don't mind them. We are going to win. That woman is not going anywhere. If it will cost me to come to America, we'll come and campaign for Trump. Trump is my man.
There you go.
Yeah, Trump is my man. This Biden, who in the right sense of the brain is working, will want to vote for Biden again. Why do they leave Biden on the ticket? Why are they trying to substitute him? Because they know the economy is in shambles. The man doesn't even know the left from the right. Yeah, he's old. Let him go and sit down somewhere. Yeah, let the agile one, the Trump, get the seat back. He's coming back. He's coming back. America is going to be great again. Don't
Yes,
mind them.
it's coming back. You're right.
I'm behind you. I'm behind you. Thank you, everyone. We ended at American politics today. Yeah, which is very interesting. Yeah, I can't wait for that election to come. Yes, let's know who is going to win the election. But I doubt it. That lady, nah, I doubt it. They should have think twice before nominating Biden at the first place. They don't supposed to do that. Yeah, no, how come? I don't know. But America will say we have a perfect, but we have a perfect something. We have a, come on now. Why will you nominate that kind of man? He's supposed to be sitting on the ground playing with sound with his great grandchildren. Yeah, it's just going to mess up America. Yeah, we prefer Trump. Yeah, Trump. We're going to win. Please, Daddy, don't mind them. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Even I'm not in America, I'm even voting for Trump. You can see that Trump. Good. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Another day, another dollar. Thank you for the super chats, the comment section, the viewers, the likes, the love, then our haters too. We greet all of you. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow. Carry the conversation at the comment section. I said peace. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to the gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, now. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't? Why? It must be an omission.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
Di nke izizi abịa ejo, nke igbo abịa ejo, nke taa abịa ejo, nke na-abịa ejo. Nyachọkwa ụmụnne niile. Di nke izizi abịa ejo, nke igbo abịa ejo, nke taa abịa ejo, nke na-abịa ejo. Nyachọkwa ụmụnne niile. Di nke izizi abịa ejo, nke igbo abịa ejo, nke taa abịa ejo, nke na-abịa ejo. Nyachọkwa ụmụnne niile.